You are watching the Vodka stream.
There we go. Jesus. I tell you what, I'm so over StreamYard, man. StreamYard and its limited capabilities and shit like that. You know, something, I don't know. It's just a pain in the ass. What's happening, guys? I'm here. We're here. It's trying to do something there, but guess what? Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to, I had that little splash screen, that little startup screen. And then I was trying to add some music to it and all that stuff, and it was a little bit of a shit show. You guys can hear me good, right? For all I know, this thing's probably not even working. Yep, we're good. Okay, we're good. All right, what's happening? What's going on, everybody? Hey. Yeah, this is why I'm just like I'm getting over StreamYard, man. I've been doing some Streamlabs tests, like I've been telling you guys for the past couple weeks, and I'm ready to use it now because StreamYard is so limited when it comes to their stuff. Why can't I get rid of that? See, there's even stuff like that. I'm trying to get rid of some things here, and I can't even get rid of them. Not even sure what the heck's going on with it, but it won't even give me the option to. Wow, that's weird. Anyways, what's going on? Wait, we good? You guys can see me. We're all good, right? We're all good. All right. So, hey, everyone. How's it going? We got Bondo here. What's up? There I am. I'm here. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Hello, Ice Cone. How you doing? What's going on, Mr. Jason? Good to see you, of course. Jedi Melf is here. Hi. Yes, Ice Cone. Day's going pretty good. I would say it's going pretty damn good. Not too shabby. It was a pretty easy day. And then, of course, I searched, and as you can see, I got some new pops right here, which is great. It's, of course, the Joker right there is he's laying down because he's sad. What's going on, Alakazoo? How you doing? Mr. Damon, how you doing, bud? It's good news. Yeah, it's good now. We're good. Cool. Yo, what is up? Let's see. Yeah, we got that. Let's see. Let me make sure. What's going on, Mr. Diesel? Yeah, Ben knows. Yeah, it's just so limited. That's all. And when I've been playing with stuff with StreamYard, I'm like, oh, this is cool. Oh, I could do this. I could do that. And then I love the fact that you can have that startup screen, and I'm going to incorporate that. I gave you guys just like a little bit of a preview right there of, yeah, you'll see that at the beginning, and I'm going to have different kinds of music and stuff like that playing right before all the streams start. So I thought I would do like a little test, but StreamYard is so limited, I had to do a workaround, which didn't work that well. I mean, it worked for the most part. You saw the screen and you heard the music, but yeah, it was kind of crappy. So whatever the hell. What's going on? How you doing? How's everybody doing? Superman. Yeah, he does. What's going on, Mr. Purchase Fiddle? We need more of that Joker, right? I like the background artwork. This looks good. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Later. Yeah, you guys in the plumber, I tell you what. Looks like we're over 300,000 tweets. Good job, everybody. Good job. That's right. 300,000 tweets have released the Ayer cut. That's awesome. What's going on, Mr. Claytalian? Yeah. Thank you, Edwin. Yeah. Well, it's just you got to have the Vodka Stream Lounge. Hello, Stephanie. How you doing? Happy Friday the 13th. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why I had a little bit of bad luck when it came to trying to do all that. So what's going on, Chuck? Excited for the Spawn flick. Got a new writer. Said no one ever. Okay. There you go. I don't know. When the hell is that thing going to actually happen? It's weird. Yes. Release that Ayer cut. So, oh, man. Thank you. I figured it was fitting. I was like, I didn't have like an actual Suicide Squad shirt, but I have, a couple Joker shirts, and wear the Joker shirts, right? So I thought I'd wear the Nightmare Joker shirt. So why not? So, but anyways, guys, yes, thank you for joining. I'm doing the bourbon tonight again because I figured, I know Garza he's a bourbon drinker, so I figured we'd make it a bourbon street tonight. I went for some wild turkey, because Matthew McConaughey says this stuff's pretty good. Now, I know it's good. I've had it before, of course. Now I just got to crack open the seal, and that's not going to be easy. I'm telling you. There we go. I see ya. Get out of here. Yep. It's double sealed. That's when you know it's good. All right. Yeah. Getting some wild turkey. Probably should have opened it before I went live just to save some time, but you guys can see me struggle now with, it's bad enough. They didn't just have one seal. They had to have two. There you go. So you got to hear this. You got to hear the sound though. Love it. Got to get that ambiance. So delicious. All right. Cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Friday the 13th and happy releasey Ayer cut day. Cheers. So far Titans season 3 is good. I saw the promo for episode 4. Saw Scarecrow's mask. Okay. There's some allegations that are coming up against the guy who's playing Scarecrow. Yeah, not too good. I haven't watched the episodes yet. I plan on doing so tomorrow. I just haven't had time to watch the episodes. So, definitely going to watch. I want to watch the first 3 episodes, and I'll give my review tomorrow. So look forward to that video. God, I always forget how good wild turkey is. But yes, guys, I've ran into some luck when it comes to pops. So basically, I went and, of course, got this. Haven't read it yet, but of course I went to the comic book store on the other side of the hill there to get Batman 89, which I haven't read yet, but looking forward to reading it this weekend. And then, luckily enough, what do I find? Well, first I find Decide. So I'm just looking around the comic book shop and looking at the pops, and sure enough, there's Decide right there. So I went, yep, got to get Decide. So got Decide, and then, see, they had like a whole wall full of pops, just various pops. And I went, you know what? Before I leave, I better give it one more scan. I mean, literally just going like this. And sure enough, the black suit Superman right there, man. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So I got those 2 yesterday, and then I went on the hunt today after I got off work. I was actually looking for McFarland toys. I want the McFarland black suit Superman, not to mention Batman, pretty much any Zack Snyder's Justice League McFarland I was looking for. So I went to GameStop, and sadly GameStop didn't have any Zack Snyder's Justice League McFarlane figures. They had a couple other ones. I almost, they had a Dr. Fate. They had a couple other Batmans, and I was like, I was going, nope. I'm looking for strictly Zack Snyder Justice League. But they did have, of course, Diana, which her little hoverboard thing just fell down. But yeah, we got Diana with the arrow right here. So I found her. And of course, these are the colored versions. I believe like the black and white versions are still being shipped out in Abatang. So there you go, lucked out. But I could not find a dark side. Could not find a dark side, and could not find any Zack Snyder's Justice League. I even went to Target as well. I also went to Target. So couldn't find anything. So get a Peacemaker one. They do have the Suicide Squad pops. I saw those, but again, I was looking strictly for Zack Snyder Justice League stuff. I do plan on getting some of the Suicide Squad pops because Ratcatcher looks cool. The Harleys look cool. They all look pretty cool. So I do plan on getting some for the Suicide Squad. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I lucked out when it came to finding these 3 right here, because I know people are still waiting for it. I know they're starting to get delivered to people now, but some people were like big time waiting for them. So a lot of people are still looking at those tracking numbers, probably like, come on, Amazon or wherever the hell. So what's yours country and what's time? What? Okay. Need a Milton Funko? I know, right? He needs some love. I know. We still need a fucking Zack Snyder Funko, man. That's what we need. We still need a Zack Snyder Funko, but apparently there's a reason why that's not happening. Okay, so Warner Brothers. But yeah. So lucked out on that. I might do some more searching this weekend because, like I said, I'm just kind of like on the hunt. I think dark side's going to be difficult. It was funny too, because when I went to GameStop, even the guy said that there's been people that have showed up to GameStop asking for the McFarland black suit Superman, and they have yet to find it. So he's apparently he's pretty rare. Apparently some of the Batmans are pretty rare too. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, so I just did all. That's what I did right when I got off work, and of course I picked up my booze and everything like that. So, anyways, guys, all right. Well, it's been a couple of months since this gentleman has been on the stream, so I figured, hey, just come on, be the featured guest, catch up, see what he's up to right now. He's joined the stream, and you guys know who he is. Garzilla returns. What is up, sir?
Yo,
Hey.
what is up? My goodness.
It's been a little bit.
Yeah, it's been it's been a while, a couple months. I had to deal with the whole COVID situation, and then
That's right.
I mean, from that point, and it's always something. Like I started working out right before COVID, like before I got it. So I was like getting bigger, and then all of a sudden get COVID. So I'm like, so
now you're small again.
Yeah, now I'm
Y'all
fucking
just
skinny.
yeah. That's what sucks about illness. It's like you can't do anything.
And then then I was helping the mother of my child, helping her out. That's why I'm here now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's been just fucking wild, man.
Yeah, it sounds like it. What are you drinking?
I poured up some bourbon, some bullet rye.
I almost got that tonight, but for some reason I was thinking wild turkey.
I was about to do white girl wasted with
dude.
the White Claws.
You don't even know. I also bought these absolute vodka spritzers that are in my refrigerator right now. So
Yeah,
if we transition to getting white girl wasted, hey, that's perfectly fine. I'm
right?
ready.
Yeah, I realized I only had like a little bit, like that much of bullet rye, so I was like, fuck, okay, well, whatever. But I also feel like with let's be real, right? Because I never even came out and except for my one podcast, right? Talked about the drama that happened a couple of weeks ago.
True.
And if you really think about it, like I feel like my mission and my purpose was fulfilled. Like I the best part is I didn't even do a fucking thing. Like I was just sitting there, like
just let it all crash. You just watch it. We all didn't really do anything.
Yeah, I've never seen somebody fuck up their own shit like those dumb fucks fucked it up. And obviously I'm not going to say their names because they're going to fucking bitch and try to complain and pull it down.
Yeah.
But,
so yeah, going back to that, we both got struck with some. Well, you guys had to actually do some editing, right?
Yeah, I think, or something like that. Ben was on that end. He did some editing or something. But I was just like, dude, get the fuck out of here, man. You sit there and talk all this shit about me, dropping my name, all this shit. Now all of a sudden it's like, he said my name. What an asshole.
Yeah.
So I was just like, all right, well, you know what? That just proved how fucking big of a bitch that person was. So yeah, I almost feel like vindicated too. Like, dude, they are gone. Like,
it's crazy, right?
I was thinking maybe a couple of weeks, and then all of a sudden you see the little shit appear somehow or another. But no, man, he is fucking gone. Both of them are fucking out of here. I'm like, oh, dude, I don't even. It's like Christmas. I don't know what to do with myself. Like, dude, it was the wildest fucking thing.
It is a weird thing because I mean, when that all happened, and it like I said, we all kind of just took a step back when all that stuff was happening. It was like, all right, cool, let them do the thing. We're not going to be involved or anything like that, just because we knew who was kind of running the show right there. And then as soon as it all started going to shit, I mean, it was just kind of, you just let it. I mean, I was, of course, talking to people behind the scenes and, messaging and stuff like that. There was all that. But I was just kind of going, I mean, obviously you do the thing where you send like a little bit of a GIF, you kind of do that thing. And of course, we all did that. But then, at the same time, it was just like, wow, we kind of just sat back and just,
dude, crash. Like, here's the thing. This is the best part about it. Like this whole situation. And I'm not going to hype on it because I'm going to talk about something else. But
yeah,
like, dude, no one even was sitting there going, hey, those pictures look familiar. Maybe, nobody was saying, they were just, oh man, this is awesome. So at that point, right, let's just be real. At that point, nobody was questioning. Nobody was going, hey, arms crossed. Wait, those look traced. Those look drawn. No, nobody was saying anything. They were just whatever. If somebody would have come out, if dumb fuck would have come out and just been like, so yes, that's what we did, out of respect to the artists that have drawn them before. That's the only way we could do this in a manageable time. Like otherwise, dude, we would be drawing nonstop. Like it takes a long time to create a comic. It's not, and so
especially a motion comic. Yeah,
exactly. So just come out, literally say that. Say, yeah, nobody. First off, it was a non-issue. Nobody even brought it up. So why would you have to feel like you defend yourself and actually blatantly say, oh, it's none of that Jim Lee stuff. Like we did our own stuff. Like, no, I mean, dude, that's how like somebody is not only a pathological liar, but honestly doesn't know like how to really talk to people. Because they're at the end of the day, that was the biggest fuck up that dude did, because he didn't have to say, if he wouldn't have done that, I don't think anybody would have given him, it would have been bad.
The issue wasn't the tracing. It was the issue of like saying it was 100% going to be original. That's where
it was like, dude,
just foot, pistol, boom,
Right. And it's like, and he did that because guess what? He probably thought, and I don't know this for a fact. I can look at stupid people and realize the fuck ups they're about to make. What I think he was realizing, or what he thought was going to happen, was that somebody like me, okay, let's be real, even though I had been quiet about the situation, the moment that somebody like me would have gotten that information and found out, I would have fucking just run with it. I would have done something with it. Yeah. So what he wanted to do is try to get in front of that, to where all of a sudden now, if I came out, because if he said it's not traced, it's not Jim Lee, and I come out and I point it out, guess what? I'm a fucking bully, and that now everybody's not going to even pay attention to that. They're just going to think that I'm talking shit about this whole situation because I'm not involved.
Yeah.
So it deters everybody from looking at the real issue and going, oh, well, Garza's just picking on him, so we need to do that. And guess what? At that point in time, I was getting over my illness, so I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So all he did was just went, well, fuck, I planned for that situation to happen. Now it's not happening. I need to come out ahead just in case it comes out and somebody attacks me. Well,
and then all of a sudden he just like dive bombed the whole thing, and that's what was kind of shitty about it. It was like
he left everybody high and dry, man. What a fucking punk, man.
I know, that was, and it was sad too, because like I said, I was talking to other people involved, and it was as much as I was going, okay, so what happened right here? Well, I was trying to get the skinny on a lot of things, but at the same time, I'm going, we warned you. As soon as
I heard who was involved, I was like, oh, fuck that. I don't give a shit then. Like, I'm like, let's be real, that person in that group have had fucking plenty. Look, dude. Nobody's even sitting there going, oh, well, Steppenwolf, is Steppenwolf going to be in Ayer cut? He's in the Ayer cut because he was working on with Void Studios? Yeah. Where the fuck is everybody coming at that shit? Like, dude, that was Seriously. May of 2020, okay?
Oh, no, I'm still getting people going like, so wait, so Steppenwolf's not going to be in the Ayer cut? I mean, because after what's happened today, and I even saw people even post like I don't know who drew it up, but it looks like concept art of Steppenwolf in the Ayer cut. And I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that.
And that was where everything started out with the beef, because I came out and I said, that's not true. That's not what's happening. I don't know if the studio is working on Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I know that Steppenwolf is not in the Ayer cut. So I don't know where people are getting that. And then that was the paradigm right there. Just
I think it's weird because, I remember a while ago, I hit up my source to Zach before I could actually, talk to the man himself. But I remember asking, I was like, so what's happening with this whole Steppenwolf thing? Because there's something like, I think this was before those guys even showed up, but there was speculation that was already brewing up. See, and I almost think like when it comes to these gentlemen, they were watching from the outside for a bit and seeing what was out there. And that was one of the things they're like, okay, and then we'll do the Ben Affleck Batman thing, because I mean, how many times did that fucking get posted? It's still getting posted by other people.
Literally, he signed. Remember when he signed the contract?
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, you signed a contract like 7 times.
Exactly. And that's the beautiful thing is what they tried to do and obviously failed to do because they just assumed that all these scoopers and look, you and I, we're not scoopers. It's just we happen to know some information at some point, and that's it. Like I'm not literally trying to go in and fucking find out certain shit. Like, dude, whatever. I don't give a shit. But what they wanted to do is they went, okay, well, I see these people getting notoriety off of things that they could be potentially speculating, or they could be like kind of seeing ahead and just guesstimating. So what we're going to do is we're going to take those guesses and we're going to use them for ourselves, but just claim them because why? I mean, who cares? Like, you know, it's ironically, they only knew about Zack Snyder shit that you and I or Steven and fucking everybody would talk about.
Yeah.
Like,
what was funny about the Ben Affleck thing was like, yeah, it's like that's a 50-50 thing. It's like he's either going to like do it or he's not. So like they were banking, they were literally playing, you know, they went up to the roulette table and just bet on red or black kind of thing. And when he signed up for Flashpoint or the Flash movie, I remember like all of a sudden it was like boom. And I realized, you know what was funny about that though? The main person who came was like expecting us to apologize and blah 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 was one of what's his name's burner accounts that I found out.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
it was just funny. It's funny how all the burner accounts that would like attack me all deactivated too.
All deactivated, right?
Yeah, they're all deactivated now. Oh,
yeah.
Where did they go? What happened? Oh, you don't have shit to talk about anymore? Oh,
yeah.
Ooh, my fault, man. You fucked up big time, man. Like you fucked up when you have to delete your burner accounts. You get what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's bad.
That is fucking horrible. Be like, dude, you are fucking pathetic. And I'm so glad. Like I said, I almost feel like I don't even need to do anything. Really.
Dude, it's almost like it's the scene at the end of Dark Knight when Lucius Fox like types his name and everything's he just burned the whole fucking thing down. Everything.
It was like a baptism of bullshit just going away. Like, oh my god, like dude, I don't ever see any bullshit on the timeline anymore. There's no more this or that or blah blah blah. It's just so
kind of been nice, huh?
Yeah, it's been real nice, man. Like, dude, I'm so thankful. I'm so glad that they fucked up. And here's to you, fucking dumb fucks.
Yeah,
for just being who you really are and being that kind of fucking special, man. I really truly appreciate it. I didn't have to do a fucking thing.
Cheers, man.
But anyway, you know what I started watching recently, and I've just been so fascinated about it. And I was kind of thinking about it, you know, like since this is, you know. Technically, yeah, we'll talk about the Ayer cut, but this is me and your stream, okay?
Yeah.
So, you know, I started watching Big Love recently, rewatching it. You know what Big Love is, right?
Is that one with Bill Paxton?
Yeah.
Okay, where he has like 4 wives, right? I didn't watch it, but I heard about it.
Dude, it's so fucking amazing. Like,
is it? Because
it's so like there's stuff that happens in it. It's very like family oriented, obviously, but there's like the amount of acting, the actresses that are playing the wives, the way that they portray themselves and the way that they show off these little emotions, it's like on point. Like if this was like real life, this is how things would be. And I can't get enough of this fucking show, man. I've watched it several times, but
I'll have to check it out. How many seasons were there?
There's 5.
5. That's right.
It hasn't ended, like it, you know, some seasons will, you know, they got cut off or something like that. But this one has an ending where it's you're like, oh, okay, well.
God, man, I miss Bill Paxton. No,
and it's legit. Like I can imagine, like I wouldn't be able to. I know, you know, guys are always like, oh yeah, I can have multiple girls and all that. No, dude, not if they were all not if they knew about each other and you were cohabitate. Like, dude,
no way.
It would be a lot of work, and on top of that, having kids and just like, dude.
And it's based on like a certain religion, right?
Well, so it's Mormonism, but it's
Mormonism,
like so you know Joseph Smith and Brigham Young, you know, back 1800s or whatever. So they were calling Joseph Smith the prophet, right? Whenever they were bringing this new religion out, I think it was I forgot what it was called, but they were like, okay, well, you know, Joseph Smith was the prophet, and so from like 1850 to 1905, they were practicing polygamy, and the whole idea behind it is. The man, you know, obviously the women can only have 1 child basically per year.
Yeah.
But a male can have multiple kids throughout that year just because. But so the whole idea was the more family you had, the one you can have more hands to work on it. You know, you had a farm or something. But also, like in the eternal life, the bigger family you would have, the better it would be to be in heaven. You know, all your relatives, all your siblings, and all that stuff, and they could take care. You know, if anybody needs a hand with anything, you know, they can go ahead and do that. So, well, in 1905, 1906, I believe, the U.S. I mean, they say no, you can't do that. They break away from that, so it's illegal to have multiple wives. Which, I mean, I get it, right?
Yeah.
But it's not illegal to have sex with another person that's not your wife while you're married. So,
yeah,
you know, so what they did was polygamy is kind of looked down upon. But the main reason why it's looked down upon, I don't know if you remember, like several years ago, I think it was in California. No, not California. Maybe it was like Utah or Reno.
probably Utah.
You know, like those like compounds that they had, like, you know, the girls with the fucking long dresses and the braided hair, and you know, they look, you know, almost like they all look related, but they're not. So, like those big compounds that practice this polygamy, they're like having these 80, 75-year-old men marrying like 15, 16-year-olds. So it's that was looked down upon. But in some ways in this, like in the show, like, yeah, they're polygamous, but they're not that way. Like they're all close and they live in Nolan neighborhood, but it's just because they have to like keep everything hidden. You know what I mean? So they're like all these dynamics of how the main husband and the main wife have to hide versus, you know, their neighbors, all that shit. And it's just so, it's like not necessarily anxiety, but it's just like I couldn't imagine, like if I had 3 wives right now,
No,
I could only really publicly be with my first wife.
Oh, your mic turned off. Weird. Just went and then it muted. I swear to God, I didn't mute you. That's weird. Here, hold on a sec. Let me see. Yep, there it goes.
No, I just hit the button. I don't know.
Weird.
I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
Magic trick.
Yeah, stupid computer. But yeah, no. So like they have to keep everything hidden, but the other 2 wives, obviously.
I did it again. What hit the hell? Uh-oh. Now you might have hit the wire. Not working. Test. I can't hear you. Boop, boop. Try it again. No? Can't hear you. It's not on my end, I don't think. No. Oh, boy. Interesting. Yeah, I know. It's somebody said light cast snipers. Jeez. What the heck? All right. Try something. He's trying something right now. Man, the Mormons. Yeah, that's right. Because you're there you go.
Yeah, that's
you got it.
Anyways, no. So like a lot of those Mormons, they're going through, you know, they got to keep themselves hidden, but you also have other polygamists that are like, what, you know, they're open about it, but they're also like trying to hide. It's almost like Waco situation happening. It's just like it's weird how there's like a certain community, but there's so what happened was the Mormon community basically split. So one side, they're like called LDS, so they're like Latter-day Saints or of Jesus Christ or something.
Those guys, yeah,
they're all about, you know, single marriage, monogamy. They look down on polygamy. They just like, I mean, shun it. And then the other side is all about polygamy. They don't care about the other side. You get what I mean? So, but I couldn't imagine.
No, I couldn't. Yeah, just to even think about that. And then, like you said, it's not even. I mean, obviously, it was like when you think about something like that, and you think about somebody maybe having like a, you know, dating multiple. That's one thing. It's like you're doing that, but
responsible, like,
yeah, but actually married and they're all aware and the way. I mean, that's what I've always wanted to get into that show, just to see how it kind of plays out. Not to mention a little bit Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton is literally. This is probably one of his greatest performances.
Is it? See, yeah,
so good in the show. Like you believe, like, you know, you believe all this is happening. Like there's no. Even though it's kind of like, dude, like it's almost crazy to think of, but then like all of a sudden Netflix, like I just saw this thing. It was called Mormons Murdering Mormons. It was something like that, where like back in the 80s or whatever, like there was a couple people that were like head of the church or something. They were like taking out people because their like scriptures and all that stuff started to come to light about like maybe their whole gospel was a little different than what they originally thought. So then, you know, it's like this documentary on Netflix about Mormons killing Mormons. It's like,
Jesus.
Like and that's how the show is. Like there's a couple of people in here that like, they're Mormons, but dude, they'll like mess you up if
God.
if you get in their way, dude. It's pretty intense. And it's also like kind of like a Game of Thrones thing where Bill Paxton's character, his grandfather was supposed to be the quote unquote prophet of this church. And the prophet now, who was like there, I mean, it wasn't, anybody, it was just like a friend of his. I guess they go out one night to like take a drive and he takes them out and only the other guy comes back. So then he kind of usurps his prophecy or whatever.
Jeez.
And then kicks out Bill Paxton's, character and all that. And then like that guy, the main guy, has a daughter who Bill Paxton's character marries, but it's his second wife. It's like a whole freaking
5 seasons, right?
Yeah, 5 seasons. But
that sounds like it's perfect right there. 5 seasons.
Yeah, exactly. And then you just kind of see you're just like, Jesus, man. Like it's a pretty legit. I think it's a legit show and it feels real because there's real stuff like this that happens. But it's Utah. You're closer to Utah than I am, I think.
Jeez. I know. I've always wanted to like go there just to see what it's like, but because I know like when it comes to drinking at a bar, they have specific rules when it comes to I don't know.
Well, their religion, they can't have beer or they can't have alcohol, caffeine.
Anything, really. A lot of that stuff. So I guess if you go to a bar, you have to they only serve like a certain kind of beer. Like they can't be above this. I don't know. I've heard different things when it comes to like going to Salt Lake City. Like you can actually order a drink, but I don't know. There's just weird things like they don't have like a beer that doesn't have this much alcohol because that's against the rule. I don't know.
Isn't that wild though? Like
it is. It's
I
interesting.
will say this though. I'm on Tinder, obviously. So I changed my location to like Salt Lake City. Just to check, just to like mess
see what happens. Yeah.
Just to look because I was curious,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, some if they're Mormon or not, I don't know, but they were really hot. So I don't.
Yeah,
there was
they're deprived.
Yeah. I was like, wow, dude, because a lot of those guys, they go on after school and into college. They go on missions for a couple of years. So which is cool. Like it's good. That's their religion. That's fair. I'm not gonna hate on the religion, but no, I mean they're gone, so it's perfect time to just
swoop in and be like, hey.
I'm not Mormon, but I will consider maybe.
Yeah. You want to convert me? Convert me.
The other kind of Mormonism, what I mean?
Just convert me over here.
Yeah, but isn't the Grand Canyon is Utah? No, or
is it? I don't even know where the Grand Canyon is. I was thinking, which state is it in? Is it in Utah or is it in? I always thought like for some reason I was thinking always Arizona, but I don't even know.
I think like Mount Rushmore is in Montana.
Yeah.
Right. Which is like the only thing you could say about Montana. I don't whatever.
A lot smaller than it actually looks. I mean, I've never been there, but it's Arizona. Okay. So Scott, thank you, Scott.
It's Arizona. Okay.
Yeah. I was about to say, I thought it was, because I think
something with red rocks. Okay.
Yeah. I think I always love what Joe Rogan always said about the the Grand Canyon. He's all, why are you looking at that? Look up. Look up. You're looking at a ditch. You can see the bottom. Look at all those stars up there. How is that not like crazy? And I just love the fact that he's like, you're looking at a ditch.
That would be beautiful though.
Yeah. Well, he jokes around about it. That was like one of his bits, but he also says, "Oh no, it's cool. It's cool. It was just a joke because he deals with the psychedelics a lot, so he's always looking out at the stars. He's all on the UFO shit, so naturally, he had to make
that. So
whatever. No, but okay. So when it comes to like trailers or anything, are you working on anything? What's going on?
So I've been busy, man. I've been doing some new stuff, not any technology wise, but just on my personal and stuff. So like I've
South Dakota is Mount Rushmore too.
I'm bullshit. That was Montana.
Yeah, some the people are saying South Dakota.
No, dude. You know what, Scott? I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
It's not Scott. Yeah, Scott's saying that, and so is a lot of other people. No, I think they're right. Actually, I think it's not Montana.
Okay. Montana.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, why you got to do that to me, man? Like, dude, it's
we
my
failed
night.
we failed geography right here, man.
Like, God,
Scott's gonna come in here and give us an F. And
dude, it's my night. He could have at least waited 40 minutes when we're not talking about it. You know what I mean?
He's gonna be like F. Give me a D- at least, because I did say Arizona for the Grand Canyon, so maybe a C-. There you go. No, but yeah, what are you working on? Like, what are you? Doing?
No, well, so it's not like I'm working on anything. I started something else that I'm hoping will help me out, and then like I mentioned this to I want to say I talked to Ben. I want to say that I mentioned this on our latest episode, by the way, but it's just something I've always planned on doing, but I just never really, I always made excuses about my leg being in the motorcycle accident and all that.
Yeah.
I think I'm over that now, and so I'm like, you know what, I'm probably gonna do. I'm gonna start training because I'm gonna get into the police academy.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. So just kind of working on those things and figuring out what I need to do, and here and all. I mean, I have some connections here. Like obviously my technically father-in-law. I mean, he was commander of Austin. So
nice.
Yeah. So I mean, he was like, as soon as I talked to him about it,
and that was always something you wanted to get into, or what?
Yeah, it always has been. I just never,
pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
Fun.
Figuratively and literally now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm like, whatever. But so I've been doing that, and then working on something else that's hopefully that'll just take away that I'll be able to have free time to do some more trailers, because obviously I wanted to, but I've kind of I will the Suicide Squad. I don't know what any of you guys thought about it.
It's been mixed out there. I mean, I did not love it or hate it. I liked it. Enjoyable. That was me.
Absolutely enjoyable.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, now granted, yeah, I would love to see David Ayer's cut.
Of course.
But that film, like the Suicide Squad, that was dude, that was such a good film. Like no bullshit. I'm not, and I remember 2018 when I found out that James Gunn was going to do it, and I was pissed off, and I was like, it's nothing about his directing or anything like that. It's just the things that he said and did. And
yeah.
But then again, I was like, I'm not going to judge the movie based on those tweets, because I always said that if those tweets were all and nothing ever comes out from that, like if there's no investigation, there's no anybody trying to say anything about it, like, oh well, those weren't jokes, no, then you know what? Then shame on him. He shouldn't have done that. But if he literally, because to my knowledge, I don't know, but nobody has ever come out and been like, no, those tweets were real because that's what he was doing and this is what he was doing and here's the facts. No, it was okay, dude. I get it. He didn't know. I mean, yeah, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know. I don't care. He's obviously not going to do that again.
It's such a slippery slope, because I get it. And I know there's other stuff that's, come out. And then of course he hosted, there's a thing that he apparently hosted a party, and there's that. And I'm like, okay, I get that. I'm just still waiting for the shit to the hammer to come down, because it's funny because there's a lot of people that will be doing all this and talking about especially with the movie coming out, but then they'll go and praise the X-Men movies that Bryan Singer did. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's
the weirdest thing. It's like, dude, if you don't, how Bryan Singer is, no, you don't, because nobody's really come out and said it, even though he's been charged.
Yeah. And it sounds like it was, it's more legit than anything, because he's kind of in hiding now and kind of.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So with James, it's like, dude, nobody's come out and been like, no, that's how he is.
Yeah.
It's been like, okay, that happened. Maybe it was frowned upon. Good, got it. But nothing's come out since then. And so it's like, well, I mean, I can't fault the guy, but he also made an amazing film that, let's be real, I really do wish I would have seen it in theaters first, because dude, the camera work, I mean,
dude, it was shot so beautifully. The cinematography was
music,
excellent.
God damn, dude. I was thoroughly impressed. Me and Avery were watching it and we were laughing our ass off, but also dude, I mean, now that it's been some time, dude, seeing the beginning, I had always made my mind up. I was like, well, obviously half of them are going to die.
Yeah.
I just wasn't expecting it to happen like that. And I was like, holy shit, dude.
I know, poor Boomer. Damn.
I know, but you know what? He went out like a champ though, dude. If you're gonna go out.
He got some good kills in there, you know. He did. But then it was just like, I was like, oh, it's gonna happen, and then all of a sudden it did, and it's just. But then I did like the twist.
Like his stuff.
Yeah, I did like the twist of, oh wait, there's two groups. You know, that was a cool little twist because you know the whole time I was, you know, watching the trailers, I'm thinking, okay, is it going to be two different missions? Right. But I mean, what I really like the fact is it's just this mission and the whole movie is this.
Right. Because
you know, there was no side, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking, okay, that mission was going to fail. And so that's why the second mission was going to go and try to rescue Harley.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's what it felt like. Yeah. That's what I thought too. Yeah.
And so to see like, oh, okay, like the fact, and that is classic Waller, like, dude, talk about a fucking comic accurate, like, of course Waller would be like, yeah, we're probably going to need to back up on this.
Yeah.
You know, situation.
She's all, I'm expecting these people to fucking get offed or something.
And then you get, you know, it's something small, and it's the same thing that could have happened with Aquaman and even Wonder Woman 84. Like, fuck, all you need to do is write something small in the script that ties back to something. It could be vague. Who cares? But the fact that Boomerang was like, you got yourself arrested again because guess what? In Suicide Squad, she gets broken out.
Yeah.
And then in Birds of Prey, she's not in prison anymore. So just by that little line of you got yourself arrested again is clearly going, all right, those two movies are part of it because she was arrested at first. She wasn't arrested in her second movie. Now she's arrested in this movie.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, talk about a simple fucking easy line that just goes, all right, it's part of it. It's canon, technically. But goddamn, dude, how great would it have been like to see Superman show up? Like,
I know, that's what that was always your prediction, was like Superman showing up, which yes, I totally would have been on board with that, especially since you hear about Bloodsport putting him into the ICU. You know, just for him to show up would have been pretty damn sweet. He just
that would have been like fucking monumental, dude, because like and I think it could have happened if maybe there wasn't so much, you know, controversy on it or whatever, but like imagine, because I feel like Gunn would have done this, like where he would have made him show up and maybe even like had half of his fucking face shaved and the other half like with a mustache or something, where he's like, you know, he just showed up and he's like,
oh my God. There would have been some kind of joke maybe about the mustache.
Sorry. Like, oh, I didn't mean to show up, but you caught me in the middle. Obviously, this is important. You know, something like that, right? Like
I was in the middle of shaving.
Yeah. And I had to come.
It would have been good.
It would have been on point because not only would that have been meta, that would have been literally making fun of the theatrical cut without really saying anything about it.
Yeah, no, that would have been interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was really impressed with what Gunn did. And dude, let's be real. Harley was the best in this one. I mean,
dude, I will. I mean, like again, we haven't seen Ayer's cut.
Yeah.
You know, for sure in his full, you know, the full thing. So I mean, obviously, but yeah, I mean, I will admit, I did really dig like what she, you know, I mean, that scene of hers, she's got the favorite scene in the movie, when she just starts fucking up like that guy's army. I mean, first off, when he's like he's kind of just like letting her know things, and then all of a sudden she just shoots him. It was just like,
I mean, dude, that is Harley. Yeah.
And then she explains why she did it. It's just like, yeah, you're insane. Yeah, we get it. And then she just fucking goes crazy on all. And that, you know, and I thought, and another thing too that I brought up, even I think, my spoiler discussion was, and I think we talked about it on here too, was the fact that, I mean, James Gunn did bring the element of when Harley is kicking a lot of ass, we are now seeing what she is seeing, because Birds of Prey, when she's in the police station and she's fucking everybody up and all the colors and the smoke, that was supposed to represent like how she's looking at it. Gunn did that with the whole flowers thing. And I thought, cool. I mean, they're keeping that. So, you know, anybody who's kind of wondering, like, you know, is it canon or is it still going? I was like, yeah, I mean, you had two different directors kind of use that whole idea of we're seeing her in her head right now. And I actually like that in Birds of Prey too, actually.
Yeah, I know that whole, you know, and it was interesting on how, if you really look at the film itself, right? I mean, you have all these people essentially that are like kind of normal. Like they're not like fucking meta humans, right? But the only person that's really like somebody that could really fuck you up, like at the end of the day, is Ratcatcher, because of what she could do. Like she could summon these fucking rats. And so when I'm watching the ending and I'm like, holy shit, I never even thought of, like, I was just, okay. I mean, because at that point you go, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's,
Yeah, really like Ratcatcher. I didn't like the backstory flashbacks. I was not a fan. Taka, yeah, I wasn't a fan. It just felt like it was, I don't know. It just felt out of place. Felt a little jarring. I don't know when they were. I mean, I like the fact that of course she's going to talk about her backstory, and I like when they're on the bus and the way that kind of showed that. But at the same time, I don't know. I just wasn't digging it too much. I wasn't digging, even when it came to Bloodsport and the daughter thing and how it kind of came back around, like, oh yeah, remember the daughter? Oh yeah, she's gonna see him on TV somehow. Yeah. And I was just kind of like, really, you're gonna do that cliche thing? I wasn't digging it.
Yeah, no. I wish we would have seen like Nanoe, like more of him, like just because.
Yeah.
Like or like how he even got, like that would have been cool if they showed us like
more backstory of him. Yeah.
Yeah, or just like how did he even get caught? Like
yeah.
That
would have been because I mean, like, you're a big shark. I'm like, how you get a freak? How did they catch him?
Yeah, like
who caught him?
Obviously, regular bullets can't penetrate him. So, like, you're telling me he got tranked or something? Like, how did I would have?
Yeah, that would have been cool to see. That would have been cool to see.
Some backstory about Nanoe on, just something like, and also that would have been how badass it had been. So, okay, if Gunn was. Obviously, he was respectful for Ayer. So instead of having Batman or Flash show up again, dude, if he would have had Aquaman fucking show up, like,
if he would have got him, that would have been interesting.
That'd have been badass, right? Just to be like,
that would have been perfect.
Yeah, just like a little something, just like they did in the Suicide Squad or in Ayer's cut. Like, dude, that would have been, but we can't. I mean, he probably was making this movie knowing the fact that, okay, well, I don't know if the Snyder Cut's going to come out, so who knows what's going to happen? But
I mean, that's one of the things. Like, even thinking about it is like, I mean, obviously this was going to be a normal length movie. Obviously, if it was going to be like another 4 hours or a streaming series, then you can actually do that. You can actually get a lot of that. But obviously it's like, all right, which characters get the most backstory? It's like, all right, we already established Harley, but she's going to have a little subplot. Obviously, they had to do that. It's like, all right, Bloodsport's going to get it, even though, we're coming to find out that was like a last minute thing. Because I think, like, at first they probably wanted to bring back Will Smith because why not? It's fucking Will Smith. Yeah, but then they're like, well, what about Deathstroke? We saw the behind the scenes images where, and like the concept art had Deathstroke in the place of Bloodsport. So when that didn't happen, then it was like, all right, well, let's bring in this character. Obviously, they got a great actor. I mean, and it all worked out. I just think, like, I like the scene between the daughter and him back and forth. It's funny, they're just fuck you, and it's a funny scene. But then it was just, and then when it came back around, I went, oh yeah, the daughter, and then it was just, oh yeah, you're gonna do that cliche thing where she sees him on TV.
Well, but if you actually think about it, so like you could have taken that out and it still would have flowed.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't need it.
Amazing, because I never watched the film and I went, this feels, you could tell the edit. Like, I couldn't tell the editing. Like, it wasn't. I wasn't looking at it going, oh man, this looks chopped up, or they needed more time. Like, the movie fits the it fits the story exactly.
Yeah, it's 100% Gunn.
Yeah, and
there's no fuckery.
I can respect that, man.
Yeah, there's no fuckery, and I think my second favorite scene, which is actually, close to being the first, is when Bloodsport and Peacemaker are just going back and forth showing off. Dude, that's gold. That seems gold.
God damn, the fact that he was just like, God damn it, that's right. I'm like, yes, that's exactly how you be. Like, yeah, it's only badass if I forget what he says, and he's just like, damn, that's true.
Yeah, it's just going back and forth, and then just little subtle things. Cena was hilarious when it came to stuff like that.
And there's also a point in that, with the whole Flag situation where you realize, okay, yeah, this guy really is based off the comedian, because Flag basically says it like it's all a joke. Like,
it's all a joke. Oh yeah, that was. If anybody, I wish somebody would actually ask Gunn that. Maybe they will later on. Is like, hey, was that like a little something, a little Watchmen? What's going on with that? And he probably would be like, yeah, I pulled that from that, because that did seem like it.
Well, yeah, because Peacemaker is based off of
the comedian.
I'm sorry, the comedian is based off Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, whatever. Sorry.
Yeah, and so because if you really think about, like, his whole action and all that, like you wouldn't have been able to tell that, okay, this guy is based off the comedian or the comedian's based off this guy. But when that situation happens and he's doing what he feels is right, because, whatever. And then, Flag is just like, this is all a joke. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like I get, like, I got it, man. I was just like, damn, that was a good scene.
That was a good scene because a lot of people were that fight between Peacemaker and Flag shot the way it was shot, like you see it just like they just zoomed on the helmet and you're just seeing them fight through the reflection of the helmet. That was like, I went, oh, okay, that's a good.
Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh shit, dude. Like that's cool. It's cool because that's something that you don't really see a lot. Like, okay, well, they're obviously trained to do that fight as far as like, you didn't see the cuts. That was the beautiful thing I loved about this film is that it wasn't
a bunch of fucking shaky cam and stuff.
No shaky cam cuts or anything. And really, it's because he had everything on a steady cam. Yeah. And dude, that it showed what you could do without having Kevin Feige and the Marvel, world on top. Because let's be real. There's nothing like extremely bad. Like maybe there was one thing in nudity when the guy gets shot, but it's kind of played off really quick and you don't see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, when I know that's what it was funny when everybody's of course all getting huffy puffy about things. I forgot what was the big thing that people got huffy puffy about, and I'm like, God damn, what was it? I totally forgot. But I was just kind of going like, there's like no female, there was all male nudity pretty much. Like you pretty much
one shot was Mel and that was it.
Yeah, and then of course you had John Cena's whitey tighties, and I'm going,
and you also had the girl, the secretary, walk up. She had big tits.
Oh, that's what it was. People were making a stink about the secretary and her bouncing boobies, and I'm going,
what happens if you have those kind of titties? I don't know. Like that's what happens.
And then it's funny too because that actress showed up to the premiere wearing less than she wore in the movie, which was funny. Oh yeah, you should look it up. She's she's pretty good looking. But then of course the whole thing was like if Zack Snyder did that, and I'm like, okay, dude, we get that. Yeah, that totally would have been. We totally agree with that. But let's not throw another director in. I just hate that whole thing. It's like, well, if so and so did it, I'm like, yeah, but so and so didn't do it. So don't act like the people that would do it to him.
What was funny is that like even Avery, she'll comment on things if she feels like it, but for the most part, she doesn't really comment. But on that scene, she was like, okay. And I was like, she didn't say anything about John Cena or the fucking naked dude. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it was just, whatever. She sees those and she's like, oh, okay. Like
bouncing boobies.
Yeah. I'd rather it be that way than her just be like fucking topless or something. Like,
it's true. But at the same time, it just seemed very, very. But I don't know. People want to get mad about everything, but when it came to like Star Wars, I thought that was dude, it was cool.
He was. Let's be real. That was a legit. I loved how it was just like us Americans fucking with him. Like, it's our fault. Like
it's a nice little
taking photos and shit. Like, that sounds like us, man.
But I know when they show like the footage and like he's like strapped in and they're all like posing with him, and then he's just like, "Oh, you guys didn't know I could do this one little thing," and then all of a sudden just it just shoots out the little Star Wars, and then you're fucked. Sorry.
Yeah. Now I will say though, watching the Suicide Squad and really even with today, dude, at least the haircut got 250,000.
It's over 300.
Yeah, it's over 300. Like.
Over 300.
And like, let's be real. I know there were certain
let's go
people that wanted to try to do this on the day of the release of the Suicide Squad. And
sadly,
if you knew, like, if I had known that I was doing something and I have a director fucking contact me when he doesn't need, like, dude, let's be real. Dude, director doesn't need to come up to you about a 5-year-old fucking movie and tell you, hey, real quick, I get that you guys are passionate. Can we just hold off for maybe a week out of respect?
Yeah, to show some respect. And of course, that's asking for too much.
Imagine having the fucking ego going, fuck you. I want them to release your movie so bad that I'm gonna listen to not you but myself, and I'm gonna still fucking do it. I don't give a shit what you have to say. I still want to see your movie, but fuck you.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty ridiculous, but luckily, like most people were just kind of going, "Hey, let's wait till next week." And then everybody today went buck wild, and it's over 300,000 right now. I don't see it on my trending like sidebar right as of right now. I don't know the exact number, but the teacher is in, Mr. Scott McFarland. What is up, sir?
God damn it, dude.
Release the haircut.
Oh, look at that. That's a custom made.
No, this was the New York Comic-Con exclusive. 2016, 2017. Yeah, because it even says the Joker, and in parentheses on the box said grenade.
That's right.
Wow.
I mean, it's so weird to me when they still release the pops for things that aren't in the movie.
I know.
Explain that to me.
Nah, that doesn't even make sense.
He's even got the grenade that you see in the I started a joke trailer.
Yeah, and he bites it.
Yeah.
But see, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, I know. What's so funny about that, though, is I think it's just because as they're making these movies, I mean, when you watch, I mean, especially there's, that great Netflix series, The Toys That Made Us. I don't know if you guys have watched that.
I have watched. I've heard a lot about it.
Oh, it's so good because you really dive into the toy making business. And when it comes to, I hope they do an episode on Batman toys, like the Batman movies, because a lot of those are like, what the hell? I mean, I think we even kind of went down that road. The Batman Returns toys were totally like,
just
what happened here?
Whoa.
I'm like, Penguin is comic book accurate. Looks nothing like DeVito Penguin. By the way, apparently Danny DeVito is going to be writing a
yes. There's a Villains Anniversary book coming out in November. He's writing the Penguin story that's going to be it's like an 80-page giant.
That's awesome. I like that, especially after Batman '89. And
it's got a Bermejo cover that looks gorgeous.
Yeah, that's right. God.
Hey, Scotty, have you started school yet? You get your class?
Yeah. So this was my. I had kids starting Tuesday.
God damn. Oh yeah, my daughter just started.
Yeah, everything's all. I mean, I was driving around after I got off work, and it was like 3:50, about 4:00, and I'm seeing like kids just walking around, school buses, and I went, "This wasn't like this last year, obviously because of certain things." And it was just interesting. It was interesting seeing kids backpacks walking around.
Oh, I'm exhausted. I was actually going to go see a movie tonight, and I just went, no.
Free Guy? You're going to see Free Guy?
I was going to go see Free Guy. Yeah, it was going to be like at 11 o'clock, and I'm sorry. I was just like, after this week.
Yeah, you would have passed out.
I would have. Like, I even went and got like at 6:30, I got like a coffee with an espresso shot going, okay, pre-gaming, let's do this. And then I was just like, no, I don't feel like it. And I missed last week because I was watching the Suicide Squad for the second time, and then Tim and I ended up recording our review like 9 a.m. so we could get it out by Saturday night. So because I did get to see the Suicide Squad in IMAX on Thursday night.
Oh, nice!
Oh, God, it looked gorgeous on IMAX.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it in IMAX, but I saw it on a big screen, and
I saw it on my TV. It's a big screen, so
I mean, I know when I watched it, when I put it on again, I went, you know what, it's got good rewatch value. I mean, I can't say the same thing about Birds of Prey. It seems like Birds of Prey.
You, dude.
I know, but I'm just saying, like I tried to give it another chance, and I went, some things
get off your high horse, okay?
Sure. I'll tell you this. Heather watched it Sunday night, so I actually ended up watching it like 3 times last weekend because I saw it Thursday night in IMAX. Nice. Saw it Friday night because Tim and I always like to do. We have a sort of a rule now that like we watch a movie 2 times before we review it, and then Sunday night, Heather and I, we got the kids to bed, and we were like, "You want to watch Suicide Squad?" And she was like, "Sure." So we watched it, and she did the same thing she always does, like with like Deadpool. She starts laughing at the inappropriate stuff because it's supposed to be funny, but then she goes, "Sorry." I'm like, "No, you're supposed to be laughing at this. Like it's okay.
It's perfectly fine.
You're doing it right. You're
doing this right. Like this is what you're supposed to be doing." The gore got to her by the end, though.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Especially like when Thinker buys it.
Oh,
she kind of went.
Yeah. He gets
I
pulled
mean,
apart.
he definitely didn't hold back on that fucking, violence. But
No, of course. I mean, that's what we were expecting, though.
Yeah, that's really the whole. I mean, that's the probably main reason why it's hard. I mean, obviously,
language. Yeah.
Language.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Ray told me that you guys needed me last week because apparently the whole idea of like the charlatan characters that were used for Watchmen, like you need, like someone's like, "Where's Scott?"
Oh yeah, he needs to like. We need a reference here.
Did you hear the reference that I was saying? That's like, as
no, the whole Peacemaker, what a joke, because
Yeah.
Peacemaker is the prototype for the comedian.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
because the other ones are like Captain Atom is the prototype for Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Blue Beetle is the prototype for Night Owl.
Well, and the question is the prototype
Rorschach. Absolutely,
Rorschach.
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like it's cool to think about those characters, but also how fucking gritty Alan Moore wrote those characters compared to like, I mean, because if you were to look at Comedian and Peacemaker, you'd be like, no, they're
not alike. What are you talking
about? Not at all.
Yeah.
Right, but if that's who they're based on, okay, cool. And then that one line, I was like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, yeah, I feel like that was a play because he didn't act like the comedian. He wasn't like the comedian at all. He just, whatever. And then that line, I was like, dude, that's pretty like on the nose if you're gonna say
what a joke. Yeah, I know. No, and the fact that it was right on Flag's face. I mean, come on. Yeah.
I mean,
it was meant for that.
The only thing they were missing was a little blood splatter. That would have been legit, right? Like if he had like a blood splatter on his helmet or something, like.
True. Well, he had blood on his little. Okay, so he had his little. What is that? I mean, that's supposed to be. What's his? I mean, it's supposed to be what? It's a bird on his chest, right? Like,
it's a dove.
It's a dove.
For peace.
For peace. Yeah. Okay. So he had a little blood on that, and I almost thought like people were pointing out like there's like a representation of like that in the whole, because let's face it, there's some birds throughout this whole movie. Oh yeah. I like the fact that Savant, showed up at the beginning, and it was a canary, and it was like, all right, you guys, there's that. You guys get what that is, right? Canary, Well,
I didn't know he was a villain of Black Canaries.
Yeah,
right?
Of Birds of Prey. It was in a Gail Simone run, part of that really well-known Gail Simone run of Birds of Prey. I think it was called like Murder and Mystery was the trade, and Savant was like a villain of the Birds of Prey in that run, because Gail Simone even tweeted that out after the movie came out. So there was sort of like those little winks and nods and Easter egg kind of things for things that's like, if people know, they know, and it adds something to the movie. And if you don't know, whatever.
Ask a nerd.
Ask a nerd.
But also, if you don't know, it doesn't
hurt your enjoyment of the film.
Yeah, because it's just,
unless you got a thing for birds, then people.
Well, no, but like even my daughter, like she didn't know, like she had no idea. I mean, she wouldn't have even thought of it being a canary, but she sees the bird. The beginning, she's like, oh, okay. Like, and then whenever he kills it, it's like, oh, well, why did he do that? And then all of a sudden, whenever he dies and you see the canary she's like, oh, now I get why they focus on the bird. And it's like, yeah, I mean, circle of life, I guess, but it's just, little things like that Gunn did that made it, even tying it back. He didn't have to tie anything back to Suicide Squad or Birds of Prey. And, I feel like he paid his respects and did it beautifully than what he didn't have to do it. Like he could have literally just, made a new film. I mean, if you wanted to, apparently.
True. I mean, it's true. I mean that, but it's good that like you said, I think, it was very much his own film. You could just watch it and not even be like, there's people that ask me, do I have to watch the first one? I went, no, you don't have to. I mean, it's not going to be anything.
Film, period.
Yeah.
To watch that.
Yeah, there's not going to be anything that ended with that last one. It's just a couple characters. There's characters that return, and that's about it.
Then though, it's like, okay, well, I mean, if you're watching this film, if you're just watching it, like you're not. They give you the kind of like the background of all the characters again, kind of, right? I mean, not really, but they don't.
You get basically a 5-second version of like what the Suicide Squad is. And then of course that's the fun part, because Ostrander is there as part of that scene, which is great.
Yeah, when he's
So-
sticking it right there. Yeah, I know. That was a
Yeah.
nice little, yeah.
So it's like that made me happy. It's like cool. Like the scene that like explains what the Suicide Squad is. There's
He's
John
the one-
Ostrander. I
creator right
appreciate that.
Yeah.
It was
Also-
the same way like when it was the Ostrander building
Right.
in
Yeah, in
David
the
Ayer's
first one.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm curious though, because obviously we the movie's been out for a while. We could talk about it, but
Oh yeah, we were already talking about it last
Right.
week. We're good.
I was thinking, okay, well, obviously the Peacemaker show is going to be a prequel because obviously
Well,
died.
and I wonder
And then-
about that because when you go to the end credit scene, it's like
he's still alive.
He's still alive, and they even kind of set it up by saying we just need him to save the fucking world.
Yeah.
And I'm almost wondering if Gunn's talking about be a prequel series. Maybe that's a little bit of a misdirection, and that maybe the prequel nature of it is flashbacks.
Yeah, it could
Could
be.
be.
Yeah.
Of like why he's that, and then he ends up doing this big,
Yeah, it was funny because I was texting with Meg after it got over with because I was like, I asked her, I was like, how many post credit? And she was like, well, there's one that's like directly after everything's done, which is just Weasel, just like, oh, he's alive, good for him. Now he's gonna.
I kind of saw that coming, to be honest.
Well, yeah,
with you.
that makes sense because I was like, how did he die that quick? I don't
Yeah.
feel like he died that quick. And even me and Avery were like, I don't think he's dead, but
Yeah, he
whatever.
just had some water in his lungs.
Yeah.
That's all. Good for him. But then, and then she's like, yeah, there's like a mid. And I'm like, all right. And then he was telling her, I was like, how are they gonna do a Peacemaker? And then I immediately, oh, never mind, he's still alive. I'm like, okay, that's okay. So they're probably gonna do a little bit of balance, back and forth, jumping back.
Or
with
they
his
could.
character.
It could be like it opens with him being in a coma, and so he's having flashbacks that way. And then he
True.
wakes up, you know what I mean?
Ooh, not a bad idea. Yeah.
Because then you don't really. I mean, it could be a prequel set into present time.
Yeah,
It's true. Now it's going to be interesting what they do.
So, Dave, I heard you talking about some McFarlands.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
mhm.
sadly did not. I came up empty, but I did, of course, have these three beauties, these three beautiful pops right here.
Yeah, that Superman's really pretty. That McFarland Superman's really pretty. You got there,
shut
man.
up. I know. Oh yeah, you like? Yeah, that's right. I had this up last week, and I thanked you kindly for sending me this. Yes, Scott sent me this because he sends a picture of three McFarland Supermans, and he goes, "Anybody want one?" And
Yeah.
I was like, "Yes, go ahead. I'll Venmo you right now." And sure enough, it
But
is.
yeah,
I love it.
I've actually had a very good week this week. Let me see. What did I see? There's because my entertainment Earth came in. That was the unmasked Batman. That sucker came in.
Okay, so that I'm hearing that's a rare one, huh? Like, or is it the goggles that is like the
It's the,
rare
oh no, just wait.
one? Okay. Of course.
Okay, that's Aquaman. Hold on. Let me see. I got them all right here, of course, because that's what I do. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
This is the rare one where you have to
He's
look
got
really
his goggles
carefully.
on. Yeah.
His goggles are on the top of his head, and his eyes are exposed. This is the platinum. This is the Chase variant.
Gotcha.
Because you can compare it. You can compare it to the normal one. I mean, it's really subtle, where the goggles are actually over his eyes versus on his forehead.
That's crazy. It's funny how they made two different versions that subtle.
Yeah.
And
Well,
yet,
of course-
and there's not like the regular Justice League suit for Batman, right?
I know, and that's that
weird.
gets me. Is like, can I not have the tactical suit?
Yeah, I'm
have
like,
just,
the
like-
tactical suit's cool, but I kind of want the JL suit as
Well,
well. Like,
And the picture on the back
is the J
is the JL suit.
like what the fuck? Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, and
It's
then of
okay.
course this one. The piece that is resistance, the one that came today. I am now complete. I now have them all. Armored Dark Side came in today.
Oh, that's right. I saw you post that. So beautiful.
Oh yes, this is the Target
Yeah,
exclusive.
I saw that picture.
Yeah.
It's done. I can now stop looking for freaking McFarland's. I'm tired,
Oh
man.
man, I know those are. I mean, they're hard to find, man. I mean, I went to Target. I've gone to a couple Targets, nothing. I went, the Target I went to. Oh yeah, they have an abundance of Wonder Woman 84. If anybody wants to go there, I mean, I tell you what, regular and golden, the golden eagle suit. everywhere. They had that's all they had in the certain section.
Oh, that and Rebirth Joker, dude.
Yeah, Rebirth Joker, same thing. Yes.
How many Rebirth Jokers can I find? I mean,
exactly.
But actually, we know Dave from DC on Screen and I have been kind of like we've been like buddy shopping, and we message each other about what we are finding, what we're not finding. And he's talked to a couple of people. He's talked to some GameStops, and he's talked to some like Second and Charles, and they all say the same thing.
Yeah,
we get they're the fewest we get, and they're the first to, the Zack Snyder Justice League McFarland's are the fewest we get and the first to go.
Yeah. When I went to GameStop, I actually asked the guy, I was like, hey, any like McFarland, Zack Snyder Justice League? He goes, no, but we get asked about the black suit a lot. And I went, that makes sense. And it was funny too, because when I found the Diana pop, they just got in a black Superman pop, and he goes, oh, we have this. And I'm like, found it yesterday. I'm looking for the McFarland. And he goes, oh yeah, people have asked about that. I went, there it is. I'm like, shit. And Scott, of course, I forgot to do this. Scott! And now we got, of course, Mr. Ray Flightcast. What is up, sir?
Ray.
There it is.
Yeah, I feel like you could have played mine, and you could have been that John Travolta thing. Fuck.
Yeah, I know, right?
That'd be mine.
I know. I was like, I even thought about that. I was like, I don't have what's a drop for John? And then I even looked for a Garza drop, and I'm like, there's not going to be a Garza drop. What the hell?
That's
so,
but the Travolta one's from Broken Arrow, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I had, dude, but like StreamYard did this new fucking thing, and I can't even find my drops anymore.
Oh,
Dude,
so it's I think Garza was more like
fuck off, get out, fucking out.
More
That's
Black
good.
Mask. Yeah,
That's a good one. Listen, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not wishing this, but I'm frightened that a lot of accounts are gonna get zapped, like in the next, in the next couple of days to a week or so.
What do you mean?
No, not on Twitter, just because of all the stuff.
Ayer cut stuff.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Yes.
Posted it. Like I'm being careful, man. I'm like, I'll quote tweet it.
Dude,
I'll comment on it, but I am not putting that shit on my account.
If you quote tweet it or just retweet it, you're good. But the person that actually posts it, yeah, you're right. Like, I'm kind of wondering about that, because I even thought about tonight. I'm like, oh yeah, we can actually run through because RT Ayer cut was like, apparently they were given the goods. They were given the goods by the man himself, it sounds like.
Obviously.
I mean, they are totally they have that direct line to the director himself, who was just kind of going, yeah, here's I think they got the entire script, to be honest.
I feel like David Ayer is like, I don't give a fuck anymore here.
Yeah. And then they gave him a little screenshot of Deadshot and Harley kissing. Yeah. And I was like, nah, I can't. I don't think I could. I'm not going to show that on the stream, because I'll probably get, Warner Brothers will probably fucking zap this thing to hell. So, yeah. So I went, no, we could just talk about it, though. That's what's good. We can at least talk about it.
Well, I mean, obviously, that's a normal thing from the comics and the animated movies.
Yeah.
Because it showed up. It showed up in the New 52 Suicide Squad, and when Harley first became a member of the squad, and then Jay Oliva had it in Assault on Arkham. Yeah,
there was always that relationship, and then David Ayer, I think last year even talked about that. How he said Diablo lives, and Harley and Deadshot hook up, and they're basically a couple kind of thing, So. Yeah, and so when they dropped that image, I remember I went, "Wait, that was that? No, that wasn't in." I was like, because I hadn't seen the movie, the theatrical or the extended or whatever, forever. I'm like, did she actually kiss him? No. Holy shit, that's a whole fucking. And then all of a sudden they were dropping like parts from the script and everything, and I went, "Oh wow!"
And there, the whole script is on Twitter.
Essentially, and I'm just kind of going, you're probably right, Ray. Like that Twitter handle's probably gonna get suspended.
I am not wishing it on any of them, because I appreciate like seeing all of it, and I wish. But the problem is just thinking in the last month or so, how many accounts have been zapped for less than this, and it's like, they got the lawyers out there, guys. I don't want to be pushing that, But as far as the stuff itself, like, okay, I dig have you guys read any of the script stuff?
I'm not sure if I've
several.
read all of them, but I've read several of them.
Yeah.
And some of them are things that, like, I'm not surprised because it's things that we've kind of like
New, kind of
new, and like things that
yeah.
The Monster
in the
T
water.
thing we've known, like the whole Monster T scene, we've never seen the dialogue, but we knew that it was something other than that, like the whole idea of him shooting himself, and it's like, please, can we please see that?
Yeah.
Please let's see that, because that could arguably be the coldest Joker scene in live action history, because it's not just cold to Common's character, it's also cold to Harley. Like, it's an ice cold scene. And I was racking my brain. I'm like, was Ledger ever that evil? Was he ever that? I mean, he was cold, but was he that cold in The Dark Knight? Or was Jack that cold in Batman 89? Like, no, I think this would be a first. I think this would be like really.
To make somebody shoot themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be pretty.
The closest you got was tryouts.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, you're right. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's a good
But
point.
even then, it's just you just see them look at each other. They don't, nothing happens.
Nothing. Right. But it's implied. Yeah.
But it's the implied
even
nature of it.
But even if it's implied, you never see one of those people with Joker again. Like, it's just whatever. Like, that
is true. Do you actually maybe they both killed themselves, huh?
Yeah, if you would have seen one person from that little group with Joker again, okay, then you go, all right, well, obviously you knew he made it, but they just never show it. Nolan wanted to go soft PG-13, obviously. So.
Well, yeah, that was probably a studio. And has Nolan even done R-rated? He hasn't, right? It's always PG-13.
No, I don't think he heard. Hang on.
I don't think The Following, his first was.
No,
Memento was.
Following is actually unrated.
Wait. Was Memento?
Is Memento R?
That's the question I had.
Yeah, look that up real quick because I think there's some F-bombs, and I know. Well, I mean, Guy Pearce, you see his bare ass, but you could see that in a fucking PG movie.
Yeah,
it's really quick.
Memento is R.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say I was like,
right, yep.
It just hit me. I'm like, yeah, because I think there's. Yeah, that's right. Because he dropped a lot of F-bombs in there.
I think that's his only one. I think that's it. I think all the rest of his.
Yeah, I don't. Insomnia. I think.
Yeah,
all the rest are PG-13. So Memento. Look at that.
The Prestige wouldn't be because obviously.
No, that was PG-13.
Yeah,
that was for sure.
Such a great movie. Oh,
yeah,
that was so good.
Man, love that movie.
I wish Nolan was good. I wish he'd come back. I wish he'd get out of his phone.
Yeah. I have to ask Ray, what did you think of Tenet? Because Garza not a fan.
I like Tenet. Here's the thing: it's like, if we take his movies, like Tenet is obviously closer to Inception. It's closer to the world of Inception than it is to the world of like Interstellar or even Prestige, right? It's one of those twists. And Inception is still my favorite of his. It's still it's still the one that like I go back to is like that is my favorite Nolan film. But if people want to argue that Interstellar is his best, cool. Is the problem?
Nothing wrong with that.
Garza, is your issue with Tenet like the does it seem like the movie? I'm gonna steal a line from Peter Griffin. Does the movie insist upon itself, in your opinion?
No, and shout out to Zach P. He says I'm a beta male wash hands, which I guess maybe is an insult, but
anyway. What the hell? I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, but you know what? Hey, I'm gonna take it. That's cool, dude.
Well, beta male, I think, and then he's just like,
I know, wash hands.
Yeah.
No, beta. He didn't. Well, first off, he doesn't.
I know.
Oh, you know what? He probably tried.
If you would have put a comma after beta male.
I know. I was like, wait, what is a beta male wash hands?
I bet the emoji didn't work. I bet that's what it was. The emoji didn't work, and it printed out his words.
Hey, guess what? Though it's shame on him though. He should have known how to fucking work, dude. If I'm beta male, you got to be a fucking Charlie male. Sorry, my fault, dude. I apologize. And if you're just joking, so am I. I don't give a fuck. Anyways, no. But I think my problem with Tenet is that
I have an idea.
I just think I felt like it was just so like. I mean, I get the story. I get what they were trying to do, but I was just like, I didn't feel for the characters. I didn't feel for, what's his name?
John Dave.
I didn't feel for his character. I really didn't feel for, what his
Pattinson.
name is.
Neil.
Pattinson's character. And
Funny
I thought
because we never find out who John David Washington's name is. It's always just the antagonist, right?
The
protagonist.
All right, sorry, totally, protagonist. We always just see that,
and again, Zach, like I thought he was joking. That's why I called him out, because nobody's ever gonna call me beta. First off, the fuck out of here. But I appreciate it. And thank you for riling me up. I do appreciate that, Zach.
Yeah, I know. He just did love you, bro. He did that just to rile you up. That's what
he wanted me to. Anyway,
Garzilla.
So, and also the villains. Oh well, okay. I have cancer, so I'm gonna take out the world. Like I was just like, what? Like that's your fucking end all is you have cancer, so you're gonna be this one that like wants to end the world. Like that doesn't make sense. Like, dude, what a shitty person. But also, here's the only flaw that I saw in it. I was like, that didn't make sense. I'm sorry. And even my daughter was watching it. In the middle of it, she was like, when the whole car situation happened, but we didn't see what was happening. She goes, I bet that's them in reverse. And I was like,
yeah, your daughter's smart. Your daughter's very,
Listen, dude, I've only shown her a few Rick and Morty episodes. The ones that I did show her, okay, were like the in the first season and a couple in the second, but one of them was with the eye patch of Morty, and he's controlling, and he gets away. So I showed her the Rick and Morty where they're like rebuilding the Citadel, and you have the Morty that's running for president and all that.
Yeah,
no bullshit. Like, dude, I showed it to her like a few days ago. We haven't watched that other episode fucking few months ago, okay? She doesn't like the way they talk, so she doesn't really like Rick and Morty. But I got her to finally watch a couple of them. And in the middle, before you could even assume that you would know who this is, she goes, I bet that's the Morty with the eye patch. And I was like, how the fuck would you even remember that? Like, you haven't even seen it. But anyways, so she says what is happening in Tenet. And I was like, I'm like, dude, if you're easily able to tell it, then obviously it's simple, so everybody else should see it. But then you had the wife who basically was in another time frame where she existed, right? So I will
say that part kind of made me kind of go a little bit because she sees this other woman dived off jumped off the thing, and then she does it at the end after she killed. And I went that I'll give you that because that kind of confused me a little bit.
That's the only flaw in the movie. Everything else is kind of simple as far as like storytelling wise. Like, listen, the cinematic equivalent of what it did, like as far as how the hell he made it look good, where you're traveling back and you're doing backwards and you're doing all that.
Oh yeah, that final act when that was
that was legit. Like no bullshit. Like I can admit and say, dude, that was a genius level filmmaking, but it was almost too much to where did I need it? Like, come on, dude. Like, explain why she's in the same world now as her other counterpart, and there's, she doesn't get killed, but then the world. I was just like, I don't, I appreciate what he did. Nolan,
it's interesting. What? Okay, Scott, what would you think? Like, how would you try to explain the fact that she talks to the protagonist about like, oh yeah, there was like this other woman that jumped off, but then at the very end she does the very same thing, but this is after she's killed her husband, but yet when in the first time around he's still alive. I mean, that part I always was like, that is a little weird. Like I can't really explain that.
Honestly, I'll have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the thing. It's like,
but once again, okay, I have to go back and rewatch it. Like,
but you enjoyed it. Yeah, I know.
But I enjoyed it, and I
enjoyed it too.
I enjoy time travel shit and paradoxes and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I always describe Tenet as this is what happens if a theoretical physicist, writes a James Bond movie. Like, Tenet's what you get.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And but for me, I dug that because you're taking two of my favorite things. You're taking high level hard science fiction and then espionage, and you threw it in a blender. And I'm sitting there going,
and it's British.
And it's British.
It's inherently British.
It's inherently British. So I'm sitting here going, I'm like a pig in slop. I'm like,
I know. Yeah.
You're giving me all my things.
And then I love the fact that, like Inception, the dialogue about what was a dream, what was not, is always going to be talked about, and it's not hand fed to you. Right. And then there's like, even when it comes to some of the stuff in Tenet, where it's like, was Michael Caine actually Neil as an old man? I mean, like, there's a lot of like questions. I know that was like up there too. Is like, was Michael Caine actually Neil as an old man? There's just, you know, those questions.
Yeah, but then that, you know, if you look at it that way, like, then how would he know to meet him at that point? You know what I mean? Like, because
there's a lot of that. Yeah, see, that's the thing.
Yeah, he wouldn't know because he doesn't know where he'd be at that point because he didn't know him technically.
I mean, when it comes to time travel, it can be, because you could totally rip apart Back to the Future, arguably like one of the, you know, just one of the most crowd pleasing.
Well,
obviously, like that first time when he intervenes, when Marty intervenes and pushes his dad, and then he gets hit by the car. Right then and there, Marty would just fade away. Like, oh, you just fucked up.
Like,
You're done.
It shouldn't be a delay. Like, he shouldn't have time. Like,
yeah,
he shouldn't have
and
time
the fact
to,
that he's watching himself.
Like the idea that the time it's like it's
no, like the river, like X-Men, when it was like, hey, you could throw a rock you could throw a pebble in a river and you'll see the ripples, but
the ripple.
Yeah. Well, because the headcanon of that is that he was the youngest of 3 kids, so. It took time for the ripple, like the ripple hit his, and that's the picture does this because it hits his brother
the
first.
Picture's the ticking clock.
Exactly, the picture is a ticking clock. So the idea is it hits the brother first, then the sister. He's the last one.
Slowly, I mean, and it's funny too because it was like there was something very subtle that you didn't like probably catch the first like 57 times you watched it. It was when Doc Brown goes like, "Oh, obviously a photographic fakery. They cut off your brother's hair." And you don't realize that, oh, the hair faded out first. Pretty crazy. But at the same time, it's like, you know, when she goes, Marty, that's an interesting name. And then but they waited 3 kids into, you know, there's like, you could really nitpick it. But at the same time, the way that the story is told and all the little bits similar to like that, it's so, when it comes around full circle. And then when he wakes up and everything's better, it's like, yeah. What?
By the way, shout out to Brandon. RT Erica just released another script page.
Oh, shit.
And it's the full version of the Ace Chemical scene.
Oh, wow. So there's a full version.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Joker's got a lot more dialogue.
Of course.
I bet.
Well, I mean, that judge scene, it's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
The judge,
I read the judge scene. I'm like, jeez. And then even the flashback scene, which we already saw concept art for, where Joker is fucking lost his mind. He's naked in the fetal position.
Yeah.
The whole room is covered with guns and him writing shit on the wall. And then Harley comes into the room and then embraces him. I'm like, God damn, did they actually shoot that?
I was going to say, like, and that starts to be my question. Like, how much of this was actually shot?
Exactly.
Like, how much of the script was
that's
actually
what I'm kind of
shot?
worried about. We're hearing all this and it wasn't shot.
Right.
No, I would actually I would say this, the fact that these are certain scenes, it's not like it's the entire script. My thought process would be, these are shit that was shot that is probably in the air cut. That, I mean,
because otherwise, why would he give it to them?
Why would you release that part of the script?
That's true. That's true. Because
you're not going to release something that you haven't shot. Like, just like what Zach did when he did the black and white. That was his version. He was like, no, you didn't see this in the movie, but this is from my film.
And I'm kind of wondering too, is like, did Ayer do the same thing because the Amanda Waller and Bruce Wayne?
Yeah, I would. I was like that. It's like, okay.
So so I always found it weird when Bruce said, you know, shut it down, or me and my friends and I will
do it for you.
Stop you. Yeah. And I went, that just sounds weird. I don't know why. It just didn't sound right. And then you look at the script
because he doesn't have friends yet.
Right.
I'm like, Diana and Alfred. What are you talking about, man?
Right.
You know. And then I just kind of went, okay. So the script set doesn't have that, and I'm kind of going, did Ayer pull what Snyder did and shoot both when they started feeding him like the new dialogue? I'm kind of wondering if there was like a similar situation where they started rewriting pages on the spot. And so, no, have him say this instead. And then Ayer was like, all right, we'll shoot what's in this script and we'll shoot that too. And I'm kind of, that's what that was immediately the first thought I had when I read that part of the script, because I always felt like my friends and I will stop you. I was like, what friends? You're trying to find these people. Like you showed Barry, you showed Arthur, and it's like, you don't even have these guys yet. I'm like, what? It's like, are you trying to just do a throwback of like Super Friends? Remember that show? Yay!
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know.
because remember that's the mid credit scene. So the whole idea, John's probably thinking, hey, mid credit, we've got to tease to the next movie, which it wouldn't even be the next movie because Wonder Woman was coming out after that, but whatever.
Right.
So yeah,
Well,
but
it
that
also makes me wonder, like with Zach's movie, did Ayer shoot it to where there wasn't a mid? Like, was that just part of?
Probably.
Was that just the end of the movie?
Probably.
Because the script suggests that Waller basically, it's almost like the movie ends with Waller looking at Joker breaking Harley out, going, like that's the end, is like Waller kind of stuck in her own personal hell because it's all just going to shit around her.
Oh my God. I love that. I totally forgot that was the end of that little scene. It was like after Bruce says, I can't help you. Like if you put an end to it, or I can't help you. And then he walks away, and all of a sudden, can you imagine just like the end of the movie being like her phone blowing up? Like, did you see what happened? Joker just, and she's just like,
yeah, but also
like you
imagine
said,
how fucking pissed Bruce would be. Like you'd be like,
God, just imagine her just like about to say a freaking big F-bomb, and then all of a sudden it just goes to credits.
That would piss Bruce off a lot.
Because
he'd be like, son of a bitch.
He dove into the fucking water just to try to get him, and Joker's not around, and all of a sudden he doesn't know where Joker's at, and then he puts Harley in fucking Arkham, or Belle Reve, and then she gets fucking broken out by Joker. Like, dude, he'd be like, God damn it, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I will say this though.
But to you, sorry, Garza, you go ahead.
No, because I literally wasn't going to talk about Joker.
Okay. But no, I wasn't going to talk about Joker either. But it's just so. I can't remember. Ray, I don't think you and I have had this conversation. I think Tim and I have had this conversation, and I've had this conversation with like Dave from DC on Screen and other people. It's so frustrating to go, why is it so damn hard being a DC fan that we have to literally beg for stuff that we want, that you have, and that we want to spend our money? Like, I don't understand why it's so.
Harvey Emmerich.
I know. It's like I want
and
to
Anne became part of it because she became a yes person.
Yeah,
like
she's a believer in their system. That's all.
Right, and it's all ego. It's all ego. It's not business. It's all ego. I'm sitting, and I don't have the prop. I'm not ready, Scott. I don't have the prop next to me, but I have.
Fail.
I have.
Hey, you get an F2 tonight.
He gets a double F. We needed him last week to explain a lot of shit for the Suicide Squad.
It's funny. Yeah, you were
including that Peacemaker reference. Yeah. You needed to tell people about that Peacemaker reference with the comedian, because people know about it now, but nope, we didn't fucking know that then.
I know we didn't talk about it then. We didn't.
Yeah, but
and then it was all like, oh yeah, wait, shit, you're right.
But like I have the extended edition of The Martian. I've seen The Martian. We saw The Martian in theaters. Really liked the movie. Nothing about that movie put the thought in my brain I need to see a longer director's cut. Nothing about it said that. And lo and behold, I'm in Best Buy one day and it's there. I'm like, what the?
Yeah, but isn't it really Scott though? Like,
I'm not saying I would turn it down. I'm just saying there was nothing about the theatrical version.
It was satisfying. It was totally
the 10 minutes that are in it, because of course I own it. But the 10 minutes that it adds, it's some cool character stuff. But I read the book, I saw the movie satisfied me.
Okay. Right. That's similar to like how like Terminator 2 is. Like when you watch those deleted scenes, you went, all right, I probably would have liked the Kyle Reese scene because it was Michael Biehn coming back. Cool. That would have been cool. But everything, like a lot of the other stuff, all right, I can live without because Terminator 2 is pretty perfect.
Right. Well, because there's the one where like it shows Sarah like after Judgment Day, right? Like she's in the park. Like, there
was like two scenes where like the fucking thing happened.
Yeah.
So they got rid of one of them because she was like literally in her like onesie thing. But
there's also the other one where she's older. Like
Yeah.
where she was waiting until it was passed.
Yeah, and then you see like older John Connor pushing like his daughter on a swing.
Right.
And it kind of just wrapped up everything in a bow. I do respect there was like James Cameron probably went, yeah, maybe we could leave it open because maybe this franchise can continue on, which it has. And let's face facts, it's not been great.
Well, it's all subjective, but
True.
Point is,
I'm not saying everything's bad, but yeah,
right. But point, we disagree on Dark Fate. But anyway, the point is,
Dark Fate. I like it. So,
the point is that those director's cuts exist.
Yeah.
Right. We live in a world where director's cuts are a thing.
Yeah.
They are, and it's great for the home video market because you get people to double and in some cases triple and quadruple dip on a movie, Blade Runner. Right? Like it's there. Like
how many? There's like 6. I don't know, 5.
Five.
Okay.
And Scott has them all.
and Ridley Scott, which one does he like the most?
he likes the final cut.
He likes the final,
the last one.
The final cut.
Yeah. So
not even the
final
director's
cut,
cut, right? Not even the director's
Oh, because he had nothing to do with the director's cut. That was pure Warner Brothers bullshit.
That's right. That
they
was
called
pure,
it
like,
director's cut.
Yeah, this is what Ridley Scott wanted. He's like, I don't fucking want that.
There's even director's cuts for Star Trek movies. I'm not kidding. The two that Nick Meyer directed, Wrath of Khan and Undiscovered Country, they're director's cuts. And there's also the director's edition for the motion picture for Robert Wise. So there's like 3 director's cuts of Star Trek movies. We don't need director's cuts for Star Trek movies. We're good. We're fine. But we'll take them. Yeah. They're there. How come those can exist, but these fucking ones can't? It's stupid. It's not. It doesn't make any business sense.
And Steven had a great. Did you guys read Steven's article on Screen Rant today?
No, I didn't read it.
I did.
I mean, it's what we all know, but it's just Steven does what Steven does, which is he just kind of lays it all out there to go. Why the hell not? Right. Like because what's left to do? I think a year ago he said there's like some VFX touch-ups. Like we're not talking $70 million.
No, that's what we kept saying too.
Posed. The movie is edited. Like, I mean, I look back at Zack Snyder's Justice League. They had to do almost all the visual effects. Junkee had to write an entire 4-hour new score.
We talked to Brian Hirota and fucking DJ, and they were like, "Yeah, that was a fucking." They were like, they said they probably needed like almost a year, and they had 6 months. They had 6 months, and they had to dig through the archive footage and then repurpose that. They had to fucking take the old Steppenwolf out and put the original Steppenwolf in. Thank God, there was all of that they had to go. When it comes to the Suicide Squad, when it comes to David Ayer Suicide Squad, I mean, we've always said it wouldn't go past 10 million. It wouldn't.
If that.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It would be under 10 million.
They already have the score. They don't need to redo the score.
No, and I was listening to that score again today, and I want to once again reiterate: if you have not bought Stephen Price's album, the original score for Suicide Squad, it is a musical crime. How much of that score is not in that movie? And it is gorgeous sounding. And
they
it's also
dive bomb. They were like, "We got to make it like Guardians."
Somebody recut the Ace Chemical, or they rescored the Ace Chemical scene.
Oh yeah,
to
I remember that.
A piece of Price, and I hadn't heard it I hadn't seen it until today, and then I saw it today, and I was like, "Wow,
eerie,
fucking amazing."
Yeah,
it's
like an eeriness to it.
Yeah,
which is the best part about how so everybody wanted the Ayer cut or David Ayer to make a Guardians of the Galaxy Suicide Squad. Let's be real, he did. Well, it didn't work out because obviously he wasn't trying to make a film like that. He was trying to make his own film, and Warner Brothers wanted that Guardians of the Galaxy type bullshit. Well, you could give basically Gunn all the shit you want of it feels like Guardians of the Galaxy. It doesn't to me. It feels like a Suicide Squad film. And if anything, sure, if you're going to say that it feels like a Guardians because of the fucking music that's in it, then, dude, you don't know how filmmaking works.
Or because of the director. It's really what it is. It's because of the director.
But the film, the Suicide Squad, felt authentic and it felt real to DC and how everything, like, dude, I watched that movie and I went, yeah, you know what? I feel like Batman could exist in this world. Like,
yeah,
all these characters, they're yeah, some of them are a little crazy, but there was nothing where I went, no, that doesn't seem like that would be in Superman's world or Man of Steel or you know what I mean. I was just
Very
like,
true.
Exists in this fucking world, and that's it.
Yeah. And before we continue, we got a couple more people showing up. We got, co-host of Mr. Real Anarchy right here. And then we got Ty from Pop Culture Corner. What's up, sirs?
Hey.
So, man.
Hey.
Finally we get Ben back, man.
Welcome back. Ben. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's everything going,
back
sir?
To normal.
Yeah. You know what's funny is like Garza and I are wearing hats and you're not for first time ever.
It's stupid hot today.
Oh, I know. It is
stupid hot today.
It's stupid hot everywhere. I mean,
bro.
Yeah.
Okay, what's hot to you then?
It's 94 degrees.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
I know. I was about to say,
94 is hot.
It's humid here on the East Coast.
That's true. You got humidity.
Oh, wait, where in the East Coast are you?
I'm in Jersey.
Okay, yeah, see, Michigan. So, yeah, 94 is hot.
Boston, Boston was 97 with humidity.
Oh, with humidity. Oh, that's cute. Oh,
I know, right?
That's cute. Yeah.
Well,
you had a breeze.
The humidity makes it feel like 115 though.
No, trust me. I've had heat index of 110 or higher.
Oh yeah. Trust me. I remember those. Alabama summers. Don't worry.
Oh,
Texas is bad too,
bro.
Nothing against, but honestly, I'd rather the dry heat than anything.
Oh yeah,
yes.
That's what's great. That's one of the great things about California. One of is the fact that we don't get that much humidity here. It's a lot of dry heat. So even today, I walked out to run some errands and pick up some booze. It was 95 degrees, but there was a kind of a breeze, and I was like, all right, this is cool. At least there's like wind. It's hot wind, but it's not like scorching, burning my eyebrows off kind of thing.
Ours is, and then I've been out on some fucking dirt roads lately, and it's fucking just gross. Anyway,
why is it that everybody loses their shit every time it rains in Cali?
Oh yeah. Oh dude, you don't even know, man. People are like, "Whoa! My God, what's this stuff falling from the sky?" Yeah.
Everyone's
very weird. I've been to Cali a couple of times, and I remember one of the times I went there, it was raining, and people were calling out because it's raining. I was like, "What?"
Dude, people
when stuff like that happens, don't give me shit when it snows. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Your pictures last year of your snow angels.
Oh, I remember that.
With half an inch on the ground. What the hit? Snow angels. What the hell?
Meanwhile, Ray's like, "Are you kidding me?"
My car is buried. It's 3 feet.
Yeah,
easy.
I hear.
Especially in Boston.
I hear everyone's leaving California for. For Austin specifically.
For Texas,
Garza, did you move out of Austin or?
No. Yeah, I'm still in Austin. Austin's fucking big, but I'm on the west side of Austin, so it's
Well,
so you have your West Side Story.
Are you there right now?
Yeah, so if I turn the camera this way, obviously it's nighttime, so you wouldn't see it. But if it was sunset, I've posted some photos of sunset from what it looks like from my balcony. It's fucking just hills, and you see the sun, and it's just
oh my
the hill
God.
Country.
Gorgeous.
Yes, William, I know you live in Vegas and it's the desert. And it's 115. I get it, but it's also dry heat too.
Dry heat. William, I went to Vegas on my honeymoon, and I'm going to tell you, that was not. The funny thing was when you picked up a case of water, like the Walgreens on the corner, and then Heather and I went up to our hotel room, and then I drank 3 bottles because I'm sitting here going, "Damn, I'm dehydrated."
Hey,
I don't know what.
So you're the only one married out of all of us, right? I mean,
Yes. Even though this dude right here, wait.
Well, he's about
married.
I'm married.
He's married.
I thought you said yes a couple of weeks
I just
ago.
act like I'm not married, but I am.
Oh, yeah, but Ben, he also just he's my co-host. I know how Ben's gonna react to whatever I'm about to say now, so I don't really have to.
Thank you, Ariel, for the super.
Did you ever see Big Love on HBO?
No, I didn't, because at the time it was coming out, I didn't have
HBO
at the time. I mean, now with HBO Max, there's trust me, now that I have HBO Max, the the equivalent of like Ray's list is like, I got to, it's like I got to get to this, I got to get to this, I got to get to this. So,
but you've seen all the classic stuff.
Yeah. I started rewatching it because I've always loved it, and it's just such a are you a man of faith?
Yes, I am.
So it's like just insane to see like this Mormon side of the church and their ideals and all that, with multiple wives. And dude, it's like fucking taxing on me, and I'm not even involved in it. I'm like, dude,
was that Paxton? Was that Bill
Paxton?
Yeah,
that's Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
We're talking about
wives.
I want to say
anything that guy's in, I'm gonna watch.
It's one of his best performances because as you're watching it, like with the characters and the actresses, like you understand exactly even the subtle like emotional like cues. Like the actresses do it so well. It is one of the best shows where you're just like, dude, I feel that. Like he is, even with his like his mannerisms and all that towards his wives, it's just so fucking good. I was just wondering like what you would think, like if you have your one wife, right? Imagine having two other wives that
one's enough, man.
That's
One's enough. And it was kind of funny because I was having this conversation. I always love it, like with my other buddy Dave. Whenever he wants to play the whole, life's rough thing.
Yeah.
I like to go back, and at one point, even today, I was looking at Target for some figures for him, and he just went, "Dude, you have 3 kids. You're gonna win this game every time." Like, yep, yeah,
yeah. I know. I never when it comes to stuff like that. Me over here, I'm like, I'm not gonna have those kind of conversations because I get it. I I totally get it. It's like,
but it's just
like, oh yeah, it sucks sleeping in, man. Fuck.
Right? Yeah.
So horrible to sleep in and just not having to,
like when we have when I open the blinds and I show you that it's daylight, my ass went to sleep and didn't get up till like 1-2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Exactly. It's like you could do that kind of stuff,
Right.
It's like, it's great. But we have a question here. We have a video submittal question that I was going to throw out to you guys. It's from Amar, who is a patron. So let's go ahead and see what he has to say right here.
Oh, hey guys. Hi, John. Long time no see. Hi, Dave. Hope you guys doing okay and enjoying tonight. So my question is going to be about the Suicide Squad. John, I know that you like the movie a lot. It's a fucking great one. I get you, man. Screw the haters. Dave, not so much, but who cares? Joking, man. So, what's your most, or let's say the least appreciated scene of the movie for you, guys? What do you think? Because for me, it's the scene in the end. What? I'm not gonna spoil it, but what the hell, guys? Is Marvel gonna come over to DC, or what's happening? I don't get it, frankly.
That's actually Lane. I don't know, like I got like his email and it said Amar. So Lane, Amar, whatever you want to. But Lane
throwing me a shout out. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Well, Lane loves you. He's always got that hashtag Garza's right. Which
that's Lane.
I hate that hashtag.
Yeah, Garza was right. Hashtag.
Yeah. Hashtag. Yeah. So
that's
least favorite scene.
You know why I do that, right? Like,
yeah. I know the Justin Timberlake.
Yeah. Hashtag cookie. Hashtag.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. So least favorite scene in the Suicide Squad.
Did he say least favorite? Or did he say least appreciate? Like I thought
least appreciated. Yeah.
Least appreciated. Is that what he said? Okay.
Yeah. Least appreciated.
Like I've seen that you think isn't getting
the appreciation that it
talked
should.
about enough.
Yeah.
That was a big blur to me.
Oh, of course, Ben. Okay. Go for it.
Which one?
It's a big. The whole movie's a big blur.
You got to remember. You got to remember that me and Ben haven't talked about the Suicide
Squad. Oh, that's true. We haven't done.
We haven't even been
2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I liked it.
Fuck yeah, I liked it. I loved it.
Yeah, I think we all liked it.
I enjoyed it.
We all liked it at different like.
Yeah, you know,
like it.
You know what's funny is I really did think this was a movie that was going to bring the DC fandom together. However,
I'm sorry, man.
No,
I'm sorry.
But,
I didn't mean I'm sorry.
But
how long you been in this fandom, buddy?
Since 2013, since when.
You serious?
Oh, that was the perfect fucking.
I wish
I know.
you were
I
right.
wish you.
I wish you were right. Yes.
Earlier.
I think
I wish
you
it
guys
came
are-
earlier, but I couldn't find it.
I think you guys are missing the point, though. Is I thought this was going to be a well-needed win for DC, just because
Yes. I get it.
Naivety.
you know,
Yeah.
like just the pure fun of it. Like, yeah, it didn't try to connect to a larger universe. It could definitely stand alone. It was a good fundamental film, and it was something that I thought we could all enjoy. Yet it's torn us further apart.
I know.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a testament how good or bad the movie was. It's just a combination of a lot of things. Yeah, it's a combination of poor marketing. I feel. I think. I think fans are turned off by Warner Brothers and how they treat their customers, so that that's also play a part.
Definitely.
So people are less likely to be invested if you give us a product that you're not gonna believe in. So that I think that also.
Yeah.
And also go to what Lane said at the end of, like, he brought up Marvel. Like, there is definitely this sentiment of resentment. Like, they think that, like, they're trying to Marvelize the DC extended universe, and there are a lot of people, that's where their negative sentiment towards this movie.
That's funny. I didn't
from.
feel that movie was even close to Marvelizing DC
I agree.
movies.
I completely agree.
Did you guys hear the rumors of like James Gunn being sent by Marvel to make a bad movie?
Oh yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Even though
That's nerd QAnon bullshit right there.
I know.
Stay off the dark web.
Hey, we've all Garza and I have been accused for fucking being paid by goddamn Jeff Johns.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. So
even though this
I missed that. Damn.
Oh yeah.
Like, right, he was sent over to make a bad movie that had 100%. You know,
for a bit, yeah.
For a
but it's at like 90 something. Yeah,
was the last time I saw it.
But yeah, he was sent over to make a bad movie by Marvel.
Here's the funny thing about that, Ty. If you pay attention to Gunn's interviews, like during the press tour and even since then, you really get this sense that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is literally his last Marvel movie, and he wants to run back to Warner Brothers and do more DC stuff.
Well, he even said, like, when it comes to the editing process, he goes, Marvel very, like, Kevin Feige's like practically breathing down your neck a little bit, like going, I got final cut, I'm the one that's looking at it. And then he goes, Warner Brothers just kind of said, hey, do your thing. Which I know that pisses off some people in the Snyder fandom, but it's like, okay, but this is where we wanted to get to. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
And I get, like, the whole, he went back, he's going back to direct Guardians 3 and then he wants to come back over and do more DC projects. And I get that whole, like, controversy, but there's no, like, actual rule that says that you can't do both.
Well,
and
no.
I think he had a much better time shooting this film.
Well, he said that.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the best movie that he's ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody that wants to bullshit and be like, I can't believe, dude, you've never been offered fucking millions to do something, okay? Yeah. So you don't unless you're sitting there turning down $1 million offers and going, no, you know what? I'm such a fan of this that I'm not going to do that. Fuck you. You don't, dude. If Marvel offered me to do, I don't give a shit what it was, and they offered me millions, better believe I'd be like, fine. Where do I fucking sign?
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
Dude, I could give a shit less.
And that is how Hollywood treats it.
Exactly.
And honestly, Guardians, like, I don't know how you guys felt about Guardians 2.
First one's fantastic.
Second
one was so meh that it wasn't even.
Yeah, it was.
It's at the bottom. It's number 24 on my list.
But the first one's top tier.
Guardians 2 is second to last. It's not the last, but it's second to last on my list.
Yeah,
that's second to last.
Even he hates Ragnarok.
I hate Ragnarok with fire.
Wait, does he rank higher?
I agree with that.
Does he rank higher than the first Avengers? Because that movie sucked.
It was all
the first Avengers.
The first what's the name? Captain America.
What?
First
Yeah,
event.
the
Oh,
first guy in
no.
America.
Oh,
sucked.
No, it did not.
No, it
Yes,
did
it
not.
did.
No, it
I
did
disagree.
not.
Oh, Ben.
No, I actually.
How about new?
Bro, I don't even know.
I remember I talked to Ray about this because I finally the Marvel movies finally digitally went on an incredible sale. They got down to the lowest price they had ever gotten down. So I finally I accumulated the entire Infinity Saga in 4K because they were like down to like $7.99 right around the time Black Widow was coming out. I was like, they're never gonna get cheaper than this.
Yeah. Well,
And I'm a completionist, so I needed to get all of them. So then I looked at Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3, and I texted Ray this because I was having a conversation, and this is what I discovered. Phase 1, personally, 100% enjoyment of all Phase 1 films.
Yes.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay. Phase 2, literally 50%. Like I counted. It was 50%
Oh,
I enjoyed.
and there's a line. There's a line of demarcation, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
What
and
movie?
then when I got to Phase 3, no, granted, Phase 3 was about 50% more movies than Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there were about 50% more movies in Phase 3, but then my enjoyment of the Phase 3 movies total dropped down to 36% of Phase 3. Would I say that's a movie I like and or that movie that I love?
Phase 3 didn't
so
start well.
what I realized is that when I punched out of the MCU, it was because I had objective evidence of my personal law of diminishing returns.
Just to clarify, you have objective evidence of your subjective opinion.
I'm like, Ray doesn't like the
Which means-
objective word.
Which means is your own opinion.
You know, it's funny. Like you're talking to me. You're saying Phase 2, Phase 3. I don't even know what the fuck is in those films. Like,
Okay, right, and so Garza, for your education,
right.
Phase 1 is Iron Man 1 through
Oh no,
Avengers
I get
1.
that through the Avengers.
That's Phase 1.
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah. Phase 2.
You could quiz me on Phase 1.
Is Iron Man 3 to Ant-Man.
See, and I would know that. I'd be like,
Yes,
oh.
Ant-Man
Right.
is considered
And
the
then-
end of Phase 2, and then Phase
Ant-Man's
3 is
Phase
Civil
2,
War to Far From Home.
Far From Home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
really?
Civil War
Yes.
was okay.
Far From Home.
Civil
Oh,
War
wait.
was a weak start to Phase 3. It was.
Wait.
Yeah.
So then what's Endgame
Yeah.
and Infinity War and all that?
That's Phase 3.
That's Phase 3.
Phase
and
three.
Far From Home is
We're
the
on
epilogue.
4 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on
now,
4.
now
Black
we're in
Widow
Phase
was beginning
4.
of 4.
Yeah, well,
We're in Phase 4
WandaVision
right now.
started Phase 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
See how,
And then-
much
but
I
did you
don't
guys
give a fuck
see-
about MCU? Yeah, that's how much. I don't even.
Did you see though that Alan Taylor, who directed Thor: The Dark World? Did you see his quote? Oof.
Yes.
Oh,
that
what'd he
was
say?
bad.
No, what did he
Well,
say?
first off, he basically said that when he directed Thor: The Dark World and Terminator Genesis, which I forgot that he actually directed that too, the fan backlash made him not want to make films anymore.
Wow.
But then he had to refine himself to, yeah. It is just like shit. But at the same time, it's like we know that there was a lot of shit that went into like a lot of studio fuckery that probably happened when it came to Thor: The Dark World, because
Yes.
even the guy who played the main baddie,
Christopher Eccleston.
yeah, he was like, fuck that movie, man.
Yeah.
That was a struggle. And I'm like, and you could see it too. Like when you watch that movie, it is like there's some cool parts, a lot of bad.
He is a
Ragnarok.
vastly
The first
better
time they announced
actor.
Ragnarok, it was like, okay, this is gonna be the end of worlds, and it's gonna be darker. It's gonna be like
Yeah.
the comic.
Which we all were
And it-
looking
And then all of a
and
sudden,
it-
Taika Waititi does the rainbow shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is
It
this?
turned into a fucking comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
know.
like, yeah, that's what they
Which
Oh
is
my
why
god!
it's at
And
the
hey, if
bottom
anybody
of
who
my
hasn't seen
list.
Free Guy yet, I cannot. He's annoying in there. Anyways,
Yeah.
we knew he was going to be.
I saw Free Guy about a week ago, and I thought has anyone seen it?
I
yet?
saw
I
it.
haven't
Not
seen
yet.
it
I
yet.
actually-
I have not
I haven't
seen
seen
it.
it.
Spoilers.
Would you guys want that director to do Deadpool 3?
I think he could.
Who is the director?
I forgot his name.
What's
the
Sean something? Sean?
Shawn Mendes.
No, is it not?
No.
No, Sean Mendes. Sean Levy? Sean Levy? I don't know. I'm like totally drawing a blank here, but I think maybe.
It is Sean Levy.
Sean Levy. Yeah, it is Sean Levy. Yeah, who's also been a producer on Stranger Things.
What has what's that?
No, but
he's done anything else in Free Guy?
Yeah, like Big Fat Liar, Cheaper by the Dozen.
Yeah, Sean Levy.
Pink Panther, Night at the Museum. Okay, well,
but we
Night
know
at the Museum.
Ryan has control of the character, so I think I think if Sean and Ryan teamed up for Deadpool 3, there could be a good film in there. I do agree Taika was very annoying in Free Guy. But the rest of the cast was, really
dude, Jodie Comer, I'm like, I'm in love now. I'm so in love with her.
Have you joined the Jodie Comer army? Because
finally, because I haven't watched
Killing Eve.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to watch that. I'm going to watch that now. I haven't really watched too much with her.
I haven't really watched.
Yeah. I haven't really watched too much with her, but I fell in love with her in this movie. So
I've also read the 89 comic from the Batman 89 comic, and
I still haven't read it yet, but
I haven't read
it. It is so good.
I know. I'm gonna read it tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh my god!
I skimmed through it though, so I like what they're doing with.
You look like a fucking skimmer, okay?
I know. I kind of skimmed through because I just wanted to look at the artwork, and I'm like, oh yeah, look at there's Billy D. Harvey.
Scott, I'm gonna see if that comic changes my mind about Billy D being Two-Face.
Oh,
I never like that.
Because I didn't have a problem with him being Harvey Dent in the movie. I just wasn't big on the idea of him being Two-Face.
Yeah, that's
yeah. I agree with that.
Well, let me go back to what I was originally going to say though, because Jose mentioned it, and I would absolutely sell my soul to Disney for fucking $1 million. I'm sorry. Dude, you give me $5 million to direct a film. Like me personally, $5 million. So whatever's in the budget. Dude. I mean, is it going to be? I mean, I don't know. I'm going to do whatever I feel like I'm doing, right? And if they want to cut it somehow other way, I don't give a shit. I'm still going to essentially make a lot of fucking money with them.
And that mindset is literally how Hollywood thinks of superhero movies. They go. There is no I know everyone points to Jai Courtney and him saying "fuck Marvel" and David Ayer saying a couple years ago they're fucking around. Yeah. At the end of the day,
they would.
Right. Superheroes are one. If Feige calls Jai Courtney tomorrow and says be. I don't know. Name somebody. Like who else could he be? Like
he'll be a bad guy because he's probably a bad guy.
Right, you know what, Wolverine? Jai Courtney, you're the MCU's Wolverine. He will run to those mutton chops.
Yeah. I mean, he could pull it off. He could pull it off.
Wow. I didn't even think about that. That
was a good.
Another Aussie.
Tap into something, man.
Right.
Not a bad. Not bad.
That's not a bad casting.
Not bad.
Not a bad casting at all.
Yeah. There's not like an animosity. Like, dude, okay, we as fans, we could say all the time, like, oh, dude, I can't believe that. I would never do that, dude. You've never been offered fucking millions of dollars in your life.
Exactly.
That is how I know you haven't, because you're sitting here making a decision based off of your own fucking fandom that you don't even you don't get paid off of.
Well, I mean,
I will make a telenovela for Telemundo for that kind of money.
¿Por qué, María? ¿Por qué? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Wow, man. It's like, that's why I don't really give. I don't give two. I mean, I don't give a fuck about what Marvel's doing, but I don't really give a. I don't like talk shit about the people that are doing the movies, because it's like, well, I mean, they're getting paid, dude. I'm not getting paid. So until I'm getting offered fucking movie roles for any other thing, then I can't really fucking say anything. You know what I mean?
Well, what do you guys think about the fucking comic book creators getting $5,000?
That's bullshit.
Well, that's bullshit.
That is bullshit.
That's not good.
It's not good at all.
I heard about that.
You might get invited to the premiere, and then you still have to buy your own popcorn.
It's $1 billion fucking franchise.
You're gonna walk up there. You're like, "Hey, Scarlett." She's gonna not look at you.
I created your character.
Yeah,
right.
I'm sorry. I've read too many stories in the history of comic books about what Siegel and Schuster had to go through to get their credit for Superman.
Finger. Oh my god.
Finger. Jesus
my
Christ.
god. I mean, Finger happened. I mean, Gotham and BVS were the first time Finger finally freaking got credit for co-creating Batman. And when I say co-created, I really mean
he invented
the entire fucking mythology.
Pretty much, yes. Yeah. Like, it's like, sorry, Kane. Like, yeah.
I mean, the comic book, and that's actually, if you guys ever follow Jimmy Palmiotti's Twitter,
yes.
Oh, that
we're
guy,
mutuals.
We're mutuals too, because I back all his Kickstarters. I mean, Paper Film, I love his creator-owned stuff because he's there with Amanda Connor, his wife, and
he tweets a lot about the pandemic, but I try to sift through that.
Yeah,
but he also tweets about another one of his big hobby horses is talking about how the comic books get downplayed for the movies. And he's like, dude, how about you respect the people who created the characters and wrote the stories that these movies are based on? And he'll tweet these articles about comic, and he was best friends with Darwin Cook, and it's just it's insane when you see these stories. I remember, what was it? It was Jim Starlin who talked about how he got like a massive check for KGB showing a BVS, and it was and he got a fraction of that for Thanos.
Yeah, for Thanos being in fucking 5 movies.
And you're talking about movies that are making billions and billions of dollars. It's like, cut some fucking money for these guys.
I mean, we're
not. No wonder they're all going to these fucking independent creators.
Oh, I would.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because Snyder already did, and now Tynion is following him too. There,
the only reason why I think that they
did it a while ago because he's been.
Go ahead, Scott. Sorry,
what were you saying, Garza?
No, I was saying the only reason why they're doing that is because keep in mind that these comic writers and these creators, if they create characters and it's under DC, at the end of the day, they know that if they were to create a really good DC villain or new character, it's still DC's property. They don't really get control over it, right? I mean, but they go to an independent, and now with all these quote unquote comic book stories getting picked up left and right, if they created their own characters with these independent labels, they can make whatever rules they want. All right, you got to pay me. If you want my character, you're gonna have to give me a lot of money for it. Rather than you created this DC character and that's under DC, we're gonna talk to DC about it, not you, the creator. So I mean, it makes sense.
That's how Mark Millar actually.
I was gonna say Mark Millar. That's how he made bank with Netflix, and it blew up in Netflix's face. But but as a creator, that's the game you can. That's the game you can play,
and they know this, especially with the streamers. With the proliferation of streaming, Scott Snyder, and all these others, they know this. They're like, look, the lifeblood of any streamer's original content. Comic book adaptations and superheroes are a big genre. If we do our own shit, then we can make our own deals with Netflix and Hulu and whoever and Amazon and whoever else and cut DC and Marvel out of the picture.
Look at Kirkman. He got Walking Dead on AMC. He's got Invincible over on Amazon. I think Kirkman's doing, just fine.
Yeah, they're going to do a live action movie on Invincible. Also, it's like, that's a little weird though. I'm like, dude, pump the brakes a little bit, man. Let's see a couple more seasons of Invincible before you start doing live action shit. Because I mean, that first season was
very good. It was very
Jesus Christ.
Second season is gonna get even crazier.
How?
It gets crazier.
I'm like, how? After the subway scene in that season finale.
Yeah, that wasn't in the comics. The whole subway thing. I like the fact that they throw little new elements that you never seen. Yeah.
You have to. You can't just.
But the things that they're so good, I'm like, oh my god, this is so much better.
Yeah,
because the whole.
I mean, I think even Jay Oliva, he's even said that too. It's like, the source material is great, but if I'm gonna adapt it to an animation, I gotta add a little bit more to it because it can't just be the carbon copy. You have to. You have to add your own little spice to it.
Well, it's kind of like what Jay Oliva when he did Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah,
like. If people don't understand, like the Superman Batman fight lasts for like 2 pages.
Yeah,
it's not long at all.
long.
It's
Not
not
long at
long
all.
But
what
he extended it.
Well, what he did was that because he took the time that Batman,
Is
puts
timing
on
it.
gauntlet, and if you watch the movie, the fight happens in real time.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't. There's no cutting.
It
Yeah,
was like 9 minutes. Because also Christopher Drake's score, I love that. If you get the soundtrack for Dark Knight Returns, that track is called "I Want You to Remember the One Man Who Beat You." Oh, that music!
So I haven't seen that movie like all the way through, but I've seen that sequence. I've seen that fight multiple times, and
damn.
yeah, and aside from it's on the list. It is. It's totally on the list. But like,
How big is that list, dude?
dude, it's okay. It's big enough. I had to start a Patreon.
He had to start a
Patreon just to get through it.
Yeah.
Like, because seriously, otherwise, I don't know how I'm going to get through all of it. But like, no, but again, it's like people don't realize, especially with like comic adaptations, it's like whether you're adapting, it's different adapting to animation, it's different adapting to live action. Because if you go and watch that Dark Knight Returns clip, that fight sequence on YouTube, you know what you're going to see? You're going to see a shitload of idiots going, "This is what BVS should have been." It's animation. You can't do some of the shit. He's not going to grab 2 cars and use them as brass knuckles on Superman in live action. It's not going to fucking happen.
By the way, isn't even in the comic.
That's in the rollers. He uses the rollers.
Yeah,
the rollers
from the
the
But the Hulk did it. That's the Hulk who did the
Hulk
cars
did
thing.
that. Yes, you're right. The Hulk did that, right? Yeah. Okay, you can do that there, but like but it's just like how like adapting to either of those mediums requires its own challenges and its own liberties that they must take. Either way, it's never going to be a straight 1-to-1.
I mean, when you watch BVS, it's like Snyder wasn't trying to do going, hey, let's go frame by frame, like what happened in either the book or Jay Leavitt's animation. He was just going, okay, I have established this world. What works? I mean, obviously, yeah, you got to, suspend a little disbelief because literally, Superman grabs Batman and just like tears him through a building through the roof and then throws him into the bat symbol, but it's like, yeah,
the broken ribs.
But he's not going to do like the extreme stuff that we saw in Dark Knight Returns. Like, you said, it's like, he's not going to go that far. He's going to do something that maybe like, yeah, okay. He's going to have these machine guns. He's going to have this sound wave stuff to try to do stuff. And then, and then we're going to see and then of course the kryptonite grenade gas thing. And
he's not going to bring in Oliver Queen to fire an arrow. He's going to give him gas
one-armed arrow.
I was waiting for the Oliver Queen.
Fire a bow with his teeth. That is still a badass scene. I'm sorry.
It's great. It's great, but it works there. It wouldn't, of course, work in BVS.
Right.
Oh, we got it. By the way, Brandon just updated me. We got another script page from the era.
Oh shit! What is it?
Dead Shot and Harley.
That's what.
It's a Dead Shot and Harley.
Oh,
okay.
What's it say?
It's I think it's the stairway scene.
Where she has a flashback.
Yeah, and he says, "Have you ever been in love?" There, it goes differently.
That was a reshoot because you could tell with the hair.
Yeah,
she's like,
you can always tell with the hair, man.
The hair really does give away.
The hair. Much. I mean, I would say the most significant, like the most like obvious one was Fantastic Four Fan Four Stick. Still the hair with Sue Storm. It was like anytime that you saw her with like just, it was like she was wearing Jessica Alba's wig. From the original fucking Fantastic Four, I went, what the hell? Like, it's so noticeable because in the regular footage, it's not so blonde. It's just kind of like a dirty blonde that she has. And then when you see the reshoots, it's like it's way blonder. The part looks off. It's the hair really gives a lot of things away when it comes to continuity. Man, I look at the hair a lot, and it sucks because it can take me out of it, but I focus on that a little too much.
Hey, Ty, I want to ask Ty a question because he's been kind of quiet recently. But Ty, I'm just kind of curious, what's been your reaction to like all of the release the air cut and all like the goodies we've been getting today? Like, what's going on, man? What's going on?
I have a fan.
Okay.
But we're all fans. We're
It's,
fans.
no.
It's okay.
It's really fucking. It's really cold in here all of a sudden.
Oh wow.
Well, that's good.
96 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. Honestly, I think so you're referring to the
Today?
the script and the pictures,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like I'm a huge fan. Like I really want to see what the haircut is, and I really want to see like more of it. Some of the stuff that they released, I can't put into context the correct way. The scene where like Batman puts his hand over Deadshot is Deadshot's like backstory spread out over multiple sequences, and what is going on with Harley when she steps up and whispers into Joker's ear and says, "Don't embarrass me in front of my friends." Like, I just can't put it into context.
Yeah,
because
I can understand that. I can understand that because you're like, where does this fit in? Yeah, I can.
Where does it fit in? Where does it?
I did like that.
It's definitely cool. Like it's definitely cool, but I need a little bit more. Like I need a little bit more context.
We need the movie.
We need the movie.
I can tell you that's why they chopped it up, because they removed all that out, and that's why they had the reshoots, so that they could not necessarily fill that stuff in, but add new things to where it did. It basically they Justice League, Ayer before they Justice League, because you have all that deep context and all that stuff, and you're like, well, how does it fit into the story? Well, it fits into his story, but they removed it all, and so they removed big chunks, and then just went, well, we have a lot of scenes together already, so let's just put in this small little team building or team whatever. We'll cut out all the backstory of all the other characters and just kind of get into it. And you're not showing that point, but we can show a few flashbacks that are like, it'll make it look like it's a flashback, but it's really just we're just doing reshoots.
The biggest thing that bugs the ever-loving stew out of me is that dossier first act has always been one of my biggest gripes about the movie. And to think that that's supposed to be 45 minutes,
right?
Yeah.
Of introducing everyone.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I know, and they just kind of like chopped it down to like, hey, here's so and so, and here's a song,
Chopped it down, threw in David Harbour for good measure, right?
Oh, that's right, David Harbour, yeah.
Because like
in the theatrical cut, Will Smith gets like 3 introductions, and I really do want to see the haircut, but like with WB moving forward and the Flash coming out and Black Adam, do you guys think it's a step back releasing the haircut?
No.
And like knowing what could have been?
No, not at all, because I don't think that first of all, that's not how you would market it. And I know that Warner Brothers is awful at marketing, but like your best option, like the best way to do this is like to play off of what you just had with the Suicide Squad movie that just came out. Hey, if you want to see an earlier adventure, here it is, and throw that up on HBO Max as like bonus content, for like, let's say, I know everybody wants it to happen now, but let's say that they decided to wait until after the release window's over and it gets put in James Gunn's movie. It's put
or it comes out in December 25th.
Do you guys think it's in the works?
That was a shot at you, Dave.
Fuck you.
Honest question.
God damn it!
Do you guys think it is in the works right now?
No,
I don't think so.
I don't think it's in the works. No, I think it's
I don't
sitting
think so.
somewhere.
The thing is,
What are you talking about?
they
It's been in the
saw
works
the
for 9 months.
backlash
What?
of them not. I'm sorry, Dave. You were gonna say something.
I said it's been in the work for 9 months.
Yeah, it's been in the works since May 2020.
Yeah,
remember?
Steppenwolf.
Yeah,
They-
yeah.
they
Oh,
had that.
are we referring to Lycast?
Hey, whoa, hey,
Who shall not be
No.
named?
Oh no.
We can't say that.
They went
No,
underground.
we're just kidding. We're just kidding. We're just
Now all
fucking
of a
with
sudden
you.
it's gonna get burned out.
They went underground and whatever. But do you guys like? I mean, Warner Brothers owns that film, right? Warner Brothers owns that film. So for David to be able to see the final cut, do you think that they're working with him to maybe get something out there? And listen, I think this would be a win for Warner Brothers as bonus content.
You're absolutely right. If they weren't going through a merger.
Yeah,
That's the bad part.
Not only that, listen, when we got Justice League, which the only reason why we got Zack Snyder Justice League is because of HBO Max. If HBO Max was not existent, we wouldn't gotten that movie right now.
Yeah.
So they decided, hey, we're gonna dump $75 million into this, and we're gonna create more content for HBO Max. They weren't counting on the pandemic to hit, because if they did, they would have. Oh, listen, we could put all these fucking movies on the streaming and forget about Zack Snyder Justice League. So what is the reason or the motivation for them to do it now? Do they need more content when they have all these movies coming into the streaming and plus all the stuff that they're already working on? So those are the little things that you got to think about it right now, because that thing with Zack Snyder, that was lightning in the bottle. And at the same time, they probably don't want to deal with the blowback, because after that, we wanted a continuation. That we wanted to get the 5-movie arc, because he left in a massive cliffhanger. So now, if this movie comes out, does he open up another can of worms?
Exactly, and that's what I was just gonna say.
When they try to deviate into a different direction. So I don't know if that's
when they gave us Zack Snyder's Justice League, they opened up a can of worms of like hope, and no pun intended with Superman. They gave that fandom hope. Do you think that releasing this movie would also give them hope and saying
I will push back a little bit on this, because I do think that like the lifeblood of all streamers is original content. So there's really never a case where we have enough, we don't need more. No, you're always going to fucking need more, regardless of Batgirl, Static Shock, or Blue Beetle, or anything else that's going to come out on HBO Max. You're always going to need more original content. And quite honestly, you have the number one built-in word as an excuse on why you would release anything else worlds whatsoever: multiverse.
Yeah,
you have it in your fucking marketing. You have it plastered all over your DC section on HBO Max. Use that to your advantage. And on top of that, when it comes to like giving,
but they haven't been using it.
You're right. They haven't.
They should. If that's the path that they're gonna take of laying heavy on the whole multiverse, they can do that. They can say, hey, listen, this is a multiverse, this is the Snyderverse, whatever they want to put that movie in, whatever universe they want to put that movie in, and lay heavy on it, so that way people in their consciousness understand that this is not connected to anything else, or it's connected to a specific universe.
Or they can make their own connections if they want, which a lot of us are doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Or do you think that there's connections like J.K. Simmons possibly returning for Batgirl potentially being tied to Ben Affleck's Batman?
That hasn't been confirmed though.
Being in what?
That hasn't been confirmed.
I'm just
he's in talks.
But being in talks, and
that's
why it's out there.
That's why I said it was not confirmed. That's why I said in talks.
Ben. Listen.
Yeah. No. I'm not trying to be like a dick.
That's okay.
No, you can be a dick. It's fine.
No, you're all right. You're good.
No, you could be a dick. It's fine.
So, and I've been saying this for a long time. Could the Snyderverse be restored in a way that we never thought perceived, with his characters being legacy, and his characters living on HBO Max?
That's essentially what they're doing now.
Right. But
that's essentially what they're already doing.
Maybe he doesn't direct.
Exactly.
Would that appease fans? Is the
question. Not all of them.
Not every fan. Most fans, yes, but some of these other fans, I've talked about this. Like, I don't know how many times I've talked about this. I'm like, if they do decide to go like, hey, we want to do on HBO Max, you want Justice League 2 and 3, what you had planned. Zach has a lot on his plate. Obviously, he's got Army of the Dead universe, the Dead
Rebel
universe.
Moon.
He's got the Rebel Moon. You know what? He's busy, but he would be totally open to be like, hey, this is my template. You guys here. Let's have some directors. It's gonna obviously it would be in series format, which is just benefits everyone because you could flesh out the story, and HBO Max has a series that has Justice League 2 and 3 that's gonna be batshit crazy.
Right.
So, but does he have to direct the whole fucking thing? No.
Or could he give his blessing?
Yeah, he would. Yeah, but he'd be like, he would have his name on it still, and I would say like, because his name is so marketable right now, because Zack Snyder's Justice League, perfect name because it has his name right in front of it. It would be Zack Snyder's Presents Justice League 2, 3, or whatever the fuck the subtitle would be called. If they put a Zack Snyder's Presents like they do with like Quentin Tarantino Presents or whatever the fuck. His name is so marketable now.
It is.
That it's like
the problem, the tie. I think the problem with what you're going for here is the fact that you are trying to be reasonable, and you're hoping that by being reasonable that it will bring peace and kumbaya to the fandom and to all of this. And the problem is that is never going to happen. You're never going to have 100% of the fandom on board being peaceable.
The other thing too is
it's not going to happen. Now, what you're suggesting is actually a very pragmatic path forward to achieve mini goals. Not all the goals, but mini goals. But if one of those goals is to make the fandom happy, it's like that great line from Men in Black. A person's smart. People are stupid.
People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing about like this Ayer cut. Like, we got Justice League. Okay?
So basically,
that's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay?
Basically,
that's cool.
When we got Justice League, that was something that we had never seen. Like that, we knew this. We knew that the theatrical cut was a shit show, and so the shit that we got, like, to answer Ty's question as well, like, if they were to release the Ayer cut, it would be like, okay, this is what we expected in the movie. It wouldn't. I don't think it would like change the course of. Oh, now I look at Birds of Prey differently, or now I look at the Suicide Squad differently. No, it would just be a better version of the Suicide Squad. Whereas Justice League was a complete shit show from like.
It's not going to be the exact same thing.
But we have seen what 30 minutes can do to a film.
Exactly.
Yes. Right. You're absolutely
with BVS.
You're right. It's also that's Zack Snyder, and I'm not talking shit.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I was going to say that because more doesn't really means is better.
Somebody earlier today was like, same thing they asked about the Snyder cut. How do you know what if it's not better than the 2016 version? It's like, well, it doesn't matter if like the point of #release the Ayer cut is not it's going to be better than the 2016. That's not the point. The point is we just want to see what the original vision is.
Right. Is the passion the same? Because when Zack Snyder Justice League, like when we were advocating for this movie, there was so many layers associated with this movie. The things that he went through, the drama behind the scenes, he's losing his daughter. When that first trailer dropped, like I think we all here emotionally were so invested that we were touched deeply. Like I balled up watching that trailer.
I did. I cried.
So if they release, let's say, hopefully, knock on wood, they release the Ayer cut, are we still gonna feel the exact same way that we felt about this movie? Because
it's going to be a completely different experience.
Because
He froze.
He
Yep,
froze.
Oh, okay.
He froze.
Usually,
no,
like he glitches every
Someone
now and again.
Screenshot that.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, trust me,
Okay.
they do. They screenshot it all the time.
I still remember like the best screenshot was when you were like this and somebody put you
Yes.
behind a piano, and that was so great.
I know, it was hilarious.
That was hilarious because you were like
That's
this and
funny.
somebody put you behind a piano, and I was like, perfect. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Okay. The thing about Suicide Squad is that it really is. There are similarities, but there are so many weird different circumstances because we got that first Comic-Con. This is the weird thing. Think about the first Comic-Con trailer, and I always like to, and I brought it even up today because that was our first episode of the Suicide Squad cast, was discussing that
Right.
Comic-Con trailer back in 2015. That only got released because it was leaked online.
Yeah.
They
Right.
were not going to release that trailer. They had to
Right.
release it because there was that really crappy cell phone version
That we all watched.
that we all watched
Yep.
Right.
that was going everywhere. And we all saw that trailer and went, damn, what's this movie going to be?
Yeah.
And it became that one trailer was our only evidence that Studio Squad,
Metal,
if
yeah.
you want the derogatory, if you want another derogatory term,
There we go. Studio Squad. I like
Studio
that.
Squad. That was our
I love
evidence.
that term. Yeah.
I know.
Squad.
If you want evidence that Studio Squad was not what was originally intended, we had the I Started a Joke
Mhm.
trailer to go. One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was like our rallying cry of where's, and I've even said it for years, where's that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
because there's all the scenes in it that we never saw. There was so much footage that was missing. The tone's completely different.
Different cuts of like cuts
And so
that are in there.
it was almost like different. Yeah, even scenes that appear, the same dialogue appears, but it's obviously
the really, really
reshot.
bad scene of like,
Right.
wait, that was different when we saw the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, when he even
So-
said that. Yeah.
So even from its inception, the fan base has had this weird thing. Now the difference is that when Suicide Squad came out in 2016, the critics, of course, firebombed it. But the part that so many people try to do revisionist history is that movie still made bank.
It did.
746.5 million
And
without China.
Dude,
Without
and
China.
the two main reasons, Jared Leto, Margot
Mhm.
Robbie,
And Will Smith.
and that's why,
Will
Will Smith too. Yes,
Smith, yes.
obviously, but at the same time, it's like I remember watching the Comic-Con leaked trailer when you heard the like people started
Lost
flipping
their shit. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So, and then when you saw him do it, like people started cheering Jared Leto's Joker, like, in Hall H, like, oh my God, this is a totally different, everybody's always looking forward to seeing, like, what is this actor going to do with the Joker?
Yeah.
And they fucking lost
Yeah.
their shit in that hall,
Yeah.
And
I think that was the most
Ah.
replayed trailer, or not most replayed, but it was all over Hall H.
oh yeah.
Well, it was getting, if I remember correctly, it was at one point getting more views than the BVS
Yes, it
trailer
did.
that came
Yeah.
out
Yeah. It
Yeah.
the same.
Yeah.
I had
Hall H.
coworkers. I had coworkers that told me because they had these are the people that were upset that BVS wasn't World's Finest, but they were telling me when they saw those trailers that they were more excited for Suicide Squad than they
Yeah.
were for BVS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I have friends
and-
who
but-
actually
but
hate
we also
the
have
new
the
Suicide
weird-
Squad because Jared Leto wasn't in it. I was like, dude, it's a different movie.
Okay.
Like, oh, I didn't know that.
Do you think, and kind of like just not switch gears here, but do you think that the new Suicide Squad would have been better had Will Smith or the Joker be in it?
No.
Let me
No.
do one up you.
Oh.
Would this conversation of the Ayer release the Ayer cut be happening and be as apparent as it is if this movie would have made $1 billion?
No. Well,
No.
I don't think either way.
So
I don't even think if this movie hadn't come out, if this
so
movie
now
was released,
it feels like this smell blood in the water. Like, okay, the movie underperformed. Now I can start releasing little shit
but
here and there.
did it
This is what's
underperform?
going on.
Well, okay. Thank you, Garza. Because here's the thing with the issue that I have with saying that it underperformed is the obvious reason, why people are not going to the movie theater. But then on top of that, the day and date reason, the hybrid, and we're in the landscape. This is why, and I said this before, Dave. What did I tell you? How fucked up the conversation was going to be about box office. I was not looking forward to it.
Oh yeah,
because
I sent Ray a gift this week going, just breathe, just take a breath, because you were having a time, man.
Dude, like
what we deem as successful has completely changed.
It has, Ty, and what too many people are looking at 2016's numbers before we had any fucking virus keeping us home or any streamers. HBO Max didn't exist, and Disney Plus didn't exist. In 2016, it was Netflix and Hulu. That was it. All these other streamers didn't exist. Now, 5 years later,
these movies did not debut on those.
Right, exactly. So we can't look at this and say, and I know people were trying to shit on the numbers, like, or what was like Saturday when Warner Brothers was like, it's the second most highest viewed movie on day one, or whatever their numbers were. And the point is not the numbers itself. The point is that Warner Brothers put that out there in support of whatever it did. So,
but does anybody really knows what to measure and consider it a success?
I'll just say this, and I know this is blasphemy, okay? Fuck, I don't give a shit. It's me.
No, I know.
BVS came out today. No, if BVS came out today, day and date, in COVID, it's not making $896 million.
No,
or whatever it makes.
No movie is.
Absolutely not. Guess what? It's gonna bomb.
Well, that's why the movie.
That's
why the Batman is not coming out this year. I mentioned this because remember that when they put all these movies on streaming, I say, why the Batman is not included? I'm like, they're gonna do so. They're gonna test the waters with these movies, and then a year later, when the Batman comes out, that's when they're gonna have in place what they really want to do: the 45-day window, and then streaming.
Bingo.
Yeah,
because they knew all this stuff was gonna fail, and I think they were playing with house money. That's why this movie is not that it failed; it's that it was a testing grounds, and they probably told James Gunn, "Listen, don't consider this a failure because we needed this movie to let us know how to move forward." And that because days later, they went ahead and did a contract with AMC and say, "Hey, we're gonna do the 45-day window and then go into streaming." So they already.
And that's industry. I was just gonna say, man, that's industry wide because Paramount just did that. They just signed a 45-day wait, and Disney has been toying around with that as well. They all want to do this.
Toying with the idea of getting rid of the streaming on the same day too.
What we perceive as successful is changing.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. That's why I made the joke. Why are we judging box office numbers like it's 2019?
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying BVS, dude. I'm sorry, I love the film, and guess what? It could have had all the build up and hype to it, but if it got released this time without, on where I could watch on HBO Max and watch the 3-hour version. I'm not even talking about the fucking theatrical cut.
That doesn't exist.
Aquaman doesn't make $1 billion in this. Joker doesn't make $1 billion in this.
No, Joker definitely.
None of the Marvel movies.
Well, the thing but this is the thing. They all make that kind of money because the numbers of people that are subscribed to HBO Max.
Well, no, they would, but not in that right way.
Right.
You're exactly right. Not in the right way. But what we perceive as being successful is only going to be determined by us talking about it.
Well, no. Here's where you're looking at it from a different point of view, right? So, okay, let's say how many millions of members have HBO Max. Let me just go ahead and how many?
67.5 million.
67. I'll just do 67 because why?
It was
why
higher.
Not, you know what I mean?
Right.
67. And I'm doing whatever. No, I'm gonna do regular math. Okay. So 67 million subscribers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's
Why are we doing this quasi math? Because they have like 20,000 other shows there,
listen,
man.
67 million. I'm just gonna times it by $11.99.
Yes, that's because that's the average. Actually, it's the average monthly price. Yep,
that is $803 million a month.
A month.
So,
That's right.
regardless if they made the Suicide Squad for us or for them, guess what? If they have 1 month's worth of fucking subscriptions for 67 million subscribers,
they're good.
But how big is their debt, though?
It doesn't matter. All I'm
it does
saying
matter.
Is that, no.
Well, I mean, if you look at Netflix had apparently they had a pretty big debt.
Netflix million.
Debt, but guess what? They're still competing with.
But they're still buying up all kinds of shit.
Yeah, because people are betting that one day they're gonna get paid.
But also on top of that, the reason that Netflix has been heavily in debt mostly is because they didn't have the library. They've been spending these years building the library. Warner Bros. Doesn't have to build a library; they already have it.
Oh, dude, that Turner Classics fucking
that hub is my favorite.
Right.
Oh my god, I'll scroll through there and I'll be like, all right, yeah.
But my point though
I haven't
is
seen that in a while.
That's all they care about is money, monthly money. Like, dude, they're okay if they
constant revenue.
Yeah, like is Dune a big like I'm excited for Dune, but okay, you're not going to tell me that they're gaining subscribers monthly like because Dune. No.
Dune was going to bomb before the pandemic.
Exactly. Yes, it was. But
you think so?
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, I do. Yeah, I know that last trailer that they put out did a good job emphasizing who was in it to the general audience. I still don't think most of the general audience knows what the fuck that movie is.
Yeah,
I don't.
I know what it is. I still don't know what it is. Like I watched the trailer, I was like,
Scott's reaching.
I don't know. I'm with Scott.
I've read the book too, Scott. But I find 10 random people, and
I know because no one's willing to. I mean, I hear so many people complain, like who have tried to read the book, and that's the keyword. Tried to read the book.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not that fucking difficult.
Well,
but it is.
I don't say it happily, Ben. I'm not happy that that's the case because I've read the book and I've seen the 1984 David Lynch movie. I'm excited for that fucking movie in October, but the general audience, by and large, unfortunately, it's going to be like Blade Runner 2049.
We're not going to.
But you don't think
Blade Runner was poorly marketed. I think that's why it didn't pick my interest to go and watch it in the movie theaters.
That's the WB way.
Yeah, but I also think that there's
what you're trying to say.
Is Dune getting the day-and-day release?
Yeah.
As far as I know, yes.
Yes.
Legendary has been trying to fight it, but as far as I know, yes.
You don't think that people sitting at home,
yes,
bored,
no,
bored
yes,
as fuck,
yes, absolutely,
are gonna sit and watch that
That's
movie?
yes, though.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what we're
hoping
yes, absolutely. Yes. No, Dune's best shot is the hybrid plane. Absolutely.
So, I guess the question is, do we need these streaming services? Because we are stakeholders. We directly have a stake in whether these films do well. Unless you're a shareholder, yada yada, we are stakeholders in these companies. Do you think HBO Max needs to be more transparent with the numbers and the analytics of these films?
They all do, and they all will.
Well,
it just hasn't gotten to that point yet.
Why do they though?
They don't
Well, I
need
mean, think about the Suicide Squad, because did they say like, oh man, this was the best movie that we've had? Blah, blah, blah. They said the second behind Mortal Kombat.
Right.
The fact that
but they can say whatever the fuck they want.
and then Samba TV goes, yeah, we can confirm on our numbers that it was not as high as Mortal Kombat. So I don't know.
Ty, here's what you got to understand. Like the reason, because we're talking about two different markets. There's traditional, and then there's the streaming market. And then all of this is already set up in the traditional market. Nielsen and ComScore and all those other rating services. And the whole reason that exists is because they're selling it to advertisers. The idea is they have these numbers and they have these ratings because they sell it to people that, will buy their product or be exhibitors and like have that whole financial setup. Streaming is still like working that out. They're still figuring. There isn't a Nielsen. There isn't like a flat Nielsen or ComScore equivalent for streaming it. There will be though, as they start to sell more digital, and as they start to sell more, especially like you know, HBO Max now has they have that ad-supported version, right? And like other services have ad-supported versions. That's what the numbers are really for. It's not really for us, the stakeholders. It's really for the advertisers and the people that are going to spend money to advertise with those companies. As that gets bigger and they can't ignore it, it's going to start pulling more out of the traditional into the streaming market, and we will see those numbers. And it'll be more than Samba TV and others reporting it.
And studio doing exclusive work with whoever, because now they can sell it to you. Hey, listen, here you're gonna get more views. We're gonna get more people to watch your product, and that's where you're gonna get those little exclusive deals with Paramount or whoever wants to put the movie out.
Quick question: do you think that Warner Brothers would have been smarter to charge the premium like Disney Plus did?
No.
Maybe not as much. Maybe I'm not talking $30.
Here's the reason why.
You have to see the numbers of how many subscribe to the service.
I remember hearing Tim say this. I forgot when he said it, but I know he said it because he basically what Disney did, and obviously it shows because people have been dumb to do it. Look, I'm paying for a service already. The fact that you're going to make me pay extra for the fucking service that I already am paying for.
But it's a movie that's not supposed to be there.
Dude, I'm already paying for your service. That's the whole point of the streaming.
Yeah, but you do that with Amazon Prime. You get a bunch of free movies, but you got to pay $20 to watch fucking.
Sure, if I want to, but I don't. I don't choose that.
I'm not talking about. I'm not. No. Like I said, listen, I'm not talking about.
If they would have done, okay, well, I'm paying $15 right now for HBO Max. Now on top of that, I got to pay $30 to watch.
Okay, no, exactly.
But he's saying like, what if it was like half the price?
I was saying,
because that's always
point.
I think everybody forgot about HBO and paying $20 for
like
exclusive
a
movie.
Price.
Yeah, but
remember the ticket price that the movie.
I'm sorry, we're not all that old, Ben.
That's always been around. So I don't understand why it's such a befuddling thing now.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Scott?
Well, I think one thing that, because Ty's question was, would HBO Max have been smarter to go the Premier Access route? Now, what works against HBO Max is the fact that its monthly subscription price is already the most expensive monthly subscription price of all of these services.
It's twice as much.
Yeah, it's built in. Yeah,
exactly.
So that's where HBO Max is kind of caught in the bind. Also, HBO Max is still only freaking available in the United States and now Latin America.
There you
go. They screwed up.
Yep.
By not having their worldwide distribution in place,
which is why it's just all the more reason why they ended up doing the smarter thing. Instead of letting their talent try to take them to court over these deals, as soon as Denny and Nolan and all those others started pitching a fit, they went, "We're sorry, let's renegotiate," which is what you should do.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Them like their movies were a success before they got prepaid, like their movie was a hit.
Yes.
Like, You notice that after that, they all shut the fuck up.
That's called covering your own ass. That's called covering your own ass, because those movies weren't gonna perform as well, and now they would have blamed them for saying, "Hey, this movie was supposed to be in movie theaters. Now I'm gonna sue you." They would have been in the same predicament.
And also, there are movies that are getting released this year, day and date with HBO Max, that weren't even listed. Like there are more like. This Reminiscence. I'm so excited for that movie because it's like,
I didn't even know that was coming out.
Well, they know that Cry Macho, the new Clint Eastwood movie. None of these movies were part of that original announcement of all originally they were like all 15 of Warner Brothers 2021 movies, and now suddenly we're having movies popping up coming
that we
out
didn't even know.
That we didn't even know about.
What's that one that I still haven't watched it, but the Don Cheadle one?
Oh, No Sudden Move.
Right.
That's
Benicio del Toro.
Benicio del Toro and Soderbergh.
Right. But still, like it's almost like that original slate was a gateway.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, use Godzilla versus Kong to bring them in, and then throw all this other shit at them that we know we've got in the hopper.
And that's why I'm saying, like, with HMA, it's different with Disney. Disney's like $6. So if you want to pay $30 to watch a shitty fucking movie, hey, dude.
All right.
Yes.
You got a point there because Disney is like $7 to.
Yeah.
But the other thing though, Ty, is that Disney and Shang-Chi legitimately concerns me because just the way that like Chapek has, because this isn't Feige, this is his boss that's like overruling him on this shit. And it really feels like it really feels like when he came out a couple days ago and was like, well, there was no way we could do it. It almost seemed to me like he was putting a bell on Shang-Chi and he's waiting for it to fail so that he can go, this is why we need Premier Access. And it's going to screw over Destin Daniel Cretton and Simu Liu and everybody else in that movie because he's going to use it as an example to be like, this is why we can't rely on theaters exclusively anymore. And he's going to use it as posturing for the rest of his negotiations and whatever the fuck happens with ScarJo and, you know, whoever else decides to say anything about it.
Do you think Shang-Chi will do you think Shang-Chi will get put to rephrase it? Do you think that they're gonna move Spider-Man and release?
Yeah, they're gonna move
Spider-Man on
they definitely. We haven't gotten a Spider-Man trailer.
Venom Let There Be Carnage was just moved to October 15th. So
granted, that's only 3 weeks, but still,
No Way Home's getting moved.
Oh yeah, I have a feeling that No Way Home is going to be moved to next summer.
And Ty, watch when Shang-Chi bombs.
It's going to be moved to September.
Chapek is going to use that as an excuse to say we need to put Eternals and Far From and No Way Home on Premier Access.
That's going to be the sacrificial lamb, right?
See,
right there.
That's what's going to be interesting. When Shang-Chi comes out, I'm like, and I remember seeing the trailer last night when I watched Free Guy. I went, oh wow, that's coming out in September. That's usually not a good month for movies. January and September, not always the great time. And then this is like a fucking
Oscar bait months.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what? I want to see Shang-Chi because what I've seen looks like, oh, this is going to be something fresh in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thank God. You know, I'm like, this is something great. This is something that could be fresh. And then all of a sudden I'm like, wow, they're fucking releasing it in September. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that. We are in August and it's not released. Oh, wow, September. What the fuck? For a Marvel movie? You would never hear about that prior to fucking apocalypse happening, you know?
I'm telling you, man, I think, you know, when it comes to Disney and all that shit, I think they, with this whole Black Widow shit, I mean, listen, if we would have never had a situation of COVID, Black Widow would have came out when it was supposed to. It would have been $1 billion film. Regardless
it would have.
It would have.
Yeah, it would have.
Yep.
It would have been $1 billion film. I'm going to tell you this. Because of how much Endgame would have been hyped up, like let's say Endgame came out in COVID, I honestly think that would be close to $1 billion film. Like, still, because of all of the fucking hype and all the movie, all the that, but up. Because Black Widow got pushed back and Marvel hadn't released shit except for, you know, Disney Channel, WandaVision, and bullshit Captain and whatever. They didn't have any build up and hype to like make Black Widow be like, yo, this is the film. So what happened? Oh, nobody give a shit anymore.
It's also a lost episode. It feels like we should have watched it for 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's what I feel like they're about to do with these next Marvel films. It's kind of like they keep pushing them back or they're going to release them where it's like, yeah, but do we really need to see that? I don't
I mean,
think so.
Shang-Chi is one of those movies where you're right. Did we need it?
Well,
yes.
I'm going to argue yes for the representation aspect. I am. I'm going to argue.
Okay.
But
30 films. 30 films.
Not because it's a good movie. Why is this whole thing about making a movie for representation? How about making a good movie?
The thing is, though,
can't you do both?
I think it could be a good movie. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be
there's
cringy fucking humor that's going to be in it. Yes, but watching some clips and seeing like the choreography, I'm going, okay, this is going to be something that Snake Eyes was trying to be because apparently Snake Eyes did not accomplish
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
Well,
or
like-
Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I know. It's like,
Mortal Kombat deceived the fuck out of me, man.
oh man,
I thought it was gonna be amazing.
And look, I really I cannot fucking believe that Mortal Kombat is on top of the HBO Max list.
well,
As
no,
far-
it's just because people just wanted
Is
to
it the
watch
IP? Is it the
But
IP?
but at the same time, yes. But at the same time, did they like it? You know?
Yeah, no, yeah. There's no numbers. That could be
No.
like the first, you clicked on it, and now that's because you clicked on
Right.
it. That counts.
And
as
remember,
a,
they
you know.
count a view
Yeah.
as in you watched like 2 minutes.
Six.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah.
And it's Wild West. Listen, streaming reporting is Wild West right now
Yep.
for
The
everybody.
only thing,
Yeah,
There's
because
no-
they're even counting pirating. You know.
Right.
Now.
Yeah,
Right.
they,
They're
So-
what?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they do.
they look at that
Yes.
number. They look at that number, Ty. That's
Absolutely.
why. That's why when people like making proclamations about, oh, I'm gonna fucking pirate this movie, I'm like, well, first off, you're not cool because you're openly, publicly admitting you're
Saying.
stealing a fucking movie. That does not make you cool. But at the same time, they're looking at those numbers as well to see how popular something is.
But
Get
here's
the
here's
fuck
what I
outta
what I can
here.
appreciate about all these films though, like getting delayed and pushed back because, and I'm not singling out an actual.
I'm gonna grab a
film,
coffee if that's
you know,
okay.
But
Damn.
I'm saying that
I feel like we're gonna be up for a while, so I'm gonna grab a coffee. One
so
second.
I
I have a lot to say.
it's like we're in this, from 2019, and it's like right. I think it was like 2019 because 2018 was like on the cusp of it. 2019 hit, and it was all these films, and I don't mean it this way, so I'm not. As somebody that's non-white, I feel like I could fucking say this and nobody could talk shit, but I feel like 2019 was the year that everybody was like, well, now we need representation in every fucking film. It needs to be a woman or it needs to be a different person of color. That's it. And that's the only way we can have films from now
the
on.
woke, the
Yeah,
whole
this
woke.
whole culture that was like, oh, okay, but like if it doesn't serve okay, well, whatever. If we're going to have female, all right, we got to have female protagonists and they're badass and that's awesome. That's cool. But we need a female James Bond or we need, this or that. It's like, okay, man, I get that. So they all wanted to rush to that. Like they all, like filmmakers and writers, and they wanted to rush. Hollywood wanted to do all that. Well, guess what? The next year, COVID happens. So all of a sudden, now all these films get pushed back and delayed. Well, guess what? We're also in a society that fucking they'll latch onto something real quick, and then that's it. Like nobody's really screaming about defund the police anymore, are they? No.
Nope.
You know why? Because guess what? That shit didn't really work out for the people that were screaming defund the police. But they still like were bitching about that for like a few months, and then it just died away, right? Same kind of thing with this representation. I get the representation, and I understand that. I fully do. But at the same time, we're getting to a point where all these movies are going to start coming out where it's going to look really obvious like that's what Hollywood was trying to do because that was the it thing. And I'm like, is this going to be good for Hollywood? Because it's like if you look at Shang-Chi or whatever it's called, sure, it would have been great if it came out in 2019 or whenever it was supposed to come out, but
Would have been big.
yeah.
But the thing is, like I always look at like look at how big Black Panther is. I'm not saying it's going to be as big as that, but I think it would have been a pretty big movie. And now they're talking about maybe it'll get 55 million on its opening, or I'm like,
so
damn, man.
You
But
take
at
far
the
as
same
the
time, look at the
representation-
Disney Plus numbers.
but you
As far
take
as
that
the whole different representation thing, I think it is important.
no. Like
First
I said,
of all,
I
yeah,
do think it's
I know
important.
you're saying the same thing,
But
and like the Shang-Chi thing, we haven't seen anything from this movie, so it might be amazing. We don't know.
good.
So,
Easily.
but the thing is that like one of the things that because we both agree on the same thing on this here, and like when you're making a product, when you're making a movie or a TV show, and you make it with intent to make it to represent specific demographics, then it's fine to write that story for this black character, Asian, straight, bi, whatever it is, it's fine. But when you're making a product and it's a movie about a specific story that you want to tell, and then the studio say, "Well, we need to include this character and this here," this specific
my
ambiguous
main-
sexuality, this ethnic background. It doesn't serve any purpose to the movie. Then I'm like, okay, now you are meddling with something that probably is gonna be amazing, but because you're throwing those little elements that do not pay off at all, now the product is suffering. That's where I have a problem with. But when you do with the intent to put those to represent anything, minorities, anything, I'm fine with those.
I'll tell you
Make
a
it
perfect
make
example.
sense.
Exactly.
Is the Tomorrow's World. You know, if you guys didn't watch it, I loved it. Like, dude,
Tomorrow War.
Tomorrow's
It's
War.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Ben and I kind of go like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's
but
okay.
but here's the thing: if you look at like the representation in that film, none of the characters specify a race, so they could. I mean, dude, they could play whatever. You know, male, female, didn't matter what the color was. It just, dude, the characters were the characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when I look at like, and this is going back to like Warner Brothers being a shitty studio, they look at, oh, okay, well, you know, we need to get into this diverse thing because you know what, we just, well, let's get with the times or whatever. So you know what, we're gonna, instead of having a black Superman be like a real character of a black Superman, we're just gonna go Kal-El.
Let's make
That's
it black.
Superman, right? Everybody knows Superman is Kal-El, right? But what if he was black? Doesn't make sense.
No.
Doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. Okay, well,
Especially when there's actually a black Superman character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, again, I am a person of color, quote unquote. But I don't give a
Are you
shit.
though? You fucking colonizer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my ancestors kind of really, you know, fucked America anyways. So, but whatever. Like it didn't. You know. But you know, I kind of look at it like, dude. I mean, you could also. You know, I always throw this out there. I'm like, why wouldn't you give us a Vixen fucking film then? Like, you know, if you want to give us black culture, black characters in DC.
Yes.
Okay, well, dude, there's
Listen,
Green Lantern, there's
Static Shock.
And there are instances where directors go out of the way not to do the right thing, because I think Steve McQueen, he said one time, you cannot make a movie, and I posted that on Twitter. You cannot make a movie about New York City and have this all white cast. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like
yeah,
when New York City is like,
Diverse
it is literally the melting pot. Like you
Yeah.
see all the races, within a corner, like from one block to the next, you see different races.
Mhm.
So I'm like, oh yeah, you know, that's right. Because if you're gonna make a movie in a specific area, then you have to represent that area.
Mhm.
So that makes sense. But the whole thing about making, I'm fine with like race bending and gender bending if that character doesn't exist on that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if we have Balzad, we have Calvin Ellis, we have Steele. So do we really need to make
Clark Kent.
Kent black?
No.
Like to me, it feels disingenuous because it's
I
like
feel
trying
like
to
the
give
black
me
person should comment on this.
Go for
what's
it.
that?
Wait though.
Well, I
Before
mean,
you
well,
do.
Ben's kind of.
Well,
No,
before
I'm
you
black.
do, though,
Was white. My mom is black.
yeah.
Oh,
Dominican.
okay. I did not know that. I honestly was not thinking. I did not. Sorry, my bad.
It's the
There it
accent,
is.
that's why.
So,
It's your race.
No, it is. No, it is the accent. I'm sorry. It is the accent. It
It's
is.
racist.
No. It's all right.
It's whatever.
there you go.
I will say this though, I can't fucking stand that the redheads get treated the worst. I love redheads.
Oh,
so-
fuck redheads.
Oh, here we go. Here we go with that. Here we go
I
with that.
cannot
No,
stand it, dude.
no. Look, it's like okay. I think, generally speaking, I agree. Maybe not necessarily what you said about defund the police, but that's another topic. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
like,
But all I meant with that was there was this big thing, right? Like defund the police.
It was
It's gone.
right, yeah,
and it's gone. Nobody's talking about it. Like imagine if they were still talking about it today.
I mean the problem behind that still exists.
No, yeah,
But
absolutely.
yeah, I get what you're saying. in
But you
terms of
know what I
right,
mean though. Like
Yeah.
the situation and how that was brought up, I understand. But if they were still going after like defund the police,
Yeah.
okay.
Dave and I have talked about this before because the Valzad thing and the cow. Yes, I completely agree with that. Like, and as I have said already, watch Michael B. Jordan's idea. If it happens, phase out this Ta-Nehisi Coates, J.J. Abrams thing completely. It's already kind of starting.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, especially since he's in the middle of the Justice League Dark stuff. But I do get that point, right? And like seeing like the other black characters come out, but I guess for me, it's like I understand. Like I guess it just depends on how the studio treats it, because Marvel does this. Marvel has a thing where they want you to know. They announce that Kate Blanchett is our first female villain. Yeah. Announce that how important
Brie Larson. Look at this.
Right, Brie Larson. Announced, but I don't know if they necessarily had to announce Black Panther because we all fucking knew how important that was.
No, they probably
we all knew that.
It was huge,
right?
and it was like great, cool.
Exactly, but like so with Warner Brothers, it's like it's not like they haven't done it organically. They didn't hang a bell on the cast for Studio Squad. They did not hang a bell on that, and it's an extremely diverse cast. Yeah. And they didn't necessarily have to really do anything for Wonder Woman because Wonder Woman was Wonder Woman. It's like, okay, whatever. We don't need to. I don't feel like they gave Gal Gadot the Brie Larson treatment with her. I don't feel like that was the case at all. So it's like, okay, cool. They certainly didn't say shit about making Aquaman a Pacific Islander.
Nope.
They just let it go. They're just like
Zack Snyder too.
Just
by the way. But I mean, to that point, it's like it made sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, so I guess when it comes to like the future of what Warner Brothers is doing, like when we talk about like Blue Beetle, okay, that makes sense. And that's a story like Ben, that I believe that will be a good story because it's Soto directing it. And like that culture is going to be there. Yeah. Like Scott, I brought this up before. I'm going to bring it up here. The Fences thing with Denzel Washington. The Fences press tour, when they asked him about like why does it have to be a black director that does a movie like Fences as opposed to somebody else, and he said it's not about color, it's about culture. And his example, this is the best example. He said Martin Scorsese in Goodfellas and Steven Spielberg in Schindler's List.
Yep.
Martin Scorsese could do Schindler's List and it would be great. Steven Spielberg could do The Goodfellas and it would be great. The reason that those movies transcend is because those guys who did it understand the culture better than anybody. Spielberg gets Jewish culture.
Spielberg
could do Schindler's List
the culture
perfectly. Yeah. Scorsese knows the fucking mob, knows Italian culture, all that. So it's like, so that's more of that, and just don't hang a bell on it. Just do it organically. Do it.
But also
listen to Denzel a lot more.
But I feel like WB did that with Blue Beetle. Like, listen. Ben asked me this because he was like, so you're telling me if so-and-so, like if Zach, made it a story to where Blue Beetle was involved, I'd be like, dude, he asked me if Zach was doing the story where Blue Beetle was going to be some offshoot, movie, would I be hyped for it? And I told him flat out, fuck no, I wouldn't. I don't give a shit.
You will stand the fuck out. Get out of here.
Forgive me. I apologize, but dude, I am not the biggest fucking Blue Beetle fan. Like, dude,
okay.
Yeah, it's cool. Like, I get it, but you're only doing it, and I'm saying you as the WB, you're only doing it because it's a culture that you haven't hit that niche or that.
But there's some curveballs. There's some curveballs too, though. And speaking of the director that we, Mr. David Ayer, yes, that is up there. I mean, look at his recent movie,
Tax Collector.
Okay, how much heat did he get for that?
He did.
Because, he cast Shia LaBeouf as like this guy who's talking like who's like, oh yeah, what's up, Holmes? What's going on? And then people were giving him shit, but he goes, that's how I grew up. I'm a white guy that can speak Spanish.
White guys like that exist.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That can exist.
Yeah. Well, and that's my point though. So if you look at like this Blue Beetle film, like sure the director, it might be good. I don't know. Like here's the thing. A WB can ask me to do a fucking I don't even know, name the shittiest fucking character in DC, and I'd be like, if that's what you're gonna get, if that's the option I have, I'm gonna fucking do it. Like I'm not
Kite Man.
I'm not talking shit about or anybody involved with it. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying, like the character itself. Dude, is there a better character you could do than Blue Beetle? Like, it doesn't make sense though. Like, okay,
I guess I'm a little different on that though, Garza, because like I get what you're saying. The problem is when you use the word better,
Well,
That's-
I mean, okay, if you're going to use it as an this is. Are you tying it to DC Titans? Or are you tying it to?
No, they're probably not tying it to shit. They're probably not tying it to anything. More than likely, it's probably standalone. So
sweet, dude. Well,
but,
listen, you never knew anything about Invincible. When it came out, it blew you away.
It did.
So
You're
it
absolutely
can,
right.
so
I mean, I did
this
know a
can-
little bit, but
right,
cool.
but it blew a lot of people away that didn't know anything about Invincible.
So
This could put,
be Invincible?
Yeah.
so it could put this could have the potential. I'm not saying that it does. I like them. I like on the animated series Young Justice. So it has the potential of tapping into something that you didn't know that you wanted to watch. You know, so give it time.
I think.
Yes,
I
agree.
get it.
I think-
completely agree. Dude, no, I will never be like nobody asked for this because at the end of the day, dude, nobody asked for fucking Star Wars in the beginning. So you know what I mean? Like, I get it. All I'm saying is, if you're trying to create exclusives and you want to have like these characters rooted, like, dude, I'm not saying that Blue Beetle's a shitty character by any means. I'm saying that there's better characters than him. That's all I'm saying.
In your opinion,
Like,
well, you're right.
And would I agree with you? Actually, yes, I would.
Well, no,
And
so that's what I mean though. Is like you have to look at it from a business standpoint, right? Like, okay, well, are you trying to go for a demographic? Is that the reason?
If we're looking at it from a business standpoint, Garza,
Exactly.
you know what they're saying.
They're saying demographic.
Yes, because F9 slaughters that demographic, and they want that money. That's what they. That's
which.
So from a business demographic, yes, definitely.
For those that have seen F9, I haven't. Would you say that it's worth it?
No.
Well, I'm a fan of the franchise, so I'm the wrong person to ask.
I'm a fan of like turning my head off to it and just watching. But back
it's
to
that
the
kind of a franchise.
Yeah, back to the Justice League thing. Blue Beetle. My thoughts have always been like we need to get the core Justice League intact before we start doing offshoot projects.
Why?
So we have a black Green Lantern that we have not explored, and I think
we have Cyborg that we haven't explored.
Yeah, those are the stories we need to explore before we start going to do Blue Beetle, Batgirl. Yada, yada,
I mean,
yada.
they're gonna exist on a streaming platform. Like who has read a Moon Knight comic book here? Show hands.
Oh, it's Scott probably. Yeah,
Scott. I know Scott has.
I have not.
All
That's
right.
not a good question to ask when I'm on a
But
panel.
Moon Knight is a great character.
it's a great fucking character, but not too many people know about it. Now, like I
Right,
saw
but the Avengers have done that thing where
so
they've established
today
whole
something
team.
something
that's
leaked,
true. True.
and like people that know that they don't know anything about Moon Knight, like this looks amazing. Who's
Yeah,
this guy?
you know that
but
leaked today?
you're going the other way. You're going the other way, saying so the Avengers have done what they needed to do.
Ty, can I ask you a question? Why
Yeah.
does Warner Brothers need to do it
The
that
same
way?
way. Yeah.
Not the same way, but you need to establish the
No, they don't-
core.
I don't
Justice
even know if
League
they. I don't
team.
even know if they need to do that. Like, and I'm going to paint a perfect example. Blue Beetle. If they were to use Blue
We
Beetle,
don't even
and
know who our Superman is.
I truly mean this. If they were to have introduced Blue Beetle, let's just say that they had an Injustice fucking series, and you had Blue Beetle and Firestorm. Like, dude, I don't know shit about Firestorm either. But when I played him in the Injustice game, Injustice 2, I was like, dude, this character is fucking badass. That's all I needed. I didn't need a fucking full series of Firestorm or Blue Beetle. I got the feeling of they were in this situation with the main Justice League. Like they were the side character. I don't need to,
The thing is that we wouldn't gotten this in a movie theater. Like you know the model before.
Ray and I have talked about
we would get the
this.
Superman, the Batmans, the Iron Man, and that's it. And then we'll recycle those fucking movies again. Now
Can
we're
you
getting the
tell
side
me
characters.
right now
Exactly.
who our Superman is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. I mean,
don't.
we hope
Can
that
you
it's
tell
Cavill.
me who
But
our Green Lantern is?
But I don't see why
Sam
that
Benjamin.
I don't see why that affects.
That's good.
I just
all I'm
Dum,
saying,
dum.
and I'm not attacking you, Ray. You know, I love you, man. I'm just saying we need to establish our core characters before we start doing offshoot.
And my
stuff.
question still is, why is that the case? Why do we need to do? Why does that even necessary?
Because if you can't get the core characters correct, or
And who
if we
gives a
don't,
shit about the other ones?
then who
Okay,
gives
But
a
you're
shit?
assuming that they're all part of the
but-
same universe.
Exactly, and on top of that, we're looking at the tie. I really feel like we're looking at this from from our perspective. The
Yeah.
general audience, like my old boss, who thinks that Wonder Woman is an Avenger,
Oh no.
does
Yeah,
not
right.
give a shit.
Yep.
Well, right.
Does not care when they see lasers coming out of their eyes, when they see them flying
so
with capes.
I
That's,
would-
that's
I would-
what they flock to.
I would say this though. Show me a Blue Beetle signal. What's the signal for Blue Beetle?
Scarab.
The scarab. Yeah.
The legs.
Yeah, but we
Scarab.
all know
Yeah,
that.
We know that. Okay,
Well,
you
you
would have shown a
ask.
scarab to somebody. What would somebody just
Go-
random
go.
person say?
Oh,
okay,
God,
what
But
is
the
it?
point,
I
but
wish-
the point is, what Ray's point is, and I understand it because
I do understand where Ray's coming from too. Like, no hate, by the way, no hate. You know that.
No, I hate on Ray all the
No,
time.
nobody-
It's
no.
fine.
No hate.
I've
I'm just-
been doing it for 5 years.
It's
I'm-
not like I'm the safest person on Twitter.
No, I know.
I'm good. It's all good.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I think as a cinematic universe, you need to establish your main team before you start doing these offshoot
But Ty, to
projects.
Ray's point, once again, that's assuming that these movies are going to
To be
be
tie-in.
tied into a single universe. You can make a Blue Beetle movie that's just a Blue Beetle movie, and it can either not tie in or be ambiguous enough to where you're like,
Like the Suicide Squad just was.
Well,
Yeah.
right, but are you seriously that hyped for a Blue Beetle movie? Let's put it that way.
I'll watch it.
No,
And
I
here-
know. Yeah, of course you'll watch it. I mean,
But
sure.
okay, but there's a difference between like, am I hyped for it or will I watch it? See, now hype is all about marketing, and that's where it's going to come down to how is Warner Brothers going to market it to the general audience. Now,
Well,
if history tells us they're going to fuck it up, but we don't know. We'll have to
But
see.
they did cast the character like a popular,
Yeah.
up and coming character. I mean, what's his name?
Solo.
Yeah, it's
I can never
Cholo-
pronounce his
Cholo
last name.
Mari
Dueña.
Mari Dueña.
Cobra Kai
We
kid.
share our little squiggle on our end. So
Right.
yeah, Mari Dueña. Yeah, that's right.
Marihuana.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but I mean, they did a good job of being like, hey, let's cast who's popular that is Latino. It's like, oh, there
Right.
it is. This guy right here. I mean, Cobra Kai is popular. He's young.
Michael B. Jordan of the Hispanic culture, I guess. Maybe.
and I don't know that we flat out said this yet, but I think a few of us have kind of intimated this. Let's be clear here, and Dave and I have said this before. Blue Beetle, Batgirl, Static Shock, and even this Michael B. Jordan Valzad project, none of them get greenlit unless HBO Max exists.
Thank you.
Not a one of them.
Nope.
Which is again, that's there's a term for that, right? Like for I don't want to say it's like they're treating him like the stepchild, but that's how they're treating him like.
See, but
it's
that's
just another
see,
venue.
right? See,
That's
exactly.
the way
Ben-
that they might be, but to the public,
Right. See, and that's the problem, Garza. If we're going to talk about how the conversation's got to shift with box office, we got to talk about how it's shifting with the industry. Period.
And the way you
Streaming
look
is
at
not
it.
a redheaded stepchild.
No, it's
They're-
not. But HBO and Warner Brothers are treating it like that.
Oh yeah.
That's my point.
Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
As long as the general audience is going like, hey, I can, I don't know what this character was. Would they have fucking paid, a $13 ticket?
Because here, let's hypothetically, Garza. Hypothetically, let's say we have a scenario where we don't have to worry about another variant, and the theaters are back to not where they were beforehand, but closer to a normal. And you decide that you're going to run Blue Beetle or Batgirl or Static Shock up against an MCU movie.
Right.
Fucking nightmare. I hate saying that, but it's
No, it would be. Yeah, absolutely.
But if you put them on HBO Max, and now the family of four or whoever doesn't have to make a choice. They don't have to buy a ticket. They don't have to find a babysitter and just sit in front of the couch whenever they want and watch it. Well, now it's easier access. That bodes better for these other DC characters for exposure.
Absolutely. But it's
Well,
also.
I wanna address Williams' point.
Go
Go ahead, Scott. What were we gonna
I was
say?
going to say is Peacemaker getting me hyped for what's to come? Like, no, I'm gonna watch it, but it's like, okay, like I'm just curious to see how it turns out. But I'm not sitting there going, dude, not like this is how I'd be. But it's not like I'm going, oh, WandaVision and Falcon and Loki. That's what this Peacemaker is gonna be like for DC. No, dude, it's like, oh, this is just gonna be a DC show. That's it.
Right.
Well, and to address William's point, the idea that no one cares about offshoot characters, no one cares about the flagship ones, but everyone doesn't care. No, they would care if they were invested in the brand.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what Marvel is doing right now is they got people invested in the brand.
Yep.
They were consistent. Now I'm not saying, they were all great, but they were consistent enough that they have brainwashed an entire generation or two.
$1 billion worth as customers.
And getting these customers are saying, I want this. And I say this as a middle school teacher who has to have these conversations with middle schoolers who want to give me crap because I say I prefer DC over Marvel, and they literally cannot comprehend what universe I'm living in that I prefer the DC characters to the Marvel characters. So literally they're eating up, and all they know is the movies. And these are characters that even me growing up, I didn't know who these characters were.
And what is the biggest
what
reason?
happens? And so because WB has screwed the pooch for so long, is that that's why they don't care about the offshoot characters of DC, because DC hasn't generated that kind of brand loyalty,
and they haven't marketed it the same way. But to be fair, nobody markets like Disney. Nobody.
No.
Period. And that's just, you can't get on that level. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, it's true.
Because tell me any reason in any world, and I know it's a tired example, but I'm gonna go back to the fact that Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say Ant-Man.
I thought you were gonna say what if.
Yeah.
Oh.
but those two movies showed up on the tail end of Phase 2. And then we go into Phase 3 and we're getting Doctor Strange and an Ant-Man sequel. And you're just sitting there going,
huh?
What timeline? And I didn't know Doctor Strange really showed up on the Spider-Man cartoon in the 90s.
Yeah.
He was literally in one episode. And that's how I knew about his character. Ant-Man.
Who the fuck? Exactly.
Yeah.
And even then,
the only thing I knew about Ant-Man was Edgar Wright's fucking little test footage video.
It wasn't even Scott. I didn't even know who Scott Lang was.
Yeah.
It was
always him. Yeah.
Have you guys seen What If?
No.
Yeah, we have.
I haven't seen it yet.
I couldn't sit
hold on. Ben, you have to go. Yeah, Ben has to go.
Right.
So
thank you guys.
We're gonna. He sent a message, so I was like,
always fun.
that he has to go. Take it easy, Ben.
Thank you for talking to you, man.
Mr. Edwards, Twitter, do all that stuff. Thank you, Ben, for joining in. Yeah, all that. All right, man.
Guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
Love you, dude.
All right. Go ahead, Ty. Sorry.
Have you guys seen What If?
Yes, I have.
Past the first episode?
No,
I have not seen any of it yet.
I haven't seen any of it
yet.
Okay. So I got to see the first 4 episodes.
Nice.
And when you get to watch them back to back, it feels so much better than weekly. It flows better, and it I don't know, it does something different to it. So my advice to you guys would be to let the season play out. I know that's not analytically good for Marvel, but let the at least 5 episodes debut and then watch them back to back, and I promise you'll like them a little bit more.
That is generally not even subconsciously. It's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
With Marvel, it's pretty much what I.
Garza, you did the Zangief fucking.
Yeah, bro.
They're not the greatest, but their animation.
I know you did. What's his name from?
Yeah, from.
Yeah.
Gladiator, Joaquin
Maximus,
Phoenix.
right? No, that's
Yeah,
Cla-
yeah,
Claudius.
something like that.
Was
But
it Claudius?
for some reason, my mind went to Zangief when he was like, yeah, when he always did the side, yeah, in the fucking Street Fighter movie. Sorry,
Yeah.
total
Yeah.
tangent. Sorry, Ty. I didn't mean
No,
to-
it's okay. It's okay.
No, but
It's
Ty,
okay.
like that was just kind of how I ended up finishing WandaVision, and it was totally. I watched all of Falcon and Winter Soldier at once, and I pretty much watched all of Loki at once. It just kind of happened that way. So I don't know. I think I've kind of determined that I personally prefer the binge model.
Yeah, especially since like they're only like 33 minutes, and it's like that first episode is definitely not the one I would have started with, but it's the one that they needed to start it
I've
with.
heard that.
It almost seems like they wanted to start that off with because it was showing it was showing
the first
Peggy.
Avenger story.
Yeah, the first Avenger. It was kind of linear. I think they're kind of trying to go for like a linear kind of aspect of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just because it was like, oh yeah, this takes place back in this. I enjoyed it, but yeah, I'm kind of curious to see, what happens.
The second episode, I'll tell you this. The second episode, you do not expect where it's going.
Good.
And who's in it.
Good, because
Marvel doesn't do enough of that.
With the Captain Carter episode, I went, oh yeah, that's cool. And then it was like it was cool what they did, but then they just kind of went, all right, we're still gonna run through the first Avenger movie, and it's gonna very much be what almost kind of, I don't know. It just, to me, I mean, even though there was like, yeah, what happened with Steve and everything, but it just kind of went like, oh, okay. But there's not much here except for doing a different variation of that movie. So I'm kind of looking forward to the second episode if they go like, oh, let's go buck wild.
And I'm not allowed, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, so I might get in trouble or fired, but the second episode is the T'Challa episode.
Oh, I had a feeling.
Yeah, and it's his last performance, and the tribute that they have at the end,
that's good.
It definitely brought a tear to my eye.
Okay.
So I think the second episode is really where like it's gonna hit people home. So
Good.
I definitely give it another shot, guys.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the animation is clean, and I like what they
so
did.
clean and
so fucking good, man.
As far as Marvel
Studios
goes,
I just had a couple. I don't know, questions / issues in terms of like the voice casting. Like, and I know there was
weird. Some return, but not the main guys.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
the whole Peggy and Steve relationship is built throughout the MCU, and it's Steve and Peggy, and then Steve is replaced.
It's not Chris Evans,
It's
but
not
he sounds
Chris
like
Evans.
him. He sounds like him, though.
does he sound more like him than whoever the dude is playing Tony Stark? Sounds
Probably.
like, because that dude doesn't sound like Robert Downey Jr. at all.
Yeah.
When I did my reaction to that trailer, I went, that wasn't Robert Downey, but it was an attempt, right?
Yeah.
An attempt. That's the nicest way of putting it, an attempt.
Yes, it was an attempt.
So in my review for it,
I can't even do a Robert Downey. I don't know. There's something like that you do to your voice that I've seen impressionists do when they do a Robert Downey. I'm like, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even. Yeah.
In my review for it, that's the only thing that really took me out of the story was some actors like Haley Atwell.
Yeah,
was Haley Atwell. She was Peggy Carter, but then
Sebastian Stan was in there, Stanley Tucci, and it was like, all right,
everybody but Chris Evans.
Pretty much.
By the way, the second episode, wow, so many people come back. But the first episode, it's like you're having this relationship with Peggy and Steve, but Steve's not Steve.
He's still scrawny.
Yeah, he's not voiced by the same character, so it kind of takes you out of the story because the whole MCU is built around their relationship, and then it kind of takes you out of it a little bit. So
see that's the one thing, Ty, that is going to bug me going through this series is when we get to a bigger character and it's not the actor. It's like, that's not you.
Because
not gonna
Ty.
heal.
didn't Batista make that comment where he was
Yeah.
like,
Mhm.
I wasn't even asked?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what's so weird
but
about
here's
that.
the thing. He only has one line of dialogue. So to bring him in for one line of dialogue,
They can afford it.
Yeah. Listen, Ty, Ty,
you're right. You're right.
They can afford
They could've.
anything. Yeah.
But
Ty-
it's such a goofy line. I don't think they.
listen, dude.
Is it any goofier than what he said in any of the movies?
Ha ha! I'm invisible. Yeah.
All right, yeah, you got that.
Yeah, that's
You got
true.
that.
No,
You
no,
got-
I was-
No, you
told us
got that.
not
You got
to-
that. You got that. You got
Yeah,
that.
you told us to give it another shot, bro. I'm not even gonna watch it once. Okay, so don't worry. It'll be good.
I don't know. What if
I'm gonna
You're-
watch.
you wait,
I'm gonna
Garza,
watch.
you're not gonna watch it at all.
No.
I'm not going to watch it at all.
really?
Okay.
Dude, I don't give a
Okay.
shit about what.
Scott's been checked out. Scott has been. He's.
Well, no,
he's-
I know Garza doesn't really
No.
do the MCU.
Here's
so.
no WandaVision fucked me up. That's where it went, and I went. You know what? Fuck you, Marvel, for trying to get me to get invested with the shit. Fuck you.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
I actually think you would like Loki, to be honest.
No,
I
yeah,
did think
probably
you would
would.
like Loki.
What about WandaVision fucked you up? Like, what do you mean?
The
What is-
expectation.
Oh, it was the Evan Peters fucking.
The
Yeah,
fucking-
it was, it was, it was the-
you got
the-
baited. You the bait.
Dude,
Use the same actor.
don't
from the
don't
action films.
don't even go with that. You got
Yeah, no,
baited shit.
dude.
Every single person
No,
in the
dude.
Okay.
world got
Yeah.
baited.
No. Okay, listen. Okay, it's just like how.
No, if you watched that show and you looked at that character and you went, "That's Evan Peters. He is brought back to whatever."
Yeah, that was
In the
such a
world.
fucking bait
You're
and
not
no
gonna-
script.
That was a troll and a
There was
half.
no
Yeah.
fucking way that you're gonna sit there and say anybody knew. No, that's just a joke. They're not really going that route. They're
No, I
actually
wasn't.
going.
No. I wasn't saying that. I just wasn't committing to he's Quicksilver. I wasn't committing to that.
How? When
When he was running
Because
around
I don't-
like Quicksilver?
No.
Because I don't
Was it-
trust the franchise.
Okay.
That's my point, though. I didn't give a shit about what they did in the movies. I was watching this and I put my faith in Marvel and I went, I'm gonna watch this. And then I saw that and I was like, holy shit, dude.
Garza, let me tell you a story.
I remember when Garza was like, you know what? This
Let me-
show might have got me.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he was like, fuck this show.
Let me tell you guys a story. This has to do with DC, but it's still just to give you an idea where my mind is on this. Some years ago, when I was doing DCTV Squadcast with Brent over on Squadcast Media, we get to the point where it's the summer before season 3 of The Flash. And I decide
I know this story. I'm going to sit back. I know this story.
and I decide because I don't know. I want to prepare, right? I want to have knowledge. I don't want another season of references I don't fucking get, because that's all the first season was. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't know who that guy is. I'm tired of going to Wiki. I'm tired of Brent telling me who it is. Okay, so to prepare for season 3 of The Flash, what do? I read Flashpoint, the trade paperback. Now I figure I'm ready. I've got it. I'm good. I'm going to get every reference this season. And it ends up being a loose adaptation of the book for the first fucking episode of the 3rd season. Let's go further. Let's go to Supergirl season 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
You went further on that one.
I went further because they told us that there was going to be Supergirl versus the Elite. So what the fuck did I do? I read Action 775 and I watched the animated movie Superman versus the Elite in preparation for that episode. I don't even think it's 5%.
That
of
was
the story.
your first problem watching Supergirl in the first place.
Well, no, I like the DCCW tie. I do. But my point is I don't trust these studios when it comes to adaptations of or any path that they will lead us on. Fuck that. No, I don't trust it. Until the path is actually announced, I did whatever. Fuck it. I don't care.
What do you think? Because actually, I'm just about to start it. Superman and Lois.
Oh,
It's
actually pretty
Ray
good.
and I have watched the first 4 episodes and we love it.
Yeah, it's
I
actually
heard it's like
damn good.
I heard it's one of the best
It-
CW.
Amen.
It does
It
the closest the CW has come to not feeling like itself is up to now was Black Lightning. This goes further.
Well,
Superman and
really?
Lois goes further.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So,
Like the cinematography and it looks
Yeah.
beautiful.
No, that's the thing. It looks good.
And you can tell
and they actually take a little heavily from a certain director.
not a little
Yeah,
not a little
Mr.
heavily.
Mr.
They-
Not a little,
they
yeah.
fucking-
They take a lot.
Mr. Zack Snyder.
I almost they owe him money. They fucking owe him money.
They
Seriously,
owe
why
him
is this
money,
thing not in the credits? Because they are clearly either they're just decided it was a good idea, or they're all fans of his shit, just like the Krypton guys were, because they were all self-proclaimed fans of Man of Steel. It's the same. Superman and Lois is Man of Steel 20 years later. That's what it is.
all I'll say
He's
is
married and he
is.
has 2 kids who are teenagers.
So, yeah. So Ray. So, okay, you were right. What's the saying, Scott? Back me up. First time, shame on me. Right. Second time,
fool me once.
Shame
Fool
on
me
me.
once,
Fool me twice.
shame on you.
Shame on no. Fool me once. Shame on you.
me.
Fool me twice. Shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Fuck you.
yeah. Okay. Right.
Yes, right,
After
exactly.
that first time, you should have been like, "Fuck these shows." Like, I'm not. No, you're not gonna fool me, right?
Well, I thought
What?
I thought
What?
the Flash.
Wait.
No, but you gave Supergirl a chance, didn't you?
I did.
And what happened?
I got fucked. I did.
So,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
and I went and I looked at this WandaVision situation and I went, okay, you're not gonna fucking tell me that anybody was like, no, that's not even close to the X-Men. Like, they're not bringing the X-Men in that way. No, dude, they were deliberately doing that. They chose that fucking actor, Evan Peters, for that reason. So fuck Disney and fuck WandaVision for doing that shit. Like, that was bullshit.
Yep.
They didn't have
Yep.
to do it. They could have chose literally anybody else. But you chose that exact same fucking
They
actor.
could have brought in Aaron Taylor Johnson just to
Dude,
fucking
absolutely.
why not?
If they would have brought in anybody, I would not have given a fuck. But they brought in the one person that I went, oh wait, hold on, this shit's getting deep. Because I'm thinking, oh okay, are they about to go like real deep? And this is how we're gonna get X-Men.
And you know what, Garza? Like, especially for me, because like when people when they ask the question, like, okay, who are you? What group have we not seen yet in the MCU that you were most excited for? My answer is the X-Men, because because outside of The Last Stand and Origins Wolverine, I love the entire Fox X-Men franchise. Yes, that includes Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix. I'll sit on that fucking island.
Right.
I don't care.
Dark Phoenix
I'll sit
isn't
on
as
that fucking
bad
island.
as everyone had said.
No, it isn't.
Dark
It's
Phoenix is
actually
everyone says it is.
pretty good. Truthfully,
It's
I mean,
pretty good, actually.
as a-
It's better than Apocalypse. Huh?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, easily.
Okay, as a movie, yes, I will. As a movie, it's better than Apocalypse. Yes, I will agree with that. But at any rate, so you would think I would be more pissed about that, and yet when it happened, I was just like, figures.
Right.
Like literally in my head, I just went figures.
Yeah.
You know.
So you got to remember that you had already been used to it. Like I had not, dude. The last MCU film I had watched was fucking Endgame. I don't give a shit about anything else about MCU. So I was like, I'll watch this show. I'll give it an opportunity. Let me just check it out.
So that burned you. So because of that, like you,
fuck Marvel. Like,
so you
dude,
didn't watch. So you didn't watch Falcon and Winter Soldier or Loki.
I could give a shit less about those
All
fucking
right.
film shows.
Okay.
I like because I just went. I went the fact that you had the audacity to fucking do that to your fans. Like, imagine if Zach did something like that. Imagine
Well, he
if
wouldn't.
Zach,
He wouldn't do that.
No,
But like,
there would never be an opportunity for him to do that.
We're back at the bouncing boobies now.
Right. But either way,
About-
imagine that. Like, imagine Zach going.
I still love the fact that Ray never noticed that, and like all of Twitter had to tell
I didn't.
him.
I didn't notice. I did not catch. I was too busy watching the fucking movie. I didn't catch it.
Let's pretend that Zach and BVS had Michael Keaton appear in it, right? And for the whole time we're thinking, holy shit, like this is multiverse.
Okay,
maybe
that's
where
okay. Find a weaker example. That man's too big of an example. Find a Quicksilver level example.
I can't.
You're right.
I really can't, because at the end of the day, WandaVision was literally Maximoff, and that's the twin. Like, dude.
All right. No.
Hey,
Here's an example. I hear it. This. I don't think this will happen, but let's see it. this could happen if we watch the Flash movie and Grant Gustin is in it, but he's somebody else.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Sure.
Now that would piss me off, especially after that scene they did for Crisis on Infinite Earth for Jim Lee. That would fucking I would, as angry as you are about Ralph Boner, I would be that angry if Grant Gustin was somebody else, like I don't know, John Foot Penis or something. I have no idea.
It's not even that. It's like if he wasn't even Grant Gustin, he was just some other. He was the actor, but he was just some fucking no name. Just a backup character. It's like, what the fuck did you include him for then?
Exactly.
Right.
No. Yeah, we're all in agreement with that, but at the same time, we still kind of went. I still went forward, and I was like, okay, Falcon and Winter Soldier, I enjoyed. I enjoyed a lot more. Probably, I don't know. Like, I enjoyed Loki a lot. I'm just saying.
A lot.
Yeah,
they're not the same. I'll say this, Garza. They're not the same shows. They're not. They're not.
No. And I get that. I do. I understand that they're probably good.
And there are no bait and switches. I can tell you that there are no bait and switches. Like there.
Thank God.
But am I going to care what comes after Loki? No. Like that was my whole thing. Like, I didn't care what came after Endgame. That's why when I got into WandaVision, I was like, you know what? I'll watch this show because it seemed like it had a different feeling, it had a different aura around, MCU.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the way they ended it, I went, no, this isn't fucking. So I already know that
I'm agreeing with Garza so much right now. I don't understand.
well, the thing about
I get it. Like I get how WandaVision. I get how it ended because guess what? That's how MCU films end. Like, dude, they didn't want to go that. They didn't want to take the serious route of, okay, well, the snap happened, and now we're getting introduced to X-Men, and now it's fucking serious. This is a serious real world consequence.
You need to watch Falcon and Winter Soldier for that.
Yeah, but you completely missed.
No,
not saying like you didn't. You did anything wrong, but you completely missed like the Falcon and Winter Soldier. Not that had anything to do with it.
This is what it is. This is what it is, Garza. It's the fact that, you were like totally going, okay. And like a lot of us did when Evan Peters showed up at that door, that scene, that little cliffhanger on that episode, it was like, holy shit, this is how they're going to fucking introduce the mutants. And because that was always the big question. How are they going to bring the mutants in? And then when it ended up being a dick joke, it was just like,
here's the thing too. For you to tell me that I have to watch another show to appreciate.
No. He's not saying that. He's not. Ty is not saying that. He's not saying
that. But the end of Loki, I think you would have been like, oh.
And I think if you want real world consequences to the snap, that's the Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Right.
There is shit that they do in that show that I've been waiting years for that franchise to do,
and they finally
did it.
And I've gotten the chance to talk to the editor of the show, and there's a scene where John Walker decapitates someone with the Cap shield, almost like it's like shot for shot with the shot with Iron Man. Except he actually decapitates someone, and like they take that step towards the darkness, and then in Loki they open up the time, like the multiverse, and that's really where it all starts, and that's where mutants can come in, and I just think I think you were turned off, and rightfully so, because I think a lot of people were. But I think that there was always a plan, and you just maybe didn't care to see the rest of it because you were so put off.
Yeah, no, I just didn't. Like the moment they disrespected me as a fan, that's where I went, fuck you, Marvel.
Yeah,
like,
and it was the ultimate troll. And
understandable.
Even the Paul Bettany thing, right, where he was like, I got to work with
perfect. I can't
a
wait.
fucking actor, and it was him.
Right.
And I honestly think you would actually dig Loki more than.
Yeah. Well, no. I could have if I wouldn't have watched WandaVision, dude. Maybe I would have dug it, but dude, fuck Marvel, fuck anything that has to do with their bullshit stories. Like I'm like fuck you, dude. I'd rather fucking. I don't know what.
That's some strong hatred there. That is
strong.
And it has nothing to do with the people that made it. Like, let me get
I know.
You know,
yes,
it's like,
absolutely.
It's just I know that it comes from the top, right? So Feige doesn't want to do anything serious. He doesn't want to take risks. Fuck Feige. I would love to be in a position, but fuck him because I'm not in his position, so I could talk shit. You know what I mean? Like, if I was a Feige, dude, I would love it. I'd be like, dude, absolutely. Like, you can hate all you want. I'm making millions, but I'm not, so fuck you. I don't care. But when it comes to like interesting, gritty, like thinking shit, that's what I like. I don't need to see this cookie cutter fucking. Oh well, it has to have a good ending or a happy ending or a so-so ending. It can't be dark. You can't end on fucking death.
All I will say is that for me, Falcon and Winter Soldier, the way that it was handled is what I wish they had done with the third Captain America movie.
Well,
that's how I wish they would have done that.
Well, I posed this question to Ben because he was trying to talk it up, and I said, "Here's the thing, though, right? Like they're using that show as a fucking basis for everything that they did before, right? But nobody was asking for a fucking Captain and fucking Winter Soldier, Captain, Falcon or whatever. They weren't asking that at the beginning.
Not
right?
necessarily.
No, absolutely no.
Oh no, there's an interview where somebody actually asked Feige, like, what about Falcon and Bucky in a. Sorry.
No, and right, he might have been thinking that way, but you're not going to tell me that that's how they would have started shit because nobody would have given a fuck. I'm not dogging the show or anything, but okay, before Iron Man, nobody would have been like, oh, dude, I got to see this Captain and Captain Falcon and.
Well, yeah. But at the same time,
I know.
But at the same time, like what I like about it is the fact that they're not just going like, all right, we need a new Steve Rogers, and they went like instead they went, let's go forward and let's make Sam Captain America because that's the source material has that, and they do that, they establish that, and then it's like I like what I like about what's happening with Marvel is the fact that they're not going, oh, we need to just reboot. Because now we're done with this. They're continuing on and trying to, is it all going to work? No. But at the same time, they're trying to just like continue on with like new stories with some characters. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, I think because Ray and I have talked about this because I can be honest with Ray because Ray's watching all this stuff, and we had a conversation back where I can't remember when it started, Ray, but I really kind of came to a resolution even before certain movies came out that I was like, Ray, I think after Far From Home, I'm done.
I remember when it happened, and I also remember why. It has to do with the other show that I do.
Okay, remind me, please, because I don't even remember it.
Fans Without Borders.
Yeah. Okay.
It's because of conversations that I've had on that show with respect to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and one day you were like, I think it might have even been after Infinity War. I think it was like after the Infinity War review because we had a conversation about that, and I think we also remember we had that one on Patreon where like you came in and it was the three of us, and we
did Daredevil season 3.
Well, I mean there was that, but we also had a conversation about Infinity War. Oh my god! Because at the time I was talking about like I loved the fact that movie did not end the way that it ended. Like everybody else was freaking out, and it was like
we were there giddy. We were there giddy going. I love this ending. This is great.
Right. Yeah. It was and it was fantastic because I was like, it took them like 11, 10, however many years, but they finally did something. I called it like their BVS.
Yeah,
because it was in many ways. Infinity War was their BVS.
Like I left the studio and I was like, I can't believe they fucking did that.
Yeah. Oh, I was.
Everybody did.
When the credits came up and people started screaming, I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, when my audience was mad, and I'm sitting there with the biggest grin on my face, like, "This is
great."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was like I was like, "Oh my!" I heard so many "Oh my gods" and this, that, and this, and I'm like, and I remember just walking out going, "Yes." And then I remember going like a week later with my dad. And I was like, I cannot wait till the end because he's going to be like, what? and sure enough, he was going, what the, what just happened? I'm like, yeah. Can you believe that? Yeah. I was so happy.
But it was after we had after we had a discussion about that movie that you had started talking to me about like where you were at with the future of the MCU, because you weren't getting because it wasn't just Far From Home. It was Captain Marvel. It was Ant-Man and the Wasp. It was like you were ready to check out.
Well, and I think that goes back to the fact that I said when it came to Phase 3, only 36% of those, like, there's maybe 3 to 5 movies in Phase 3 out of, I'm trying to remember, there's like 15 movies in.
Let's say 13. What's 24 minus 13? So, I mean, that's a lot. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 12 movies. It's 12 movies.
12 movies, maybe.
Phase 3 is 12 fucking movies. Jesus.
Holy shit.
Wow.
And maybe 5 of them I actually, like, enjoyed.
Yeah.
And so I was just over it. And so I looked at the Infinity, because I'm such a freaking completionist. And you can always kind of trick me. And that was the thing about Marvel. I think that was the thing. I stepped back and recognized the pattern. Mm-hmm. Every movie was always going to lead me into the next one.
Yeah.
I was never going to have.
That's what I don't like about it either. Yeah.
I was never going to have that sense of completion or finality. And that's when I got to the end of Endgame. At the end of Endgame, it's like, there's no mid-credit sequence. It's like, I mean, really, I shouldn't have even watched Far From Home. I should have just watched Endgame and been like,
that's what I did.
Done.
Right. Yeah.
Done.
And you see, I mean, I know the pandemic stuff. Okay, fine. But exactly what we said they were going to do, they did. Black Widow was out for 2 weekends, and then all the marketing stopped, and they just shifted to Shang-Chi.
Yeah. And then so when when you're talking up the Disney Plus shows, I gave WandaVision a shot because the old sitcom routine.
I hated WandaVision.
Well,
see, that's the thing.
WandaVision pulled me in because I loved the sitcom aspect. It was that final episode that I kind of had the Garza reaction to. Yeah. That was like, now you just became another.
Well, that you said it was that fourth one, that fourth episode, the first one that wasn't sitcom.
You realize that entire sitcom, like, dude, imagine if they would have played off where the boss is choking. What the fuck was the point of that? Like, literally, there was no point. There was no payoff to any of that. When the wife is like, help him, she's laughing, and the camera's zooming in, and Wanda's like, well, you know, dude, what the fuck was the point of it?
Well, it's. Have you seen the Dick Van Dyke Show?
But it doesn't matter because they're not talking about those shows. They're just playing off of them as a homage.
Yes, exactly. That's what that was.
That's what that was.
Okay, cool. Well, why did you make it so dramatic then at that point? Like, keep it in the.
Because that's how the show. That's how Dick Van Dyke Show did it.
No. The Dick Van Dyke Show is not going into the actual.
But you're in a completely different generation. I mean, you can't expect people to know that.
I know that,
but once again, the show. The only reason I got pulled into it
was because of that aspect.
Right. Because I grew up on afternoon reruns of I Love Lucy,
Nick at Night,
and Nick at Night. So I had every time I was watching an episode, I was like, "Oh, this is Dick Van Dyke. Oh, this is Bewitched."
And then when it got further in, it was like, "Oh, this is Malcolm in the Middle. Oh, this is
exactly."
Right.
So that hook kept me entertained on a week by week basis.
But all the stuff outside the hex you didn't care for.
Yeah, it didn't matter, but it didn't play an important part.
No, I didn't care. No, and it wasn't what thrilled me. Then what happened is, because I remember when Feige was talking about, the future of the show, when I first heard about the Disney Plus shows, because the fact that I actually tuned in for WandaVision was kind of I was breaking my own rule.
Yeah. Me too. It's all right.
I actually bothered to watch, and But then you watch WandaVision, and then it just becomes, okay, what's this like? Okay, this is obviously going to lead into Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and then Falcon and the Winter. So once again, I saw that even if the shows would just stay with the shows, maybe you could pull me in,
but they're not.
And
that's not their plan.
Always leading into something else.
They're always leading into something else, and they're going to want to tie into they're going to tie into the movies, and the movies are going to tie back into the shows. And I just decided,
and the homework assignment is going to get bigger.
The homework
assignment,
and you know what?
And then for me, I've just decided I did not see Black Widow. Actually, Heather went and saw it without me because she was like, "Do you have any interest in Black Widow?" I went, "No." And I even had Ray tell me what the end credit scene was for Black Widow.
Guess what?
And then Ray and all Ray went was, "It just proves your point, Scott." And I'm like, "That's what I need to know."
Because I've never disagreed with you. As somebody that still watches it, I know what the fuck they're doing. Absolutely, I know what they're doing.
The thing about a good film is it needs to be able to stand alone first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fundamentally, like you don't need to, unless it's a sequel, you shouldn't have to watch.
Even sequels can stand alone.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
Even sequels can stand alone without having prior, like you having to prior see something. And that's the problem that I sometimes have with the MCU is that you're right. You do have this giant homework. Like in order, say you have a new partner, like a new girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever.
I did this to get Heather ready for Infinity War. I experienced this.
And you're like, hey, I want to show you these movies. You have to show them 24 movies for them to understand.
Or you do what I do with my dad, which is I tell
going
him,
on?
skip these movies. You only need to watch these 3. You're good.
Point is there's still homework. Whether it's 24 movies or now it's 24 movies and 3 shows.
Yeah.
Right?
So
I went
that's
from
daunting.
War. Yeah,
that's
but
daunting.
I had Civil War, and then was Guardians after? No, it wasn't after Civil War.
Guardians 1 was the 10th movie.
Guardians
Civil War
2
was the 13th movie. Guardians 2 was the 15th movie.
Okay, so I watched Guardians 2, but after Civil War, and then that was it until I watched Infinity War, and I still would. I mean, easy.
Well, but the only thing that you would have been lost on was Strange. And that's it, because you would, or no, you had seen Strange. Strange was before Guardians 2. Yeah. So that means you only missed Spider-Man Homecoming and Thor Ragnarok and Black Panther.
Which you don't need to see. Well, Black Panther, I guess. Yeah.
We don't need to see.
You don't really need Black Panther for Infinity War.
Just watch Lion King.
What?
What?
That's just watch Lion King. Yikes! Okay. I don't know about that one, Ty.
I mean, it's the fundamentals.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then just watch Hamlet.
Yeah.
No, everything is like, I mean, even like Aquaman has like a similar.
It's Hamlet. Yeah.
It's everything is like kind of like.
I wasn't being like racist or anything.
It's okay, Ty. We don't.
You were the white guy that said that, so you're commenting on Black Panther. So I'm not.
Ty, it's okay, Ty. I get canceled in my weekly.
I just wasn't sure where you were going with that. I'm like, Lion King. Why Lion King? Like, what the? Is it Africa?
Technically, if you would have said, the '94 version,
no, he wasn't. I get what you're trying. No, there's like a correlation when it comes to like the fight for like
the whole right. Yes. So instead of uncle instead of draw cat.
Yes.
The whole,
so it is. The whole just that similar story. I get what you're saying.
Okay, no.
2021. Yes, that'll get you canceled.
No, why? But see, this is why. See, I'm not. But I'm not I don't can't because it's not cancel culture. It's consequence culture. And so I will. That's why I asked the question. Like, what do you mean? I don't just immediately assume. Like, what do you mean? Like,
that's good. That's good. You actually ask, what do you mean by that? And that's what he meant about that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. We're good. Yeah.
I didn't Because I didn't know. You can come back on camera. It's okay.
And who's like, oh shit, turn the camera off. Fuck,
It's
I'm
all right.
sweating.
It's
Yeah.
okay. It's all good. No, I
No.
honestly I didn't know that.
Jokes.
I didn't know that there was like that type of like correlation between like the stories.
Oh my god, it's so similar, man.
It does have a similarity. It does.
really is.
Okay.
It does. It does. Just like with like a other stories like that too. I mean, even like Thor has a similar story too.
I will be honest, for obvious cultural reasons, Black Panther is just one of those experiences that I had. It was different for me than it was for a lot of other people, and so that's
the thing. The thing that I liked about Black Panther was the fact that I mean, they really understood their villain. That's the thing. It's like understanding the villain. You know, that's the thing. Killmonger was a good villain. It totally, deviated from like a weak villain that Marvel usually has, and I thought he was a very strong villain.
I have made this statement for years, and I will make it here officially on the Vodka stream, because right now I've said for a while the template for shared universe comic book villainy is Michael Shannon's General Zod.
Oh fuck yeah! Yes.
Follow that template.
Yeah.
Follow
Oh,
that
yeah.
template, and you will not.
And Killmonger had a similar vibe.
Absolutely, he
Yes,
does. There is no
yes.
question about it.
That's what I dug about Black Panther was like, oh, yeah,
Well,
even though
and
the third act
technically,
got a
when
little
you
wonky
see, that's how you
for
get
me,
Michael
which
Keaton's
I think a lot
Vulture.
of people. Yeah.
Yes, I would agree. Garza, you said you hated Homecoming.
Oh no, I just hate that Spider-Man. I never watched any Spider-Mans with.
Oh, fair enough. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay, there we go.
No, I fucking hate his characterization of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some people
Well,
don't like it.
But
Some
no,
people hate it.
Michael Keaton's Vulture, yes, same template, yes, absolutely, yes, very. In fact, I would argue that his template is closer to Shannon Zod than even Killmonger's is. It's much closer.
Like if
That
you
scene
even
in the car with him and Peter Parker was
Oh god!
God, yes.
From doorbell to door
From
slam.
doorbell
yes.
to door slam. Fuck
fucking
yes.
A. That was
That was
great.
the most. That was definitely the most tense.
Yeah.
And that was
the tension.
And that was a moment, I'll tell you this, Garza, because, famously, my most hated, like my number 24 in the list is Guardians Volume 2. And I remember I went into Homecoming with the attitude of, okay, Marvel, fix this. Like it bounced back for me. And when the movie was over, I was literally in the theater going, attaboy, there you go. More of that, attaboy, you fit good. Yes, totally.
I actually have a bet. I'd like to get your intake on this. I have a bet with a co-host that the audience score for The Flash will be better than No Way Home. What do you guys think?
Probably. Maybe.
I don't even know what the story is on No Way Home. I don't know what the shit is. But
well, we know they doesn't have it. No Way Home hasn't come out yet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because it's that's
right.
all.
No, they
no. Okay, I think you're basing it on the fact that there's a lot of nostalgia there because of Michael Keaton.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
the audience score for both movies that have not
because Michael Keaton goes back to all the way back to 1989, so it's got like a pretty big demographic. And then when it comes to, we're talking about Toby going back to 2002. You know, so I mean,
and that's it.
The Flash has a little jump on that a little bit, I guess you could say.
Well,
because
I mean, it's coming out. They're gonna. Well, at least for now, they're gonna be a year apart. But that's interesting.
Right. That is good. That is a very interesting question.
We're talking about villains, and if you look at the two that we obviously got and how they were treated so differently, let's be real. Was Thanos a real villain? No, he wanted to do something and he thought he was doing it for the greater of the universe.
Well, so did Zod.
Michael Shannon Zod was better than Thanos.
But my point, though, is
of course. But
my point is that look at what Darkseid does. Darkseid's just
evil.
Well, yeah. He's like, no, fuck that world. They fucked me up. Now I'm gonna go.
Well, Darkseid was like I love the fact that the build up to Darkseid, as opposed to Thanos, is the fact that when you actually see him, he's just like when you first see him, like he's thinking, he's going,
Dave, the fact that it's a real build up,
the
fact that it's actually a build up to the villain.
Thanos has no real I mean, dude, nobody's fucking with him in space. Like, he just, hey,
Sitting
you know
in a
what?
chair. Yeah.
I just need to do it because this is what is in the comics, right? Like, okay, like they could
No,
have
it's not even what's in the comics. That's
Right.
the thing.
It's like he's just okay. He's gonna invade Earth. Why? Because
When Marvel fans talk about 6 years of build up for Thanos, I'm like, what's 6 years? The fuck you talking about? 6 years?
Yeah.
Okay, so a non-speaking non-speaking smile in the mid-credit scene of Avengers, and then one line, fine,
Him grabbing the glove.
in Age of Ultron, and then the kind of the conversation he had with Ronan in the first Guardians movie.
Yeah.
And then you see his ship in Thor Ragnarok. That constitutes 6 years of build up. Yeah, okay.
for no reason.
I know. I always hate when we hear about that buildup, and I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. So when you look at like villains and you look at how Zach was treating Darkseid, like, dude, Darkseid had a legit reason on not only why he was coming here, but he was about to fuck our shit up. Like, there was
obviously he wants the anti-life,
right.
but at the same time, it's like he didn't really. I mean, and then of course a lot of people go like, yeah, but he showed up, he knew the anti-life was here, and then he got fucked up, and they didn't remember, and that whole thing, it was like. Yeah, there's that whole thing where people were trying to make like, oh, there's a plot hole right there. And I'm like, well, not necessarily. It's like, how many times have you you got like people that show up to a bar and you get into a bar fight and you go, you don't remember exactly where you were. I don't know. Apocalyptic technology. I don't know how that works.
Well, and
time stamp it or whatever the hell.
But here's the thing though, Dave, they did because
what in the chest and dragged off.
Right, but like, what does he say? He says, "I have turned 100,000 worlds to dust, looking for anti-life." Yeah. That's more than our solar system.
Yeah.
So
like if he knew where to go, don't you think he'd have found us already? Like, no, dude, he's actively looking for it. Like, there's, even Steppenwolf doesn't know about it.
And that's why for Thanos, that's part of what made Infinity War an interesting film to me, because really, if you watch Infinity War, that's Thanos' movie.
Right.
Well, yes, totally.
Absolutely. Yes, it is.
Like, he is really he's almost the protagonist of that movie, because he's actually who that movie is about. You're learning.
That's what I like about that.
Right. That's why Infinity War is so good, because you're actually learning about him. He is who the movie is about. It's actually the Marvel heroes that are getting in his way. Mm-hmm. And they almost had to do that because you didn't know anything. Like, you didn't know anything about him.
Right.
Infinity War is where you actually get to know him, and what Infinity War does so well is it takes the time to breathe, to spend that time developing the character, because he hasn't been developed to that point.
Yeah.
Right. If the 6 years of buildup actually existed, then all that wouldn't have been necessary.
Right.
Pretty much.
You just rolled right into it. No, well, we know who you are. No, we don't. So,
but at the same time, nothing wrong with, I guess, doing that. But at the same time, it's like, was it unnecessary? Maybe. But at the same time, it's like, it's kind of nice. I mean, it's like something to just put out there, like, oh yeah, there's Thanos in this Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Oh yeah, that's or like put him in. Like I said, when people saw that Infinity Gauntlet, and he was like, fine, I'll do it myself. People freaked out. I mean, that's kind of what those scenes, I guess, do.
Well, because I hate
that they use that as a crutch. Yeah.
Right. Because like when it happened at the end of Avengers, I remember being there midnight for Avengers, and I remember the guy sitting next to me, who was a buddy of mine, turned to me and said, "Okay, now tell me who that is."
Yeah.
I mean, that's the general.
It was funny because I think half my theater was like, "Who the fuck was that?" I was like,
I was one of those
big
people.
guys. Yeah.
I was one of those people. I went to my friends. I'm like, who is that? And their answer was, I think it's Thanos. They weren't even certain that it was him. That was their answer, right? So it was, and look, there's. Is it successful? Clearly. Is it one way? Is it one way to get the job done? Yeah, but Ty, to your ultimate point, it's cinematic television. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Marvel Cinematic Universe is cinematic television.
Yeah, I gotta get up early tomorrow, so I gotta get up in a few hours. But I will say this: as my going out, I fucking hate Marvel, but more than that, fuck like Cass. Okay.
Okay. Hold on a sec. We have one more little question, and then we're gonna do it because I've been trying to like figure it out, like when we're gonna put it. This is from Carrie. Let's see what he has to say first. We could make it real quick. All right.
All right.
Hello, Vodka Stream. Hope everyone's doing well. I have two questions for you for tonight. The first one, pretty simple. What's your favorite callback moment in Zack Snyder's Justice League? Mine is the swing on the Kent farm. I never in a million years thought just seeing a swing, zoomed out through the window would cause such an emotional reaction in me. And just that callback to Man of Steel was perfect. My second question is, we spent years speculating on what's in the Zack Snyder's cut of Justice League, what's not in it, how is it different? So my question is, for the Ayer cut of Suicide Squad, what do you guys think is different or handled differently or backstory? Just anything that you guys think that is going to be in the Ayer cut that would really show and spin the movie quite differently than what it is we got in theater. Since we're trying to push for the release of the Ayer cut along with restoring the whole Snyderverse. Have a good one, guys. Thanks.
So there you go. So what's your favorite callback? I would actually agree with him. I like the callback to Man of Steel with the whole swing in the farm thing. I don't know about you guys.
Mine was the use of that theme in the reveal conversation. I know we're all thinking the same thing right now. Who's going to say it? I'm not going to say it. And then the music kicks in. So it's an audio callback, but that was charging. That was charging.
Oh yeah, that gives you goosebumps. That gives you goosebumps right on the taint. Garza?
Okay, Garza.
Or no, Garza, what do you think?
Because I'm trying to think.
Okay, go ahead.
For me, it's when Clark is walking through the scout ship, and I'm hearing all the dialogue from Russell Crowe and Kevin Costner, and I'm just because it's a callback that then when they transition to now we're getting new lines, and you weren't expecting that. You were like, oh my God, Russell Crowe and Kevin Costner recorded new dialogue after listening to a whole bunch of back and forth of, and it all comes from Man of Steel.
Yeah. Well, and I would say that's a favorite callback of mine, just because. So when we first got that scene, it got released as a deleted scene. Like that was the first time I did a video where it like blew up because I put while he was I put like audio like of both the fathers as he's walking through it. And that was like the first time, like if you were to Google it, I think like a couple of people like made articles or whatever. Obviously the video is gone now, but like I thought of that back then. So I was like, the fact that is how it really was supposed to happen. Like, dude, I was like, wow, that shit's crazy because, I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, I'd probably say that.
Okay. What about you, Ty?
My favorite callback was when Bruce is talking about how he had a dream and like explains the Flash like aspect of it, and how he had like he was explaining to Wonder Woman how he had a dream about this whole particular situation and was like, it all happened like this, and it kind of ties directly into Man of Steel. And I love that. I love that scene.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the Ayer cut, dude, I
would say Deadshot and Harley.
I would say the Joker, dude. That's it.
The Deadshot and Harley. Yeah, that's going to change up some shit. Yeah.
The Deadshot, Harley, and Joker. Those three. Well, that and Diablo Living. Obviously.
Oh, I love that description where he's like he's in his jail cell. He's kind of like, all right, I'm good now. I got a sanctuary to my family. He's almost at peace, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And it's funny too because even going back to David Ayer and resonating with that kind of Chicano culture that he grew up in. I think he actually put a lot into the Diablo character, and then the fact that they were like, "No, you got to kill him off." Like they told him he's got to die. You're gonna do this whole thing, and that was something that was not in the original script. I kind of go, man, that probably like hurt him a lot to like change Diablo's outcome, because
and you've got to think that's why Jay Hernandez has been like Jay Hernandez has been for David Ayer like what Ray Fisher has been for Zack Snyder.
Yeah,
absolutely, yes.
Yeah. And I think it's just because they probably got along because because like I said, David Ayer was like, he grew up in that Chicano culture in LA, like even though he's like a white boy, he still grew up in that. You can't take that away from him.
Well, I feel like Diablo was the heart of 2016.
Dude, the bar scene is like my favorite scene.
Oh yeah, own that shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
and when
also that was what the extended cut does so well, is it fleshes him out so much more in the extended cut of Studio Squad.
And so we need to see the full fleshing out.
That's what it is. That's what it definitely is. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I think this is a good way to end the stream tonight. Pretty much. I know Garza's like, you gotta get up early tomorrow. It's
late in a while, man.
I know, it's cool, man. Like I said, welcome back to the Vodka stream,
motherfucker. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
You gotta come help. You gotta come help, dude. You left me I had to fend for myself with all these assholes on Twitter. You gotta help me.
I know.
Like I said earlier, man, I feel like because those those dumb fucks are off Twitter now, I don't got to sit there and correct anybody anymore. So.
I know. I just love how your ending thing was fuck.
Yeah.
And
Garza, fuck who else?
Garza, I gotta have you back on, man.
I know, man.
I know. I miss those talks.
Yeah, when I get some more free time, man, because
of course.
I've been working.
I know how it is to move.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But yeah, no, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I felt like a real guest. I'm gonna go though, because obviously it's
very late.
Tired. Yeah.
No problem, man. No, I appreciate it.
Thanks for talking with me, and thank you, Dave, for having me. And obviously it'll be back to normal, hopefully pretty soon. I'll be able to jump in. So,
good, man. Yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right, Ty, go ahead. Plug yourself. Yeah, take it easy, Garza.
All right. So you can find me at pop_culture 2020 on Facebook, as well as Pop Culture Corner on YouTube. I'm actually so Stephen Colbert is going to be on the podcast this Saturday, as well as the Saturday after that. I'm interviewing the full cast and crew of a new Adult Swim show. I can't say the name of it yet. It's still under embargo, but it's going to be a really fun time. It's kind of like a Brandon Davis kind of style interview where he interviews a million people at once. So that's going to be really fun. And then in September, the beginning of September, Satroni's going to be coming on. So the next 4 weeks are going to be really, really fun. So head over to the channel and join the family.
There you go. All right, Ray.
You can find me at the Flightcast on Twitter. I have my solo podcast show, The Flightcast, that comes out every Saturday. I have a Patreon now, patreon.com/the Flightcast.
Damn good content.
Thank you. I just recently recorded a rant about all the people that have been defending Justice League in the last week, because that really that really exactly.
I love the fact that your rant
you the
show
wrong way.
Yes.
I
Totally.
love the fact that his rant show on Patreon is called "Son, Just Don't."
It is. Absolutely it is. Thank you, Captain America Steve Rogers, for that.
Yeah, and I was about to say that's a good line.
That's a great line.
It's a fantastic line. But yeah, I have that. Theflightcast.com is where you can find my show and my blog posts. I am also on Squadcast Media as the co-host of Fans Without Borders, and at some point I will start watching DCTV again, and I will do more episodes of DCTV
Because
squad.
we got to do Superman and Lois. I just binge watched the first 3 episodes of Titans last night. You know?
I still got to watch Titans. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I'm up to episode 7. So.
Ooh.
Oh, you're ahead. Oh, so you've got special access. I'm one of the plebs.
Yeah.
I just got to watch what's on HBO Max.
Yeah, I got the exclusivo.
Exclusivo right there.
Exclusivo.
I'm also I'm watching Doom Patrol next week.
There it is.
Do you guys watch Doom Patrol?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
fucking god!
Yes.
It is so good.
Yes, it is.
It is so good.
For anyone who hasn't watched it,
I cannot wait.
You're missing out.
I cannot wait for this season's sex episode because every season there's a sex episode.
There's a sex
Of course.
episode.
Yeah.
The,
It gets hard. Yeah.
the full orgasm episode last.
Oh yeah.
Basically,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Yeah, for
It
sure.
does not hold back. And then you know, Brendan Fraser. Come on.
Yeah.
Right, all the people that are like, "This is his comeback." It's like, don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years, literally.
Yeah, we've never not loved Brendan Fraser, and the fact that he's like now he's gotten to the point where he's going to be in a Martin Scorsese movie.
Right?
And I'm like, fuck.
So if you haven't watched Titans, I mean not Titans.
Doom
if you haven't watched Doom Patrol already, definitely get on it. The first season is like, you feel like you're on mushrooms watching it. It's,
Have you seen season 2 yet?
Oh yeah.
Have I?
Yes, you.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just making sure because you're talking about season 1. I'm sitting here going. Dude,
Oh no, I'm saying if you haven't watched season 1,
they keep
like
on
if you're
going,
just starting,
going and going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be watching season 3 soon. So, season 2 got cut off because of COVID. So the first 3 episodes of season 3 are going to wrap up that storyline, and then kind of go into the new storyline. So get ready for some fucking wild story.
And that's an understatement because that show goes a bunch of
you
notches
never know,
past
you
wild.
never know where that show's gonna go. That's for sure.
Never know.
And like I said, you guys know what to do. Hit that like, thumbs up, and hit that subscribe. Hit that
do you want your mama to get onto you?
Dude, hold on.
Okay.
Just do all that, and you guys know what to do. But then we're gonna have Scott McFarland take us home.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I fooled you. Scott.
You did fool me. You fooled me.
I was like, I'm gonna say my stuff, and then I'm gonna have Scott take us home. Yeah. See, got you, Scott. Got you, because you were like, oh. I was like, no.
You forgot about me.
No.
It's happened.
It's happened one time before, and I was like, I'm gonna say my stuff before I have Scott go on, and because that voice is gonna take us home. So go ahead, Scott.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Film Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. You can also find us on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, and the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. You can find me every Saturday night with this guy talking about Batman the Animated Series, which tomorrow night we will be talking about The Cat and the Claw Part 2.
Yes.
And I know I promised it last week, but Meg got a new job, so we had to bump it a week.
At a comic book shop, by the way.
I know, right?
Awesome for her.
So we are now trying to schedule us recording I think we're going to do the next 4 chapters in our chapter by chapter of Dune discussion.
There you go.
Ooh.
Everybody got that?
I got the
You got that.
I got
You
the
got
Dune,
that.
I got the Dune stuff early. And I don't really know what's going on in it.
Yeah, you really got to. I mean, like,
there's a book.
Yeah, get into that book, and I'm telling you,
it's been out since 1965.
Yeah, because I get a bunch of comic books like in a Google Drive, and like I'm looking through the Dune one, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on in this.
Yeah. It's a whole world, man. It's a whole world.
Don't you dare close your eyes.
I've been calling it, like, just for the lay people, I've been calling it Game of Thrones in space. It's bigger than that.
Yeah, pretty much. I like it.
All right.
Anyways, guys, we appreciate you sticking with us for the whole night. Look at that. And even Mama Film Junkie still awake, and she even said, "Don't
Don't
forget."
forget Scott. Mama always has my
I
back.
wasn't going to. It was a. I was trying to mislead you like a magician. I was going like, oh, I'm gonna say my stuff, and then yeah. See, I fooled you both. I fooled you both, but it's okay. We're good. Anyways, guys, love you, Mom. Love you guys. Thank you for joining. This has been fun as per usual, and we'll talk to you guys later.